What an idiot. I've been just talking for 5 minutes and I didn't even go live. What's wrong with me, eh? Gee. Sorry guys, I just realized I hadn't pressed the go live button. So I was doing all my talk and still no live. I couldn't see the chat. Coffee. Oh yeah. Again, good morning. Good morning, you lovely people. You people of the world. People from every corner of this sphere that just spins very fast and it goes around a fiery star, planet, mass, huge mass of a thing, and we move. The whole solar system moves. Right now already we are not where we were when I started this live, and everything moves. The galaxy moves. Where the heck are we going? Huh? Nobody's driving this thing. I want to know who is in charge, okay? I have questions, which they're legitimate, alright? I want to know who drives the galaxy. Oh, bless the invention of coffee. So I was saying, guys, I just posted a short clip, sort of news. You know, I try to do short clip news. Last night, Johnny Depp received apparently a standing ovation at the end of the concert at the Royal Albert Hall. Well, like I said in the video, I think the standing ovation is a little bit for everything, including, of course, the good performance of Jeff Beck. But I think there is also, you know, probably like really wanting to celebrate Johnny as well. So, yeah, I guess the guy is not here. Like, it's not there in Virginia today. I don't think so. Could be wrong, you know, in the way that, I mean, you know, those people like Johnny flies, you know, business jet. So if he really wants to, he probably flew like 7 hours back directly there or something, you know. I don't know, but I think it's unlikely. I don't know if it's because he already played a couple of shows, so Jeff Beck definitely has more show coming, and I don't know if he's going around Europe the whole summer, because there's still like several UK show for Jeff Beck, and then also shows in other parts of the Europe, including Italy. So I don't know if he's already a fixture of the traveling tour, or he just went there on a couple occasions, you know, and did one gig to warm up, and then they played the Royal Albert Hall, and that's it. But there is also the Olympia in Paris, I think at the end of what is it, June or July? So that's a big venue as well for Paris. It's very, very renowned also European venue, the Olympia. So I don't know if Johnny is on tour, basically, you know. It could be he's just on tour, because he's singing a lot of songs. Well, at least he's singing at least several songs. So if it's part of the show, then he's probably singing those songs all these other shows. So yeah. I had a good weekend, relaxed. Today here, strange weather. It's like it's a good weather, and then all of a sudden it started to thunder. So I see a black cloud coming. Far away I see a little bit clear, but feels like a little bit tropical, you know? Like feels like there's a thunderstorm approaching. It's kind of strange. We got Amsterdam in the house. That's nice. Yeah, I guess the UK and actually, I think that London probably has a better weather than Amsterdam. I think. Wow, what a journey, huh? What a journey, man. Yeah, it was raining a little bit here too, like I said. It was a little bit raining, then changed. I see those big clouds, it's hazy. It was literally, I heard a few thunders before. Really weird weather. Oops. Nice, we got Ireland, we got Brazil in the house, we got... Is it South Africa? That's South Africa, right? We got Central Florida. We got the Netherlands. Yes, Chantal, let's go. We got UK, we got Turkey in the house. Yes! A friend of mine has just been to Istanbul. He loved it. Yeah, so many beautiful places to visit. We got Egypt, yes! Shocky. We got Egypt in the house, Portugal, Austria. I think that's what is this one? Again, I always forget. I always confuse like the one from the States with what is it? Puerto Rico. We got Canada, Brazil again, Ireland, Spain. We got Italy from Milan. We got Groningen. That's pretty cool, man. We got also Israel. We got Australia. Oh my God, Tunes. Tunes, you are so much over there. We got, what is it? Also, we got. Oh, I cannot read these. What is it? Oh, I get confused by this. What is this flag? Was it Egypt? Oh man, I have to update my knowledge of flags. No, that's not. I have to update my knowledge of flags. We got Indonesia. We got the pirate. I love the pirate. I love you guys when you put the pirate flag. I have to say, like, I've been when I was younger, I've been on cargo ships for real, right? Smaller and bigger cargo ships. And I have to tell you something. Some of the cargo ships that I worked on, I swear, like, I mean, we literally look like a bunch of pirates almost. Like, there was that. And also, actually, pirates still exist, eh? Especially, we actually were attacked. Well, attacked. I mean, there is an area where you go down to go to Singapore, and it's called the Strait of Moloko. And that's one of the area where it's very, at least that's what they say, very dangerous, because you get approached by, you know, like, you get approached by those fast speedboats, which they then, you know, try to board your ship and basically to steal stuff. So, because of course cargo ships, probably people don't realize that, but there are certain areas, like here for instance in the North Sea, where there's a huge traffic of cargo ships. And also the Strait of Moloko, and also next to the Horn of Africa. Next to the Horn of Africa, where you pass by the Oman and the Yemen, there was also a very red flag area. I passed there a few times, at least at the time. So there was a lot of patrolling there. It's also dangerous. But anyway, like, people forget that cargo ships, actually, they also carry a lot of money. Because a lot of times, you know, you have a crew of 20 or 40 people on board, and the captain has always a safe, you know, there's a bunch of cash or other stuff. to pay certain things, certain services, sometimes also to give like a little bit money to people, because of course when you're going ashore, at least that's like 15 years ago, probably now has changed, but cargo ship used to have like good amount of money. I've been a deck officer, a junior deck officer, when I worked on those cargo ships, and sometimes wasn't unheard of that you keep on board like $50,000 or $30,000 at each time or more. So a lot of times those like difficult areas, like those pirates, they try to board you, and a lot of times they succeed. We were attacked at night, but luckily we managed to fend off this boat. Probably was just a try, we were in the middle of the Malaccan Street, so we got approached by this smaller vessel that tried to put ropes and try to climb, but luckily the sailors and the people on the watch, they managed to deflect that attempt, and then they didn't try anymore. But it's a real thing. It's a real thing. I mean, it sounds crazy, but it's actually many places around the world. It's actually still a real thing. So on some of those cargo ships, sometimes I really felt like a bunch of drifting at sea sailors / pirates, also a little bit. Especially one time when I worked on an oil tanker, which was the last trip of this oil tanker. And the oil tanker was old, so after this last trip that we had to do to go to Singapore, basically we had to bring the ship to Chittagong, which is a city in Bangladesh. And it's a very famous city because Chittagong, it's one of the cities in the world, one of the few places where actually they dismantle old ships. For Alice, thank you so much, Alice. Thank you so much. Buongiorno, Ulla from Brazil. Dine from Switzerland. Yeah, today my voice is a little bit deeper. I don't know. I woke up a little bit with a little bit of sniffle or something, so my voice turned a little lower than usual. Thank you, Susie. Thank you so much also for reminding people to smash the like button. I like that. If you haven't smashed in a while, just smash that like. At least you smash something, At least you remind yourself how it is, how to smash something. I know that you wanted to smash something else. Thank you, Tanya, so much. Tanya Lucas, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, Bella Carmelito. Thank you. Yes, guys, a lot of people ask me why I have a Lord Ganesha. I actually also have like a Jesus, I have some crystals, I have a Buddha, and I will put also an Allah, but there is no image, so I have probably some text or something like that. I'm not per se ascribing to any religion. Actually, truth to be told, I'm pretty much rational, scientific mind oriented, but I've always been very open for spirituality, and I sort of like to entertain the possibility of our ancient history through all these expression of different religions that we have had. And those, of course, are all the more or less the monotheistic, pluritheistic religions that society still embraces today. So it's a little bit a way of both being open to the possibility and also embracing it without exclusion, because I don't believe in one religion being better than the other. The whole point of that is just that whether or not we find out that something that it's been written through those expression of spirituality can be useful or true and serving humanity. Thank you so much, Hoops, for the super chat. I love that flying thing. I don't know what that is. Looks like a flying pear. I like it. Marco. That's a possibility, Marco, to go for a coffee. I love coffee. In Amsterdam, actually, nowadays there are so many nice places to have coffee. So much better than 15, 20 years ago. Amsterdam, it's really super duper city. Super friendly, incredibly nice, wonderfully livable. It's getting a little crazy like New York, I have to say. It's like everything in Europe is becoming a little crazy, you know, like Amsterdam is becoming a little bit like Paris and London. It's getting a little out of hand. Ciao, Vinar. Thank you so much for the super chat. That's a lovely message. Peace, love, friendship, and truth surround us all, and positive energy sent to Johnny whatever he journeys today. Thank you. Ciao from South Africa. We got Poland in the house. I'm Italian from the south of Italy. Wait, today I don't know what I like. Feels like well, the jury is in, right? I love the birds. I love the birds chirping right there. We got Albania in that. I love that. We got Dubai. Nice. Nice. We got Greece. We got France. We got Puerto Rico. We got from Mexico. Yes. We got again Brazil, we got New Zealand, we got India, California, New York in the house. Awesome, man. New York, we got Colombia. Where is it? Pakistan? We got Pakistan as well? We got Norway. Wow, guys, we're really like growing bigger and bigger, always from so many lovely places. That's the flag. United Arab Emirates. Wow, that's awesome. You got Ecuador, Finland. Wow, so many places. Wow, it's so beautiful. It's like really from everywhere. Orlando, Florida. Malaysia, Manchester, Philippines, Orlando again, Ireland. Thank you so much, Walid. I think so. I think they will stream. I think that they should stream. Hey, all things French. That would be awesome, man. If Johnny is around Europe touring, it would be lovely to get like a little Instagram story or whatever. I think it's unlikely that he gives interviews. I don't think he does. It's still like a super mega, you know, it's still a super mega celebrity, you know, one of the biggest celebrity of the last 40 years. Yeah. But you never know, you know. Actually, would be honestly, I would also love just to hear him talk freely. I don't think Johnny has ever Johnny has always given interview also a little bit in the old-fashioned way, through the normal media, on TV, when he promoting a movie in the past. I don't think he has had the chance to get into this new wave of actually doing interview, for instance, going on a podcast, going, for instance, one place which would be probably most likely that he could go, because he also knows him a little bit. It's Joe Rogan, for instance, right? That type of format. But I don't know if he does that, I have no idea. But that I think that would be actually the avenue, to do so. Oh man, for me, I'll love it. I set up a podcast right now, Would be incredibly awesome just to hear the guy talk freely, normally, with no pressure and all. Ciao, Dina. Good morning. Always so kind, Dina. Thank you so much for the super chat. Actually, as a singer, I have to say that JD has also quite a powerful voice. I was listening before to a song where he has he's using the voice a little bit more on the, let's say, there are parts where he shouts a little bit, sort of a little bit belting, a little bit shouting, but works really well in the song. It's kind of rockish, punkish a little bit. So I'm actually quite surprised that he can manage to have quite that volume and also a good extension, considering he probably smokes a lot. Wow, so many super chats. Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate that. Yeah, Joe Rogan loves JD. I love JD too, huh? But I guess I still have to first get to probably 1 million subscribers to be legit or something. I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like those guys are super celebrities, literally their time it's worth, despite everything, it's probably worth so much money. So yeah, I really don't know if they give those type of interviews, But still, I think it should be possible. I mean, after all, people like, Elon Musk, who just went many times on the Joe Rogan podcast and also on the Lex Friedman, So I think it's not just an issue of getting paid, It's also if you want to do it or not. Oh, guys, that yesterday I realized this thing about this picture that I missed, and I didn't get it right away. But the reason why I didn't get it was because I couldn't see this line here. I thought that this was the floor. So because here there is the couch, I couldn't distinguish it, because here I see the couch and then the couch ends, and I thought that this part here actually was part of the floor. So to me it made sense that the ice cream is dripping and it's making a little pond here, a little pool just under the couch. But then some of you pointed out, says, hey dude, actually that's the edge of the table that just seems to perfectly line with the couch, but it's actually the table. So the ice cream was already melting on the table. So there's a speculation that probably this is another setup picture, that she set it up the picture, like she took the ice cream and then she threw it on him to make the pictures. But the ice cream was already melting on the table. I mean, that's freaking weird, if you ask me, because that's pretty clear.
I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us. On Friday, we heard closing arguments in both the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial in Fairfax County, Virginia, and in the trial of Florida versus Catherine Magbanua. Now, Magbanua was found guilty of her crimes as it related to the death of university professor Dan Markel back in 2014. And as for the defamation trial that has taken the world by storm, we are currently in verdict watch. The jury deliberated for just over 2 hours before deciding to call it a night on Friday. They're going to try to decide whether or not Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp in her 2018 Washington Post op-ed piece, and to therefore rule in Johnny Depp's favor of his $50 million counterclaim, lawsuit, excuse me. Or they could rule in favor of Amber Heard's countersuit for $100 million for damages done to her career based on Johnny Depp's and his attorney's quote-unquote smear campaign that followed her domestic abuse allegations. The jury is due back any minute now to resume their deliberations, and we have our very own Anjanette Levy, who is outside of the courthouse right now in Fairfax County, Virginia. Good morning to you, Anjanette. It is good to see you. Walk us through what the scene is like outside. I'm very curious because now that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, I don't believe are there, do we still seem to see the same kind of fanfare?
Well, good morning to you, Jesse. From what it seems like it's going to be a kind of a humid and muggy Fairfax, Virginia. The line, you know, the famous line for the wristbands, non-existent today. I was very happy to see that. I couldn't believe it when I showed up at around 6:45 this morning, and maybe 10 people were in line. So that was refreshing after really the mess that we have all been through over the last several weeks of the pushing and the shoving. I spoke with one reporter this morning who was showing me her bruises from the line last week. She said, you know, she's still kind of recovering from that.
Oh my God.
We had to talk about that. I know I was pushed and shoved quite a bit. Thank God I didn't get any bruises. I do have one bruise on my arm over here somewhere. I'm not sure if it came from that, but I do recall being shoved quite a bit. So this was very refreshing, a welcome surprise for all of us. So a much more calm and...
Oh my God. People are made, like, those people are made like of hay, like hay or like sawdust. I was bruised. Oh my God, I'll have to recover at least for 2 weeks now. The bruising was incredible. Come on, people. What was it, like trampling one over each other? Like,
woman is an Asian woman who we believe might be in her 20s or 30s. An African-American woman who we believe is maybe in her 40s or 50s is another juror. And then there are two white men, one who appears to be in his 60s, another who appears to be in his 30s or 40s. So these are all estimates from what we observed in the courtroom. So we don't know their exact ages, but that's what we're thinking. Also, you know, there were people speculating all weekend long, this is going to be a quick verdict, this is going to be this, it's going to be that. Well, guess what? Here's the jury instructions, okay? Jury instructions, verdict forms, you name it, we've got it. I'm still going through these and reading through all of it. A little bit of light reading, right? So this is not just like a murder case like we would really normally cover here on Law and Crime, Jesse, as you know, where it's like, okay, let's talk about the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, guilty or not guilty, special circumstances, things like that. There are several questions that these jurors have to go through and have to answer. So it could be a deliberation that takes some time.
And we're dealing with two different standards we'll talk about later in the program. When you're trying to find defamation, there is the greater weight of the evidence just to determine whether or not it was a false statement and whether or not it was published. And then there is a separate standard of clear and convincing evidence whether or not it was actual malice, which both sides have to prove for either one of their defamation claims. Let me ask you this, Anjanette. Do we have confirmation that Johnny Depp and Amber Heard will not be there this week? I mean, walk us through whether or not they will be here. And also, if a verdict does come in, are we going to get any kind of advance notice? What is that going to look like?
Well, we know for a fact that Johnny Depp was in the UK over the weekend performing with Jeff Beck, who is somebody who is a very good friend of his and a music collaborator of his. Jeff Beck, of course, for our viewers who may not be aware, is a legend, you know, in rock and roll. He's been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice. He started his career, I believe, with the Yardbirds back in the 60s. This is a guy who's probably on the same level, if not above, above Eric Clapton in the world of guitarists. So that tells you a lot about who Jeff Beck is if you didn't know. If you don't know, go on lawandcrime.com and read my story that I wrote about this. So Johnny...
Where are the Yardbirds? Like, the Yardbirds, there was also Eric Clapton and Jimmy Page for a period, right? From Led Zeppelin, or am I wrong?
Cover that he and Jeff Beck collaborated on back in 2019. So we don't know. It's still unclear as to whether or not Johnny Depp will be here for the verdict. And I've seen mixed reporting and tried to get some answers about whether or not Amber Heard plans to be here for the verdict. I guess I just can't imagine that they wouldn't be, but who knows? You know, the judge said they do not have to be here. But this is a high-stakes case for both of them. So we'll wait and see and try to get some more information for you.
Part of me feels that they've had enough of Fairfax County, Virginia, and want to get out of there. But Anjanette Levy is sitting tight in Fairfax County, Virginia, is going to report us the very latest what happens. So, Anjanette, thank you. Great reporting as always. Appreciate it. All right, so we're going to continue following the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, recapping what you might have missed. We'll go back to what happened Friday with the closing arguments, the last attempt by both sides to convince this jury.
I don't think I can do this,
We're
guys.
going to start with the closing argument for Johnny Depp.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there. What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top,
Camille?
and implausible.
I can hear.
And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse. Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything. It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story. It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm.
All right, so let's talk about what we just saw in those closing arguments, at least partially a part of the closing arguments. I'm joined right now by civil rights attorney Joe Richardson and legal analyst Dr. Tracy Pearson. Dr. Pearson, let's start with the part of the closing argument with Camille Vasquez. I thought that that was a profound moment. That aspect of her closing really saying that if you believe Amber Heard, then everyone else is a liar. Everyone else who testified for Johnny Depp's side is a liar and is deciding to commit perjury in order to protect Johnny Depp. What did you think of that?
I thought that that was an excellent opportunity for her to point out the number of witnesses that stand in Johnny Depp's favor. I think that's the typical strategy that we use as lawyers, is to name out the witnesses that testified on, in favor of your client. And that, if you're calling him a liar, then you're calling them a liar. So it's a typical rhetorical strategy, but I think that it works. I thought it was more profound that she talked about Amber Heard not standing in the place of survivors of domestic violence.
A good point. All right, so let's now, you heard a little bit of Johnny Depp's closing argument. Let's turn to Amber Heard's closing argument.
This is the document that Mr. Depp signed the divorce agreement, where he says, signed in agreement with his signature, neither party has made false accusations.
I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I can't listen to this guy anymore. This is one reason why I'm happy this thing is over, because I don't have to hear this nonsense. Oh my god. Oh, I prefer to listen to my neighbor drilling Sunday morning at 7 o'clock than to listen to this guy talk another phrase. Gee. Oh, phew. Oh my god. Well, man, I'm so nervous in general because again, this is all about this defamation, you know. It's all about, in the end, it's all about this op-ed, and if the jury finds that that op-ed, you know, it's been the cause of defamation towards JD, and if the Waldman statement was damaging her in return. So that's the case here. That's all there is. Oh man, I really hope they find that to be the case in favor of Johnny Depp, because there has been so much malice about this case, you know, like you really realize also so much political manipulation.
That Amber Heard is telling the truth here. So, by implication, you know, overlook the difficult moments that she's had in the case. The time where there's been some inconsistencies and perhaps even your inclination to not believe her. And remember what she and Johnny said together at the divorce decree. So it was certainly profound, but they still have to get around the whole thing that perhaps, and this is a difficult place to be, perhaps you should find for us despite our client. Here's what Johnny said, so Amber is telling the truth now. Not so much because of the testimony, because that didn't always go so good, but it was compelling in its own way, for sure.
Dr. Pearson, let me ask you this. You know, we have a situation here where we talked about it before. There are two standards, two legal standards that the jury has to decide. Greater weight of the evidence for certain factors, certain elements of defamation, and then clear and convincing evidence for actual malice. So for all of our viewers who are trying to understand what this means, can you tell us?
Sure. So for the primary elements of whether the statement was made, whether it was published, whether it was false, the standard is preponderance of the evidence, which people understand as either a feather's weight or 51% manage a scale, and it just has to move the scale just enough. When it comes to clear and convincing evidence, that is, and it's not beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's just a hair off of that. And so what it does is it moves the scale this far. And so they have to prove actual malice, that there was actual malice, that there was knowledge of the statement being false. Now, I look at that as also an issue of state of mind. What is the state of mind of the person? Did they know it was false when they made the statement? And, you know, is it fueled by hostility and ill will and whatnot? Now, there's a separate instruction here that talks about that actual malice is not just hostility, ill will, etc. But it doesn't exclude that from the state of mind concept. What that means is that they have to show that it's actually false, that they knew it was actually false when the statement was made.
Yeah, and that's so important, and why we're talking about it might not be such an easy deliberation for this jury. We might not get a verdict today. They have a lot to consider and a very big legal standard for them to consider as well. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more.
Wow. Well, it seems today we're going to get a lot of those talking back and forth. Yeah. Yeah, I was already not concerned, but I was already kind of prepared for this, that it might take longer. I think at least we're gonna go throughout the whole day. I mean, I don't think they did much on Friday. And I don't think probably they will go through all of this today. Many of the YouTubers that have covered this from inside the court have had a good chance at looking at the jury, and seems like at least two or three are like visibly in favor of JD, and some others they're more difficult to read, but they seem that most of them, if I'm not mistaken, seem to have reacted one way or another in favor of JD, whether they're being, people literally tuning off when AH or her lawyers were making the argument. So that might be a good sign. That might be a very good sign. Yeah, it's really hard. I don't know if all the evidence that we have seen there have been admitted to the jury, that they can go through it in full length. That makes a huge difference if they take the time. But also, again, they have to basically judge if this op-ed was defamatory or not. Sometimes I also wonder how it ties in the freedom of speech, but intuitively you can just tell that must have been written, and also was admitted by her, that was written with Johnny Depp in mind. And now yesterday night we also covered this, that ACLU, it's suing Johnny Depp for $84,000 for the paper preparation and all of that, which is absolutely outrageous. Actually, it's freaking outrageous. What a scumbag of organization. Wow.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So, we are waiting for the jury to continue their deliberations today in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. If we get an update from that courtroom, we will jump live as soon as we can. We are bringing you live updates throughout the day from our reporters in Fairfax County, Virginia. But right now, we're also recapping everything that happened last week with the closing arguments. Before our break, we played you a little bit of Johnny Depp's closing argument, Amber Heard's closing argument. Now this is Depp's rebuttal closing argument delivered by Camille Vasquez.
Mr. Ronborn asked you to consider why you're here. So why are you here? You're here because of a lie. And that was a lie that Ms. Heard repeated in the op-ed. At the start of this trial, we told you that this trial is about the evidence. The evidence overwhelmingly shows that Ms. Heard is an abuser and that she is a liar. She lied about Mr. Depp and took on the role of a lifetime as a public figure representing domestic abuse.
Yep. Exactly.
What is her best evidence of that abuse? A video of Mr. Depp banging cabinets around, and text messages of Mr. Depp using bad words and dark, ugly humor, but never once admitting to abuse. Pictures of Mr. Depp sleeping. That's her best evidence.
Yep.
Ms. Heard herself. Ms. Heard held herself out to the world as a representative of abuse survivors everywhere, the face of the Me Too movement. This is not a Me Too situation. There are no Me Toos, just not me's. Ms. Heard does not deserve to be known as a representative of survivors of abuse, and Mr. Depp does not deserve to be known as a representative of perpetrators of abuse. That is what this case is about. It's not about money. It's about giving Mr. Depp his life back 6 years ago when she took it away.
Wow.
While you deliberate, ask yourselves why Mr. Depp would put himself through this. expose every embarrassing detail of his life on national television. If he was guilty of anything that Ms. Heard accuses him of. We ask you, we implore you, to render a verdict for Mr. Depp. We ask you to set the record straight, that he is not the abuser she described, and that she is not the heroic survivor she portrayed. And we ask you to tell Ms. Heard that what she did was wrong. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
And Joe, that's a good point. Why would he go through all this, expose all of these details, unless he really was saying the truth and clearing his name? Because we keep saying there are two battles here, the court of law, the court of public opinion, and for him to, clear his name of being at least, as the Sun had called him, a wife beater, this is what he wanted. He wanted this to be televised. He wanted to tell his story. What do you make of that argument?
I think it's a compelling argument, and frankly, it acknowledges that the court of public opinion is important and is a real thing, and that has been percolating this entire time. It is a powerful argument, and it's also powerful to say, they acknowledge he's got some dark texts and some things that people perhaps shouldn't say, but no admission of being an abuser. Meanwhile, she took on the role of a lifetime, positioned herself as a victim of domestic violence, and we have on tape that she is physically abusive, verbally abusive, and she acknowledges it. So I think that, therein lies the most powerful point for purposes of public opinion. It may end up being the most powerful point for purposes of the jury, because we don't really know. They ought to be in a bubble in that they aren't influenced by what's going on around them. So it's going to be interesting to see how it comes out. Very powerful points indeed. Okay, so Dr. Pearson, here's the other scenario, right? The jury might come back and they say, you know what, we believe that this is a case of defamation. Amber Heard is liable, right? The separate question is what would be the damages, because there was so much testimony in this trial about what was the harm that Johnny Depp suffered as a result of the Washington Post article, not the 2016 allegations, nothing that happened before. What did he lose because of the article? And that has been a more nebulous question, right, about what exactly was connected to that. Do you find that to be a difficulty for Johnny Depp, where maybe the jury could come back and award him very little based on this? Damages are always a big issue. They're hard to determine. We've seen cases where there's been a lot of damages that have been awarded, and then the judge will reduce that amount, what's called remitter. And so I think that here, you may be looking at the loss of the Fantastic Beasts. You may be looking at the Pirates of the Caribbean series. That is still hanging sort of in a dangle, and he's lost choice there. But I also could see it coming back with, a very small sum of money, even $1, and just sending a message that this was wrong. And you know what? They didn't ask for any money in their closing. It wasn't because they're trying to say it wasn't about the money, right? It's more about them clearing their names or making a point. And Elaine Betterhoff said, we're not looking for $100 million. She said that. So that's something to be thought about there. Now, speaking of Amber Heard's counsel, this was her rebuttal argument. And here's something that was curious. There were time limits for these closing arguments and the way that it was scheduled. For this rebuttal argument, Amber Heard's side only had 6 minutes left to deliver it. Let's take a look at some of it.
Bust.
Ladies and gentlemen,
go on holiday somewhere else, far. Like in the mountains where nobody sees you. Oh my God. Actually, they were funny that in the end they only asked for literally $350,000 the damages or the lawyer's fee or something like that. That's actually pretty crazy if you ask me. Probably they're aware that they don't care so much about, how do you get like 100 million? I find that to be absolutely ridiculous. Silence, it's so much better than Rottenborn. Oh my god, silence is so much better than Rottenborn. Guys, please hit the like just in case. You know, while we wait here, hitting the like, it's a nice practice, something nice to do. We're at 1500. Let's see if we manage to get to 1700, 1800, maybe even 2000. There's always the woman in the back next to John Wayne. I think it must be like either another lawyer of JD's, like sort of the everyday lawyer. I don't know. It's like probably a lawyer for personal lawyer, not for all other things. Maybe, I don't know, for interviews or appearances or who knows what. Like, you know. Wow, such an entourage, man. There's the other guy there next to is there in the back behind the lady with the red dress with the glasses on. I thought it was Nicolas Cage for a moment. That would have been really cool, but it's not Nick Cage.
That it was through his attorney, Adam Waldman. There was a series of statements that were made to the Daily Mail that were allegedly defamatory, calling her accusations a hoax. They are making up that $100 million counterclaim, even though we heard from Elaine Brederhoff that they're not really seeking $100 million. Money aside, that is the critical issue. Do these statements attach to Johnny Depp because of an agent-principal relationship, and are they in fact defamatory? Where do you stand on it?
It's going to be interesting. It gives you a sense for how much the jury really has to consider. So many people on the outside of it have clear opinions one way or the other, but they've got a lot to consider. There are 3 statements on that side as well, and the question is, after Johnny Depp gets on and kind of distances himself from the attorney, as it were, would those statements be attributed to Johnny Depp because he was Johnny Depp's attorney at the time? And that's not as clear as the other side, where we know that Amber Heard wrote the op-eds, and the question is whether or not those statements are defamatory. So it's going to be interesting. I think it's certainly harder than a direct evidentiary situation. And again, it comes back down to credibility. If you're believing Amber Heard in the first instance, then I think that you're more likely to be sympathetic to that argument. If you are less believing of her, particularly because the instructions say that you can take the op-ed on the claim as a whole, you know, and not just as to one word. If you're less likely to believe her, then you're less likely to accredit that and you know, connect that to Johnny Depp through the attorney. That shouldn't necessarily be the case because they're 2 separate questions. But I think the credibility on each side is going to go a very long way.
All right. I mean, that's a good argument. They might decide Depp's claim first, move on to that counterclaim, and then see. You know, that's a really good point. All right, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll have more for you.
Man, it's in a way so ridiculous that we're still talking of this, you know? Hey, is it not what happened there? Oh, here we go. Something happened there. It was not precisely. It's actually so weird that we are talking of this as if, you know, like this op-ed had nothing to do with everything. I mean, first of all, you also have to put into perspective that she filed for a restraining order and then she went to court, like what, 2016, and then she leaked the pictures to the paparazzi, or the news to the paparazzi, and they went there and they made pictures of her with the pimple on her face. And that's already from there it started out, you know, like the defamation actually, because now you know all of that stuff was fake. It's like truly a setup. Like, that's mean. I don't know how accurate this is, but I was reading a thread on Reddit where this childhood friend wrote this post. I honestly don't know how accurate that is, but this guy was talking that basically he knows the 2 sisters since they went to school together or like in the same city or whatever, And this guy is like literally came forward and said like, that woman, she has no empathy. And then he goes on to describe certain things that she did when she was young, which were actually quite horrendous. And if I find that post, we might share it later or whatever. Maybe some of you already have read that post of this guy or woman. But it's actually pretty scary because that's exactly what we've been talking about. You know,
okay, welcome back, everybody. So we're covering the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial, where we believe today the jury will continue their deliberations to determine whether or not Amber Heard defamed Johnny Depp or whether or not Johnny Depp defamed Amber Heard. We have a suit and countersuit that we've been talking about all this morning, but right now I want to go live to Fairfax County, Virginia, where our intrepid reporter Stacey Delicat is live. And now, for those of you who do not know who Stacey is one of our fantastic reporters here at the Law and Crime Network. She has covered some major stories for us and is now on the ground covering the case that the whole world is talking about. So, Stacey, it is great to see you, and I'm happy you're there covering this for us. What do you have for us? What's the latest?
Jesse, thank you so much for that warm welcome. Yeah, good morning, live from Fairfax, Virginia, where the humidity is high and so is the suspense out here outside of the courtroom as we wait for a verdict in this case, really for any update for that matter. As we've been saying, the jury got in 2 hours of deliberation on Friday before calling it for the long weekend, and they were back at it at 9 o'clock this morning. They have a tough task ahead of them. I mean, we've been talking about it all morning. We've been talking about it for 6 weeks. Remember, this is not just a case about do you believe Johnny Depp, do you believe Amber Heard. The jury has literally a long list of instructions and work ahead of them. I mean, this is just the special verdict form, but there was a whole packet of jury instructions where they have to sit down and talk it over and say, first of all, were the statements made by Amber Heard defamatory? If so, were they made with malice? And then for the countersuit, the same thing. Were the statements made by Johnny Depp's attorney acting on his behalf, Mr. Waldman, were those defamatory? Were they made with actual malice? And once they get through all of those lists and these check marks, then it comes down to the damages. And will there be any damages, punitive and compensatory? So they have a lot of work to do. So we keep talking about no one has the crystal ball for how long jury deliberations will be in any case. But certainly in this case, they have some work ahead of them. And I think most people think it's at least going to be a good amount of time, whether we hear something or not today. It probably won't be in the next hour or so. It's probably going to be a bit longer than that. But that's just my take, Jesse.
Well, I'm going to ask you the $50 million question, the $100 million question. The reason, I mean, the scene looks a lot quiet outside. It looks very different than it did the past few weeks. And is that because Johnny Depp will not be there? I mean, do we have any sense of whether or not he will make an appearance in that courtroom either today or this week?
Yeah, Jesse, let me first set the scene for you. Now, remember, I haven't been here the whole time like you and Jeanette have been, but I've been watching you guys. I've been listening to the podcast. I've been following everything on Twitter. And what we've seen up to this point is not what we're seeing here today. We got here early, as the crew has been every day during this trial, and it was quiet out. In the past, there have been lines starting at 1 a.m. to get into this courtroom and see the drama. Well, nope, not today, since testimony is over. In fact, there were only about 10 people or so in line here when Jeanette got here earlier this morning. And even later in the morning, I was able to go up and get a wristband at a time when they're normally totally maxed out. So we don't have the same kind of crowds here. There are a few fans, but certainly not the intensity or the scene, sort of the circus atmosphere that we've seen up until now. Now, of course, the big question is, who's here as the jury deliberates? Well, we know the attorneys are here and in the courtroom. Just a couple of minutes ago, there was a bit of commotion behind me over by the doors of the courthouse, and I'm told Ben Chu, some of the other attorneys for Johnny Depp, had stepped out for a moment for whatever reason. Johnny Depp himself, well, if you were thinking, gosh, he must be so anxious over these deliberations and what's the verdict going to be, and he's probably holed up in his hotel room waiting all weekend, no. That is not what happened. Johnny Depp hopped a flight to the UK, where he was performing not once but twice this weekend with famous musician Jeff Beck. Last night in London, a second show. The two of them have a song, a collaboration they put out together back in 2020. There are clips all over the internet of them playing. So, yeah, Johnny Depp left town and went to play some gigs over in the UK. We're told there is another show scheduled tonight with Beck. No word whether Johnny Depp will be playing tonight as well, or whether he is in fact headed back here to wait for deliberation. So I can tell you, I saw one of his security guards coming in and out. He just left a couple minutes ago. I said to him, hey, does this mean Johnny's going to be back today if you're here? And he just shrugged his arms. He said, I can't say anything. As for Amber Heard, no indication that she is here, and we're not really sure because her team isn't confirming one way or the other whether she'll be here. What we do know is once the jury does reach a verdict, notice will be given out. There'll be an hour notice before that verdict is read. Time for everyone who is in the area to get here.
So you're saying there's a chance. There's a chance that they both can make an appearance. All right. Well, we will wait and see.
I mean, look, when we saw his security guard, we said, you know, why would he be here if Johnny's over in UK for the rest of the week? So
and maybe he lent out his security team for the lawyers to protect them, given what's happening here. It's a possibility. But I'll tell you what, we'll wait and see. Maybe they don't know, but he didn't say no. He didn't say no. So that's something to think about.
He did not say no. He said, can't say.
There you go. We'll take that for now. Stacey Delicat, great reporting. Thank you so much. We're going to check in with you later on in the program. We want to continue talking more about this case. We're going to continue following what's happening outside that courtroom and inside that courtroom. But where we last left off, we played some of the closing arguments. Now let's go to some of the testimony, particularly when Johnny Depp and Amber Heard took the stand again, both of them, a second time. Now, Johnny Depp took the stand to really specifically refer to to address the Adam Waldman statements that make up Amber Heard's counterclaim. Take a look.
Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop.
Oh my God. This woman is become synonymous with just outrageous claims. Oh my God. It's like now, honestly, I'm also at the point where it becomes just too much to listen to this woman talk, and just knowing that she's making up all of this stuff. It's quite crazy, actually. My God. But that's how it is, right? Like, people can lie. They go to any length to keep their lies going.
When is the first time that you saw this statement by Mr. Waldman?
The first time that I ever saw this statement was in August. It was when the piece was when August 2020, when I was countersued by Ms. Heard. This is the first time that I saw any of these statements.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1246? And this is also already in evidence. All right. Thank you. If we could scroll down to the second page, or the third perhaps. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see this statement that's attributed to Mr. Waldman here?
I do.
And when is the first time that you saw these statements?
Same, when the countersuit was filed.
And could we please go to Defendant's Exhibit 1247? And again, this is already in evidence. And if we could scroll down, please. Thank you. Mr. Depp, do you see the statement attributed to Mr. Waldman?
I do indeed, yes.
And when's the first time that you saw this statement?
This is the same. It's the counterclaim to August 2020.
Okay, so aside from his connection to the statements, or if he authorized them and knew about them, there's a separate question of what effect they had on Amber Heard. Take a look.
Have you suffered publicly as a result of the Depp-Waldman statements?
Oh, you couldn't shut up for years.
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
I am harassed, humiliated, threatened every single day. Even just walking into this courtroom, sitting here in front of the world, having the worst parts of my life things that I've lived through used to humiliate me. People want to kill me, and they tell me so every day. People want to put my baby in the microwave, and they tell me that. Johnny threatened, promised me that if I ever left him, he'd make me think of him every single day that I lived.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Okay, so clearly you're seeing the impact of these counterclaims. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk more about it on the other side.
Oh my God, it's every time I listen to the woman lie, it's so bad. It's so bad. It's so freaking bad. Oh my God, like nobody literally cares. Nobody cares about threatening her. Like people are just outraged by the obvious lies. Oh my God. Some people are so delusional in their own bubble. They just live on a different planet. I mean, no wonder somebody like that, it's never gonna own up to anything. Oh, Jesus. It's like you see Johnny there sitting, frowning, like almost like, ugh. This freaking woman talking, making shit up. It's freaking horrendous. But the worst part, it's the delivery. Like the delivery is so full of sighing and and the microwave and Johnny in the baby and then the threat of the baby and Johnny with 700 watts of microwave power. I think it was enough, but in fact I don't think it wasn't. But I have solar panels. They told me that if I just let them in the moonlight, there might be a chance that gnomes will come out. And I know that fairies don't exist, but I was told as a child that the fairy tooth was somehow real, and strawberries are also something in my memories that I've heard of. But Johnny, in the statement, it's right there right now, and I'm just feeling this pain of the solar panels. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. That's as much sense as it make, everything that you hear coming out of their mouth. Oh my God, can you imagine? Oh, like, I think Johnny deserves like a medal for patience. Like, and again, we also, you know, like yesterday when we reviewed the entire audio from San Francisco, like some of you probably were there last night, and you literally hear the guy at the end of that audio that he goes like, I freaking, you know, was tired of the constant arguing and whatever, and that I started to drink more because of that. I started to do stuff because of that, which...
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're still talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial.
Makes sense.
Will continue their deliberations today, and we may get a verdict in this case that we have been following for 6 or 7 weeks. Unbelievable. Now, one of the things we have to talk about is the infamous Kate Moss reference made by Amber Heard on the stand. Let's hear what Amber Heard had to say about this.
Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him.
Oh my God.
Okay, so when she made that reference, Johnny's Depp's team kind of did like a fist pump in there. They were very excited that she made that reference because then
literally
they
my
could call
soul
Kate
was
Moss
leaving my
herself
body.
to testify
Oh my
about
God.
whether or not she was actually pushed down the stairs by Johnny Depp. Take a look.
Ms. Moss, did there come a time when you, while you and Mr. Depp were a couple, that the two of you took a vacation together to the Golden Eye Resort in Jamaica?
Yes.
What, if anything, happened when you were in Jamaica with Mr. Depp?
We were leaving the room, and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been a rainstorm, and as I left the room, I slid down the stairs, and I hurt my back.
How did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please continue.
And I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me, and I was in pain, and he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No.
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
No, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
Dr. Pearson, how significant is that? I mean, she basically said this rumor that, that has been circulating, and the one that Amber Heard referenced is not true.
It's critically significant. You first of all have to believe that Amber Heard, in that moment, if it did happen the way she says it did, thought of Kate Moss. I don't believe that. But if true,
none of us
Kate
do.
Moss testified live.
She was just
from
trying
the
to
United
gaslight
Kingdom
everybody.
for Johnny Depp to counteract Amber Heard's testimony and made Amber Heard look like a liar. And I think the other piece that I want people to understand is to listen to the difference in the way Kate Moss testifies and the way Amber Heard testifies. Kate Moss speaks in past tense. She talks about a situation that happened to her in the past tense. Amber Heard always talks in present tense, as if she's creating the story as she's talking.
Great point.
That's an interesting observation. That's a really interesting observation.
Yeah.
And Joe, circling back to something that we didn't get a chance to talk about in the last block, but I want to address
Very
with
good
you
point,
is the
actually.
counterclaims.
Literally, she's
Connecting
making
Johnny
it up
Depp
as
to the
she
statements
goes,
of his attorney,
basically.
Adam Waldman. He takes the stand, and as we played before, he says, the first time I ever saw these statements is when I was sued by Amber Heard over them. But then there was testimony, including from Adam Waldman, that Johnny Depp accompanied him to a meeting with the Daily Mail. And when Johnny Depp was questioned about this on the stand, he couldn't really, he was maybe, wasn't sure, got a little wish-washy. Where do you stand on whether or not he really authorized those statements and knew about them, and if he was being a bit evasive when being questioned by J. Benjamin Rottenborn?
I go briefly to the instruction about the definition between principal and agent. Principal is a person with power or right to control means and methods of performance by an agent that performs the principal's work, and the agent is the person subject to the power of the principal in carrying out the work. And so what Johnny Depp was saying is that once he didn't see these statements until the counterclaim, which means by implication that he wasn't acting on his behalf because he wasn't controlling what the agent did, because he didn't know what the agent actually had done until the counterclaim, which meant that there was no principal-agent relationship for purposes of connecting him to that defamation. The occurrence of this meeting with the Daily Mail would seem to undermine that. Why are you going to the Daily Mail unless you're looking to publish something against Amber Heard? So again, here we have a believability thing, right? But it's a two-step process. You have to believe that there's a principal-agent relationship there, which is possible, even though he seeks to separate himself from it. And then also, then you still have to believe how it affected Amber Heard, which I think is as difficult as anything, just because of her credibility issues.
Yeah.
Okay, do you believe that, Dr. Pearson, that it's difficult to explain? We talked about before the harm that Johnny Depp suffered as a result of the Washington Post article, but we heard so much testimony about what Amber Heard has suffered as a result of these statements from Adam Waldman, that, you know, there was this huge social media campaign, all of these negative tweets that either referred to Waldman or referenced Waldman, that led to everything else that has happened to her. Or is that a bit nebulous? Is it hard to connect what all the harm that she has reaped and all the hatred to the actual statements at issue in these counterclaims?
What's good for the goose is good for the gander, I suppose, is the way that you might think of this. You know, what they've been arguing is that, you know, the harm doesn't come from the published statement in itself, as it goes back to the domestic violence allegations from the very beginning. That's one of the things that Amber Heard's team has tried to separate out. And the same thing applies to her. You know, the experts in this case, their expert when it came to the harm she suffered, I found him implausible. I found him difficult to believe, in the sense that they could tie causation. There was correlation maybe, but not causation. And you have to look for causation when it comes to damages. You know, I could go on about, you know, examples of that, but suffice it to say, you know, things that she's attributing as damage, like her having to walk into the courtroom, well, guess what? Johnny Depp has a right to litigate. He has a right to defend himself. You know, this case beat a motion to dismiss, it beat a summary judgment motion, and it beat a motion to strike. So there's enough there for it to warrant a jury trial.
And her counterclaims as well. And that's what's so interesting. It's all in the hands of the jury. They have so much to consider. Defamation claims, counterclaim defamation claims, then the issue of damages. Maybe that could take a whole day for them to decide that. Now, Joe, you know where I'm going, because I know we're about to sign you off. We have about 90 seconds. When we getting a verdict, Joe? What do you think?
Listen, I've got bills to pay. If I knew that, I would add it, sell it, and get rich. But I think they're going to deliberate another day or so. I think it's going to be somewhere between 2 and 3 days, probably. And it's interesting. The question becomes, which narrative do they believe? Does the jury believe the one side, you know, Johnny Depp's folks, want to narrow the definition of abuse to just physical, and say that you really have to take Amber Heard whole, believe everything or believe nothing. On the other hand, Amber Heard's folks want to broaden the definition. Any form of abuse is abuse, and therefore, if verbal abuse happened, if other abuse happened, other than traditional physical abuse, then he loses on defamation, as well as saying any one instance. You can split hairs and say, I don't believe A, B, and C that Amber Heard said, but I do believe D, and therefore Johnny loses. So the question becomes, how do you come out with that? Each side has 3 statements to consider, and so therefore the jury has some work to do. So give them another day. I agree with you.
I think it's going to take some time. I really do. But I've been wrong before, so we'll see. Joe Richardson, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Dr. Pearson and I will be right back right after this.
Wow, man, that's agony, man. If we have to wait until another couple of days, gee. I mean, it's good if they look into stuff very well, but that means also if it takes that long, that means, okay, first of all, I understand they take it seriously, but that means also that they're still, like, I think would suggest they still have to make up completely their mind, you know? Which, it's not necessarily a great thing, honestly. Would be, I wish they already knew what they want, basically. That would be very nice. Yeah, they have to go to all this stuff, like jury instruction. It's actually looked like also a lot of paper. Like you saw the woman in the beginning there. She had like quite the manual to go through. So might not be yeah, super duper direct. But how credible is that? How credible is that she gets any damage anyway? I find that to be quite unlikely, honestly. I don't think the jury is that dumb. If anything, they probably assign maybe some punitive damage or something. But I don't see this happening, honestly. It's just a matter to see if Johnny wins, which is the most important thing. Everything else, it's just lame, you know? Whether or not they both lose, it's still a little bit messed up, you know? Especially, I mean, if they both lose, that means that they both lost the defamation suit. Like, nobody defamed anybody. You know what I mean? That's it. But yeah, it's still not clearing the name of JD like that, which is not so good. Her winning any damage, oh my god, that's the end of the planet. I mean, that's the part that I think it's the most vile, because then you're gonna hear, like, in this period, the whole Me Too movement and you know, the more like radical feminist or whatever, it seems they haven't voiced much anything. But I can tell you that as soon as, just in case, but for whatever reason she wins, oh my god, we're gonna hear all the BS coming from all of those sides, which is, I'm not ready for it, honestly. Oh my god. And it will be also so incredibly unfair. Really, this will be the biggest blunder ever.
All right, welcome back to the Morning Docket, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber. Thanks for joining us. We are talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. The jury continuing their deliberations today. We are in careful view of that courtroom feed to see if we get any word about a verdict. But right now, I want to go to our boots on the ground, Anjanette Levy, who is live in Fairfax County, Virginia, outside of the Fairfax County Courthouse. Anjanette, good morning. Good to see you again. Any updates in terms of who's been arriving to court, what you can tell us about if the jury has officially begun their deliberations again? What's happening?
Hey, good morning to you, Jesse, from a very steamy Fairfax, Virginia. It's a muggy day. It's going to be a very muggy, hot day here, and the jury has started its deliberations, resuming after the long Memorial Day holiday weekend. Just in the last half hour or so, I saw Johnny Depp's lawyers, Camille Vasquez, Ben Chu, Jessica Myers, and another member of the legal team exiting the courthouse. They left. They were here. They left. I'm assuming they came to check in, as attorneys often do, letting the judge know, hey, we're all here, everybody's here. They have to stay nearby in case there is a question from the jury, because they have to be available in order to answer that, along with Amber Heard's attorneys. I have not yet seen Amber Heard's lawyers. I'm sure they are around, but I just haven't crossed paths with them just yet this morning. So the jury has a lot to go through. You know, I held these up for you before, and I'm still reading through them, and we're going to be talking a lot about, we'll talk a little bit about the jury instructions during the lunch show today. We're going to do a 2-hour lunch show where we'll be answering all of your questions. So obviously we need people to submit those on Facebook, YouTube chat, Twitch, Twitter. you name it, we'll answer them. But we will talk about this and a lot of other things. So that's where things stand right now. There's a lot more media here than has been in weeks prior. You know, we've been here for the long haul, so have some others. But those numbers dwindled throughout the trial because I think that so many people could watch those, watch the feed and watch the Law and Crime Network feed and other feeds of the trial. But now there's a much larger media presence here. Cameras lined up back there toward the front entrance of the courthouse, awaiting any word on when this jury could reach a verdict.
You know, I keep getting the question, and maybe you can provide some clarity. How late can the jury go each day?
Well, Judge Ascarati made it sound like last week when she told the jurors what the game plan would be, that they could deliberate a little later. She wasn't going to tell them they couldn't deliberate a little later, but she said to them, I do not order dinner, so be aware of that. So they can stay, I guess, a little later, but she's not going to order dinner for them. It sounds like she'll order lunch, and that's about it. I'm sure they're getting snacks as well, but they have a lot to discuss. So I would assume if they don't reach a verdict today, they might be cutting things off around 5 or 5:30. Think about that. It's like a full work day. They're only getting paid, like, you know, jurors get paid what? Maybe $20 a day, depending on the county. This is a pretty well-to-do county. It's a pretty wealthy county. So maybe they get a little bit more, but this is not something jurors do. You know, this is civic duty. You're not in it for the cash. So, it's a long day. It's a long day, and I'm sure they're going to be going through the instructions, going through the audio recordings, going through all the evidence. Remember, they were taking notes. So it's a lot of work.
It's funny you say that because I actually interviewed my father outside of the courthouse last week. We put it up on YouTube. You can watch it. And the first thing he said is, look how big this courthouse is. Where is all the money to go into the courthouse? And so maybe, you know, there's something to be thinking about there. Anjanette, I know you're going to go back in, see if we get any updates. Thank you so much. Appreciate the reporting as always. We're going to continue to update our viewers on what is happening outside of that courthouse and inside that courtroom as well. We have both Anjanette Levy and Stacey Delicat there. We're going to get a word on from Stacey a little bit later on in the program. We're still going through some of the testimony that you might have missed. We go back to Dr. Shannon Curry, a forensic psychologist who played a pivotal role in this case, because this is somebody who testified, in her opinion, that Amber Heard was faking the symptoms of PTSD and had two different kinds of personality disorders. And then, of course, this is somebody who actually rebutted the testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes. Dr. Dawn Hughes, called by Amber Heard's side to suggest that Amber Heard has symptoms of being a victim of intimate partner violence and did have PTSD. So you have these two conflicting mental health professionals. And take a listen to Dr. Curry first.
Dr. Hughes says that Ms. Heard has PTSD. Do you agree?
I do not.
Why not?
The results of my multi-method comprehensive evaluation based on carefully selected, researched, relevant test instruments, based on comparing those instruments to Ms. Heard's self-report, observing Ms. Heard's behavior over 12 direct hours of assessment, reviewing copious notes from prior therapists who indicated symptoms in their notes, reviewing the notes of Nurse Filati, previously Nurse Borum, who spent, I believe at one point, almost 2 months with Ms. Heard daily, reviewing the notes of her treating providers, all of the legal documents and discovery.
As I'm
there
still
was
here,
no evidence of PTSD.
Making coffee.
How is evidence of PTSD generally exhibited?
So really the bottom line in a forensic psychological evaluation is a change in functioning. That's what we're looking for. Again, I said we don't have a crystal ball. We're not wizards. We can't get into somebody's head. What we're looking for were there identifiable changes in the way the person engaged in their world. Were they able to keep a job? PTSD is an extremely disabling diagnosis. When a person has true PTSD, it is difficult for them to work. You'll see unemployment, job loss. It causes extreme levels of distress and impairment. There's divorce, there's isolation and estrangement from children, from family members, extreme alcohol abuse, often a string of sudden DUIs when the person never had any before. They become homebound, they can't go to the store. They're certainly not going to events. They're not having success in their film career, usually. They're not exercising every day, pursuing their hobbies, being avid readers, obtaining level 3 sommelier training, having dinner parties with friends, speaking to public groups. Those are just indications of very high functioning. And when you're looking for a decrease in functioning over time, that is inconsistent with that decrease.
Okay, let's talk about this. I'm joined once again by legal analyst Dr. Tracy Pearson, but also joining the conversation, public defender Regatas Appling. It's great to have you both here. Regatas, I'll start with you. So the testimony of Dr. Curry, I imagine, if I had to take a guess, is something the jury is going to consider. What did you make of her testimony?
I thought she was very convincing. I thought she came with evidence. She went through each report very thoroughly, and she counteracted the defense's expert very well. You know, she definitely brought the receipts. So I think they're going to really weigh in on what she has to say.
Well, I can't play the testimony of Dr. Curry without also playing the testimony of Dr. Dawn Hughes. You have complete polar opposites in their conclusions about Amber Heard. So this is forensic psychologist Dr. Hughes.
Dr. Hughes, Dr. Curry also testified that a victim of PTSD has to effectively be prone and unable to function at all. Would you agree with that?
Objection, misstates the evidence.
She said they couldn't hike, they couldn't move, they couldn't function in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
No, that is not correct. That is often actually a myth and misconception about individuals who are struggling with PTSD or trauma-based disorders, and I'm often called to answer that and speak to that. People who are struggling with trauma and PTSD are very strong, courageous, resilient people, even though that they're struggling. They get up, they have to go to work and drop their kid off at school and go to the market, even though they're struggling with these symptoms. So I often talk about it as this sort of walking around with a 50-pound bag of flour on their backs, just sort of trying to get through the day, where sometimes that button's going to press play and the trauma's going to start activating in their head, and then they're going to be having to think about it and have startle and have physiological reactions until they can find a way to hit that pause and shut it off again. So they still have, impairments in other ways, but they go about their lives. They're not, totally debilitated. If you have someone in that high range, the highest score is an 80 on the CAPS. Ms. Heard had a 28. If you have someone in the higher range, we have seen people who are, severely disabled because of it, but that's not the norm of people who have this moderate PTSD.
And did you find functional impairment with Amber?
Yes, I did.
Now, Dr. Curry also said that it is not within the scope of a psychologist to evaluate domestic violence. Do you agree with that?
Of course I don't agree with that. This is what I do for a living, day in, day out, for 25 years. We are specifically trained to understand the profound impact that trauma has on people's lives. That's what we do in the trauma division of the American Psychological Association. We disseminate that knowledge. And domestic violence is one of those profound traumas. Domestic violence is part of state licensing boards, that you can't get licensed in some states unless you take training on domestic violence. You can't renew your license unless you get training on domestic violence. So people who have, specialized training in this area, it is, beholden upon them to accurately assess for intimate partner violence and sexual violence. And it's more important to assess for this sort of scientific understanding of what domestic violence is. So you have to assess for the physical violence, the psychological violence, the surveillance, the economic, the emotional abuse, and the sexual violence. That is not gratuitous.
Objection.
That is understanding.
Narrative.
All right. Next question.
Dr. Pearson, who do we believe here? I mean, I think
them
as
Dr.
both
Curry.
pretty credible and very well versed and knowledgeable, but you tell me.
My view on this is that there's a couple basic trial rules. One is if your witness doesn't do well on their first go around in testifying, you don't put them up in rebuttal. The second one is that you don't deviate from the plan. You don't deviate from the trial plan. No matter how ingenious it sounds at the time, you're dealing with adrenaline. So
thank you, Maria.
Because everything sounds great when you're in the middle of a trial. I found that she came off as defensive, meaning Dawn Hughes, during her rebuttal.
I hope you feel better,
she
Maria,
also had
so-
difficulty testifying during her primary testimony, where she was testifying from notes. The second you took her notes away, she couldn't answer questions. She couldn't remember. And she's an experienced for-hire expert. This woman has never seen a case of domestic violence that she didn't find. And so that is what she does. That's what, or PTSD, that's what she does. Whereas I think that Shannon Curry, she didn't give her credit. She threw a lot of shade during her rebuttal testimony toward Shannon Curry, which I didn't think was appropriate as a professional and as a colleague. Shannon Curry has worked with the government through veterans, working with veterans on PTSD, and is no slouch when it comes to being able to identify PTSD.
Yeah, no, and you know what's interesting here too, Regatas, is that it becomes a question of why this matters in the overall case. And the conclusion would be, right, that Amber Heard has a certain conditions that would make her prone to exaggerating details or making things up and being the kind of person who would create a hoax allegations against a major star. Is that going to be, though, too much of a leap for the jury? Do you think that there's a possibility they might cancel out both of these experts and look at all the other testimony that has been presented?
Well, I see there was a lot of evidence presented. So I definitely think they'll take into account all of the evidence, but I do think they will also take into account the experts here. The tests that were administered having to do with her personality, possible borderline personality disorder, seem to go in line with the evidence here. So I think they're going to take it in conjunction, and they're going to rely on not just the diagnosis, but how the evidence plays into the diagnosis. So I do think that they don't really cancel each other out when you take in consideration all of the evidence.
Okay, let's take a break. When we come back, we're going to be all Johnny Depp, Amber Heard for you as we wait for a live verdict in Fairfax County, Virginia.
I think actually Dr. Curry was very accurate. I mean, especially when you hear all the audio that we have heard. I mean, she's super accurate actually. And I think she's also saying, like, probably she doesn't have to find out about DV in the way, like, as a sort of like, I assume, like, as if it was a case, that's something maybe for the cops or whatever. I don't know exactly in which way she meant that, but obviously you try to find out your clients or the person if they're going through that kind of stuff. But I think probably she's misrepresented what Dr. Curry was trying to say there. That it's not their job to basically give a diagnosis about if there is DV, like, or maybe to assess as if they were cops or something, probably in that way, I guess. But yeah, I mean, the problem with the jury is that we really still don't know if they have access to all the audio and stuff that we have heard, because there will be no doubt in believing or disbelieving the person. But the evidence is strong against her. The evidence is strong. Like I said, all the YouTubers that I've seen, also you guys direct me towards, which they were in there, like the DUI guy, which literally saw the people in the jury. He had a very good take on it, which is very valuable, honestly, because nobody has seen those. Nobody has seen the jury reaction, so that's pretty cool. So it seems, I find it, I would find it very unlikely that everybody is against JD. So I think probably here it's only a case whether they do not reach an agreement, a unanimous verdict for JD. But I think, like, it's either JD winning or this whole trial doesn't go through, basically. Because I find it really hard to believe that the jury will unanimously be against JD. I honestly, I find it hard to believe. Like I said, we know already that at least 2 or 3, they seem to be pro-Depp, according DUI guy. Maybe more. So yeah, probably it's just in between. Either the case doesn't go through or Johnny wins, I suppose. So guys, by the way, before we go, if you're not subscribed to the channel, consider it. I would really appreciate that. That would be super nice. Many of you are already subscribed. If you're not, hit that subscribe button. Let's keep going. And finger crossed. Because I'm not ready. I'm not ready to starting the summer here. If JD loses. Huh?
All right, welcome back, everybody. As we wait for a verdict in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial, we're going through some critical testimony that you might have missed in this case. Or just to recap, because one of the witnesses that we haven't had a chance to really talk about as of recently is Isaac Baruch. This is a, you could say, a fan favorite. A lot of people liked his testimony. This is clearly a friend of Johnny Depp's. He says he was also a friend of Amber Heard's. And you could say, you know, his testimony might have been a little bit biased towards Johnny Depp. But there was an interesting part of his commentary when he talked about overhearing a phone call between Depp and Heard. And he was with Johnny Depp at his apartment at the time of the call. Let's hear what he had to say.
Can you describe the arguments that you witnessed?
The first argument that I remember was walking in. It was a telephone argument. Johnny's at the kitchen table and he's arguing. He's screaming about something, and on the other line, because it's on speaker, and he's talking with the phone at the phone. The other person is Amber. And then she's in New York, and
oh man, I love his New York accent.
Table, and they're arguing, and he's going, "Who is it? Who is it?" And she's saying, "Oh, baby, come on, please don't. What are you doing, baby? Why are you being like this, baby?" And this went on for a little while, and I'm listening, and then he hangs up. She calls back again, and it's the same thing. Who is it? What's going on? Who is it? And she's saying, "Oh, come on, baby, don't be. What are you doing, baby?" And then hang up the phone again. The third time it happens, I'm saying there's no solution in this conversation. I grabbed the phone from him and I says, "Hey, Amber, this is Isaac. Listen, this conversation is now over." And I hung up the phone. And she didn't call back again, and he went to the couch and went to bed.
Wow.
And you wonder why he's a fan favorite. So regardless, other than that, you know, this seemed to be kind of a microcosm of what we saw throughout this trial.
Man, I love this guy. I miss this part. This guy is awesome.
Verbal altercations.
That's exactly what I would have done if I was a friend of JD. I'm like, hey,
Whitney Enriquez, who saw a physical, well, actually saw Johnny Depp physically attack Amber Heard. And I'm curious what you make of the totality of these witnesses who said that they observed injuries, they observed, you know, their testimony would insinuate physical violence by Depp against Heard, but each one of them had a different kind of experience.
Really,
I'm curious when you look at it in the totality, what you make of it.
Really great friend.
So I think the totality of the evidence has to come in consideration of all of the reports, all of the experts, all of the actual, I would say, evidence that isn't just someone's opinion or people's sort of ideas of what happened. There were some very charismatic witnesses, such as, you know, who we just saw. But, you know, it really comes down to who people believe. And did they actually see anything? One person claims to have seen something. That, I think, speaks volumes. That's a lack of actual evidence of physical abuse. Obviously, in domestic violence cases, people don't necessarily see actual physical violence, but you have to take that in consideration with everyone else's testimony and sort of see what is lacking in the testimony as well.
Well, that's the question, right, Dr. Pearson? Because you heard from Camille Vasquez earlier today in her closing argument from last week, said if you believe Amber Heard, then you have to believe that everybody else who took the stand and testified in Johnny Depp's case was not telling the truth and was a liar and was willing to protect Johnny Depp at all costs. Do you see it as simple as that? I mean, what's your take? Because again, when you look at the testimony of Johnny Depp's witnesses, they were favorable to him, and clearly for a reason.
You know, I agree that you need to look at the totality of the evidence. I mean, we're not just looking at what people said, but we're also looking at documents. And, you know, there's a couple documents that are telling to me. One is the document of the letter from Amber Heard's divorce attorney asking for a whole lot of financial support and financial support for her friends. And then immediately after that, after the deadline and that letter passes, she goes in for a domestic violence restraining order, ex parte. So I think, to me, you know, you have to look at all of the evidence. You can't just be looking at what people are saying. But I do think that that listening to the testimony, that you start to see things line up for Johnny Depp. You know, and you see those threads starting to be pulled together. You know, we saw Isaac initially, and so we placed him where he was. And then looking in the context of now, over time, you know, who was the one that was making those phone calls to Johnny? Yeah. It was Amber. Amber was the one that was persisting. Who was the one that was preventing him from leaving the room and to get away from Amber? It was Amber that was persisting. It wasn't Johnny that was persisting. So I think that you know, you have to sort of see these threads and how they line up over time.
You talk about the phone call, so we just heard Isaac Baruch's take on it. Here's Amber Heard describing the same phone call. Let's see if it lines up with what we just heard.
In January of 2015.
Liar.
Danish girl, you're filming in London, is that correct?
Yes, that would have been January 2015.
Okay. Now, we heard some testimony from Isaac Baruch earlier about a telephone call that you had with Mr. Depp. Do you recall that call?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury, and remember to tell them what Mr. Depp was saying on that call? And you can give the back. I didn't mean to cut you off on the context. Go ahead.
Is it okay to... The nature of the conversation was pleasant. Friendly, fine, normal. And then Johnny stopped making sense with this. Like, you know, he'd start a sentence and then trail off and act confused when I would be confused. And
oh my God, lady, you're not making any sense right now.
Increased pretty dramatically in a short amount of time, and I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles, and the phone, what I assumed, cut off. I thought it was a connection issue. And I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him. And in the span of that short amount of time we had been disconnected, it was minutes, not even minutes. I called him back thinking the phone had been disconnected, and he answered and he said, how could you tell me that? How could you say that to me? Who the is he? Who the is he? And he asked me that a few times, and I was so confused.
Oh my God,
I didn't
this
understand
woman
what
is
he was
such
talking
a
about.
pathological liar.
I expressed that to him.
Oh, man.
He says, "Who is the guy, the one in New York that you're?"
It's a very different interpretation there, and a very different what led up to this call and reaction. So now you heard how Isaac interpreted it, and you're hearing Amber talk about it. What's your take?
My take is, who do you believe? You know, a lot has been said about the way Ms. Heard testifies. A lot has been said about her believability, mostly due to how she testifies. She's speaking clearly, but a lot of times it seems to be simply directed at the jury in a way that seems like a performance almost. And, you know, there's been a lot of commentary on how she testifies, and it really depends on if the jury finds her believable. I think Isaac was very believable. He didn't seem to be exaggerating. He seemed to be just telling what he saw, how he thought it was. Whereas, you know, Mrs. Heard's testimony in totality does leave one to question sometimes if it is in fact believable. For instance, crying but not actually having tears, and just making lots of faces and this type of thing. So if the jury in fact finds her believable, then they'll credit this testimony. But Isaac seemed very believable. So it's just a matter if they believe her or not.
All right. Well, maybe we'll get an answer later today. We'll see. Hard to predict when juries would come back, especially in this kind of case. But we'll keep a very careful eye on that courtroom feed. And when we come back, we're actually going to go to one of our reporters who's on the ground.
Honestly,
in Fairfax County,
if
Virginia.
the jury doesn't see through that, they're lost. Oh my God. I mean, it's actually, honestly, it's even worse when you go back and see this stuff and you go like, I've never seen something less spontaneous in my whole existence. Nothing less spontaneous than this. This is so not spontaneous. There shouldn't even be a question. I mean, this can be used in the manuals of lies in the future, you know? All their depositions. It's like a good document to study from in the near future. It's actually hilarious, you know? Like you see the other people like recollecting the story, which like more or less like a normal person would do, and her story is always different. But then again, like think of this. Everyone in her eyes, every single one, like they worked for JD or didn't work for JD, or they was simply a friend, or friend mostly also kind of the both, whatever, they're lying. I mean, there's a bigger chance that her friends, like the three friends, the four friends which were leeches and literally lived off JD wealth for years, which they had a motive to support her because they were there just because of her. Probably she managed to arrange that they could stay there to JD, and JD accepted. And those people literally leached off of this guy for years. And then, of course, you know, they have to keep up the facade, even though they're not even friends anymore, those people. That tells you a lot. That tells you a lot. And honestly, I think those guys, they freaking regret. I'm pretty sure those guys, they regret being on the stand. You will hear about them more if just we are unlucky that she wins this case. I really hope so, because that's how, like, you know, this type of people function. As soon as then they show up again, and they become again the keyboard warriors on Twitter. You know, that's where they show up. These people. As soon as they have a little bit of leverage on something, all of a sudden you see them popping out on Twitter or Instagram with their remarkable statements. So let's hope not. Really, let's hope not. Oh my God, there's already enough trouble around the world. We need none of this. So, but anyway, I think those guys, right now, they're regretting it anyway, because the public opinion is totally against them. You know, they're known to the world as leeches and as traitors. Leeches and traitors. That's not something you want to be known for, especially worldwide, you know? Like literally where you show your face, people will recognize you as, oh, you are that dude that leached off Johnny Depp. Which is true. You guys did that. Not me. Oh man, I'm gonna celebrate when we hear the victorious verdict from the jury. I'm gonna celebrate like crazy. Please, jury, remember that this is bigger than you. This is bigger than you. This is about the truth. This woman is taking the truth for a spin, and sinking it in a sewer. We cannot let that happen.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're covering the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. We believe the jury is going to continue their deliberations today until they reach a verdict, which may happen later today, may happen tomorrow. We'll keep a very careful eye on that courtroom feed. And also, we'll get live updates because we have our amazing reporters on the ground in Fairfax County, Virginia, and that includes Stacey Delicat, who is back with us. Stacey, good morning. Good to see you once again. So walk us through, if you can. I know you've had an opportunity to look at the verdict sheet and the papers that the jury is going to be considering. What is in front of this jury as they continue their deliberations? We know they deliberated about 2 hours last week, continuing today. What is in front of them?
Yeah, Jesse, good morning. Well, I've got that special verdict form right here. And yes, 2 hours Friday, we believe about an hour and a half under the belt at this point. So 3.5 hours into deliberations at this point. And we've been talking about this, right? It's not just do you believe Johnny Depp or do you believe Amber Heard? It is not nearly as black and white as that. The jury has to go through all of these statements that are at stake, both in Johnny Depp's defamation trial against Amber Heard and then her countersuit against him. They have to decide, do they believe that these statements really were defamatory? And we're talking about, of course, statements that were in Amber Heard's Washington Post op-ed. For example, the headline, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath." That has to change. And remember, of course, that op-ed never mentioned Johnny Depp by name, but the jurors have to go through a number of statements made in that and find out and determine, decide, discuss amongst themselves, were these defamatory statements, were they made with actual malice? The actual malice is really key here. And then when considering the counterclaim, this is about whether Johnny Depp's attorney, Adam Waldman, acting as his agent on his behalf when he called Amber Heard's statements a complete hoax, whether Waldman's statements were defamatory and whether those were made with actual malice. They have to walk through these steps. There are several elements they have to consider with each statement that's up for discussion, and then they have to decide whether there are going to be any damages here, both compensatory or punitive, or might they award no judgments, maybe $1 or something symbolic on either side. I mean, there are so many different combinations of what could happen, things that could happen here, and iterations, I should say, of how the verdict could come out in the end. So there's a lot in front of them, and that's why a lot of people are thinking, yeah, this could be a little longer before we hear something.
And I've noticed the scene has changed a little bit. You know, we talked earlier about how there wasn't a significant line like there was in the past few weeks. But I'm noticing behind you that there's a different media presence as well, right? I mean, what is happening outside the courthouse today?
Well, look, there's a lot of media presence out here. I mean, any trial, not everyone's going to be in it for the entirety, like Law and Crime has been every step in the way. You get the networks, you get the local stations, they're going to come for the openings, the closings, and of course, the verdict, which is arguably the biggest moment in the case. So we are seeing a lot of media lined up here outside the courthouse today. There's a mic stand in the front should anyone come out and want to make statements. About an hour ago, we did see Camille Vasquez and Benjamin Chu, two of Depp's attorneys, come out. They didn't say anything, unclear what was happening. They may have just kind of come in to check in and then gone on their way because, as we know, when a verdict is reached, everyone's going to be given an hour notice to get in the courtroom for that. In terms of the fans, yeah, just a sprinkling of them out here today. There's an Amber Heard supporter that's been sitting over on a bench behind us with his sign. There are a couple of supporters in the courtroom today, Depp fans, but this is nothing like we saw during the duration of the actual trial when testimony was going on, and also when the fans knew that the stars were here. Jesse, you know, we talked about this. We don't know who's here today and who's not. We know so far there is no sign of Depp or Heard, and we know that Johnny Depp was off playing music this weekend, and not just nearby, not even in LA, but all the way across the pond in the UK, where he appeared in not one but two concerts with the legendary rock and roll star Jeff Beck. The two have collaborated before. They had a song, a remake of a John Lennon song that came out back in 2020. They performed that. Last night he was on stage at London's Albert Hall. We know Jeff Beck has another concert scheduled there tonight. No word if Depp is sticking around to play more music or whether he has already headed back to be here in the event a verdict is reached today. But we're standing by for all of it, Jesse. That much I can tell you.
And you know what the best thing, we know what I will tell you is I think that as we get closer to the idea of a verdict or there's an announcement of a verdict, that scene behind you, Stacey, is going to change. That's my guess, but you'll report back to us about what's happening. Great reporting as always. Thank you so much, Stacey. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jesse.
We're going to continue focusing on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. And, you know, as Stacey mentioned, you know, there's the openings, there's the closings, there's the verdict. These are the things that a lot of people pay attention to. So if we go back to the opening statement, the beginning of this case, Stacey mentioned Benjamin Chew. This was him delivering part of the opening statement for Johnny Depp.
You will hear from the police officers who responded to a 911 call on May 21st. After Mr. Depp left. The police officers will testify that they saw no injuries on Ms. Heard. Both police officers will testify that they saw no injuries on Ms. Heard. Nor did the police officers see any of the property damages that you will hear Ms. Heard claims existed in the apartments that evening. And you will hear those officers under oath testify that there was no violence and that there was no crime.
All right, let's hear from one of those officers. Officer Melissa Sands responded to that penthouse incident. Again, the allegation was this was another moment when Johnny Depp attacked Amber Heard. But listen to what this officer had to say.
You met with a generic white male, Ms. Heard, and the generic white male's girlfriend, is that right?
Yes.
And it was just those three folks?
Correct.
And you were there with your partner, Officer Haddon?
Correct.
Okay. And how, in the hallway, how far were you standing from Ms. Heard?
It was close, probably like 2 to 5 feet.
Okay. And at that time, did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I did not.
Okay. Were you looking to see if she had any injuries at that time?
Yes, I was.
And so you were looking to see if Ms. Heard had any injuries, and you determined that she did not. Is that accurate?
Correct.
And was the lighting good enough in the hallway for you to make that determination?
Yes, the hallways was well lit.
And at the time, were you wearing any sort of corrective lenses?
I was not.
Although you were not wearing corrective lenses, were you prescribed corrective lenses at the time?
No, I have never worn glasses, and I'm not prescribed. I have good vision.
Okay. And at that time, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
At the time you were observing Ms. Heard, did you have good vision?
Yes, I did.
And did you observe any injuries at that time?
I did not.
Okay, now, Dr. Pearson, these officers were criticized for not taking notes. Were they rushing to judgments? You know, and even in the UK trial, the judge in that case said, basically, I don't want to criticize the officers, but the fact that they didn't take contemporaneous notes of this incident is a factor that I have to consider. And we know that in the UK case, he actually found multiple instances of abuse. But I have to tell you, I thought that was really powerful testimony from Johnny Depp's side, because it's not like you have his, aside from friends and bodyguards and assistants, these are officers who I don't see an immediate allegiance to Johnny Depp. They're just going to go forward and say what they said. What did you make of it?
Important testimony. These were people who were, in essence, neutral. They were law enforcement officers who were highly trained in working domestic violence cases, this officer in particular, and they did not observe any of the things that Amber Heard claims existed. And she passed off their testimony as being dismissive of her concerns, if I recall correctly, that she claims that that officer said that that wasn't an injury, which is not what the testimony was under oath.
But regardless, flipping it for a second, there are instances when, you know, Amber Heard was criticized for not going forward and telling the police what actually happened. There are domestic abuse survivors who wouldn't, you know, police come back, police are called, and they wouldn't, you know, give up, they wouldn't say what actually happened because of various reasons. And, you know, is it fair to say that just because what the officers observed or didn't observe doesn't mean it didn't happen? How do you look at it?
So as a public defender and a criminal defense attorney, having done these types of trials a lot, typically an officer, if any allegation, if they observe any sort of physical, bruising, any cut, scrape, anything, they will arrest people immediately. They're not ones to just kind of pass it along and let it go. They tend to immediately arrest, ask questions later. So the fact that, the officer saying she didn't observe anything, it is, I think, very relevant here. I do agree with you, though, that there are definitely people who are abused who just say, oh, I'm fine, please, leave me alone, leave, that type of thing. But those people don't tend to have the same personality, I'd say, as Amber Heard. Someone who is, sort of manipulated and abused tends to be isolated, not around their friends. They don't have their entire family move into buildings with them. Abusers tend to isolate people, I'd say. I am, again, a defense attorney, not a psychologist in any way, but I would say from what I've seen of the police behavior, they don't just let people go. And what I've seen of people who were actually victims of domestic violence, they don't tend to have the same type of personality that we're seeing from Amber Heard.
All right, let's take a break. That's a good observation. We'll get a little bit more into this, and we're going to focus on another major incident that was brought up during the course of this case, the infamous Hicksville incident. We'll be back.
Man, that was gold, man. That was actually really gold. That was really good. Hicksville, like the trailer thing, that was pretty good. And again, like the other lady was pretty right, actually. So much has been said, and there are so many incongruences which they just don't match. They just don't work. They just don't work. I think what you realize is actually that she, AH, was in charge of this whole thing, of this whole group, and managed to convince Johnny to give in, basically, to agree for all these people to be around her, because she needed that kind of support for the period of her lives, It's like people which they cannot be by themselves. You always have to be a little bit concerned for one reason or another. And it's totally true, I think. I'm not a psychiatrist either, but there is no way that Johnny, if he was a narcissist like that would allow those people to live around him, especially when they're not even his friends. So he does need them around for the support that she gets out of those friends, so it's totally the other way around. She brought those people in, and that's the opposite of getting isolated from friends and family, as a victim, so to speak. So one of so many incongruences that's so clear in a way. Now afterwards, it's so clear that it's just obvious. It really doesn't get more obvious than this. So the lawyers are in. I think it's taking some time, man. Like I think it's I don't know, probably they go through a break around maybe like 6:30, I guess, and we'll see how it works after that. I guess even if there is no courtroom, but Probably they're gonna take a pause anyhow for lunch, so probably they're gonna go from 6:30 to 7:30 again. Oh man, I start to get nervous because more time passes, you know? Whew. Thank you so much, Mosh. Oh, thank you so much.
So we're talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation
I appreciate it,
trial. We're going
man.
through the evidence as the jury has continued their deliberations today. If we get any word about a verdict, we will go live. We will update you as soon as possible. But right now, we're going through some of the more critical testimony that you might have missed, including that of Morgan Knight, who is the former owner of this Hicksville trailer palace. And this was the site of one of the alleged blow-ups between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, both sides saying two different versions of what actually happened. Amber Heard had said that she was sexually violated by Johnny Depp in this Hicksville trailer, and that there was a complete destruction of the actual trailer, and this was a really horrible, horrible scene. But when you hear from Morgan Knight, his description of events is a little different. Take a look.
Yeah.
How often do light fixtures in the trailers break?
They break pretty often. I mean, it's not like a usual thing, but things in the trailers generally get broken because it's all vintage trailers, and I would say as much as every couple weeks there's some incident of damage in one of the trailers. In this case, Mr. Depp had told me that.
Objection,
objection. So anyway, yes.
Beyond the light fixture, was anything else in the trailer damaged?
No, everything else looked fine. In fact, we have something we call a piggy fee that we address to guests. That if there's anything what we call inconsiderate or unusually large messes, we charge them extra for it for a $25 an hour cleaning fee. But they did not receive one of those because everything outside of the light fixture looked fine. On eBay, find a matching pair that would fit there, and when I finally got around to it, I was able to get that and charge it to Nathan, whose credit card I had.
And what was your understanding of who Nathan was?
Mr. Depp's assistant.
Okay. And what did you charge Nathan or Mr. Depp for replacing that pair of light fixtures?
The pair came out to $62.
Dr. Pearson, I'm torn by this testimony because, look, on one hand, I think it's really helpful for Johnny Depp. You know, Amber Heard describes this destructive scene. It's not really there. What, a broken sconce? And he actually testified that she was the one who was emotionally abusive towards Johnny Depp. But he wasn't in the trailer, right? I mean, he didn't really know if there was a cavity search or not. So I'm curious what you make of it and how important he is.
He goes to the sort of the totality of that alleged incident. He's important for establishing that there wasn't the greatest ruckus that was created of all time, that there wasn't the greatest destruction of all time, and therefore there is a reason to doubt the credibility of Amber Heard's account as to other things during those circumstances. You have to believe that Johnny Depp, who has the ability to go get cocaine anywhere he'd like to go get it, somehow went and looked up her vagina to get it. And it just doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to me. It's not a fact pattern. It's shocking and salacious. It doesn't sound truthful.
Well, we've heard a lot of, salacious out there details to this case. The question, of course, is, did it actually happen? We're dealing with a very interesting, unique situation. Or did someone completely fabricate every aspect of this and fabricate all these details? Well, Morgan Knight was questioned by Amber Heard's side, and let's listen to that cross-examination.
You are a pretty big fan of Johnny Depp, aren't you?
I am not. To be honest, throughout the evening,
Sorry, I just asked you one question.
I
didn't
apologize.
ask you the rest of that.
I
You
apologize.
wanted to participate in this trial, didn't you?
I did not. I was asked by the attorney, and I wanted to. They asked me, and I said, I'll be happy to come and tell the truth.
You knew this was on camera, that it was being broadcast to a lot of people, and you saw testimony, did you not, in this case? And you seized the moment and responded to the umbrella guy, the lead person for Mr. Depp's Twitters. Did you not?
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative compound.
Overruled.
Mr. Umbrella Guy is the lead. The lead.
You
what?
know that he leads one of the most predominant pro-Depp Twitters out there.
I have no idea. I don't care or follow the Umbrella Guy.
In fact, you do follow a Twitter called Johnny Depp Fan, don't you?
Absolutely not.
You don't? That's your testimony under oath?
It is my testimony under oath.
All right. And on April 21st, Mr. Depp testified in this case about Hicksville, didn't he?
I wasn't here.
And in fact, you tweeted in response to the Umbrella Guy on April 21, 22, quote, "That never happened. I was with them all night. Amber was the one acting all jealous and crazy." Do you recall writing that?
I do recall writing that.
Okay, Regatta, he's an interesting witness because he wasn't planned. He got himself involved in this case by tweeting in response to the Hicksville testimony that came up during this trial. It was called by Johnny Depp's side, and as we said, he testified that he observed Amber Heard being emotionally abusive. There was an objection there, but testified ultimately that there was no damage or significant damage to the trailer. Do you think he's not credible? Do you think he's biased?
So I thought that the cross-examination of him was not helpful to Ms. Heard's side. They seem to be sort of attacking his tweets or his associations on Twitter, which just seemed really petty and strange. The important part was what happened that night and the actual documents, $62 worth of damage on a light sconce. These are the facts that are important. Not if he likes Johnny Depp, if he cares about Johnny Depp, if he follows people on Twitter. I don't care. What we want to
totally
see
agree with you.
Are documented facts. We want to see exactly what happened factually. And factually, there was not the argument that Amber Heard described, the destruction at least that she described. They could have had this argument, it's possible. This very, very kind of wild story that she tells it's possible, but when it comes down to actual facts, documents, $62 worth of damage on a light sconce.
Well, Dr. Pearson, here's the thing: we have about 90 seconds left. The question, of course, is did you get the sense that there were witnesses who took the stand to get their 15 minutes of fame? They wanted to testify in a really big public trial. Experts get to testify in a big public trial. They do a great job. They get called back by another person in another case, or they're just so loyal to Johnny or Amber, they're going to say whatever they need to help them. Did you get that sense throughout this trial?
You know, there were times when I got that sense, but it wasn't with this witness. This guy seemed to be just an average person who knew some information. And one of the things that's important to understand is that people who are normal, average people, they remember meeting movie stars. They remember those circumstances in detail.
Yeah.
That is true. And especially, I will say that if you're a witness to this kind of altercation or this kind of problems or these kind of verbal altercations or destruction, you're going to kind of remember these details. But I will tell you, this case, unlike any other. So these are the questions we have to ask about if you want your 15 minutes of fame, because legitimately, I've never seen a trial as big as this. Maybe O.J. Simpson, but this is such a massive ordeal. So clearly, people have a lot of eyeballs on it. Regatta Appling, thank you so much for coming on. I really do appreciate you taking the time. Dr. Pearson is going to stick with me for one more hour. We have so much more to talk about in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, and when we come back, we're going to get a live update from Fairfax County, Virginia, on what is happening on the ground. We'll be back.
The Hicksville guy, Mr. Knight, I think he was probably one of the bombshell testimony of these last few days. Because, again, remind yourself of what she said, those wild allegation of abuse in the trailer and all the mumbo jumbo. And then, literally, the guy owning the place, being on the spot, comes forward and tells the truth. Actually, also the lady that worked with him that played guitar with Johnny Depp came forward the day after or so on Twitter, leaving a message testifying, writing a message like corroborating what Knight had said the day before. So again, another person that you add on the list of people that came forward to tell a different story than she did. And apparently they're all lying. Apparently all of them are just lying. Or maybe we have to believe that this woman, she's caught up in her lies and there's no way out but to continue with the hope that for whatever stroke of luck, maybe she would win this. You know what I mean? That's all. That's all there is to this. That's it. Nobody believes that she's telling the truth. And when you have this many people truly coming forward, feeling the urge to share the truth, to tell their side of the story that they witnessed, it really tells you a lot. It really, really tells you a lot. I mean, this thing shouldn't even be this long. You know what I mean? I think I'm actually surprised that the jury is taking this much time. If you ask me, they should have already come out and say like, hey, listen, Johnny win, bye-bye, see you next summer. No, see you never again. And also giving some punitive damage to pay to, well, at least letting AH paying some stuff so that she learns a lesson of not destroying somebody's life just for the sake of wanting to wear the cape of higher morality, of being a noble survivor of abuse, fake noble survivor of abuse, and in doing so actually discrediting, unfortunately, real victim. It's actually frightening, you know? Such a bad thing towards everybody that has gone through any type of abuse like that, you know? So truly offensive, you know? This is really offensive to the people that they have suffered, you know? Female and male, like truly, truly offensive. That you lie and you make up stories. Wow, that's pretty sad actually. Guys, please, two things. Again, you want to hit the like, that would be awesome. We are almost, we passed actually 3,000 like. Let's see if we manage to keep growing. And also, if you are subscribed to the channel, you're welcome. You're very welcome. We will cover new things. We will keep doing stuff anyway on the channel. Maybe not this type of lives every day, but we can cover new stuff. News related, lifestyle related, music related, you know, whatever. I'm pretty varied, but yeah, so stick around, like Schwarzenegger said. I think stick around, something like that. I think what was this one-liner? Probably in Commando, I think, if I remember correctly. Oh man, I'm getting so freaking nervous.
And welcome back to the Morning Docket, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and thanks for joining us for our continued live coverage of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. We are currently in verdict watch. This is the case where Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife for $50 million, claiming that she defamed him in a 2018 Washington Post op-ed piece. She has countersued him for defamation based on allegations that he and his attorney Adam Waldman orchestrated a public smear campaign against her in the media. We go right now live to Fairfax County, Virginia, where our reporter Anjanette Levy is on the ground with us once again. Anjanette, good to see you again. What can you tell us about where we are in the deliberations process and what you're observing also on the outside of that courthouse?
Well, good morning again to you, Jesse. You know, we are about 2 hours into deliberations for today, so we're at about 4 hours total. And wouldn't we love, to know what's going on in that deliberation room? We can tell you that the jury obviously has the jury instructions, right? This is their roadmap, telling them how they are to consider this case and consider the law. And the other things, they have to answer all of these questions about the claims of both Johnny Depp Depp and Amber Heard that they have to consider. We're going to get into more of that during the lunch show coming up during the noon hour. But we know that Judge Askarati sent back a laptop to the deliberation room with them. She had said she was going to do that. It was going to be a clean laptop that included all of the exhibits, audio recordings, text messages, things like that, that were presented as evidence in this case. So we can tell you there are 5 men on the jury, 2 women. We know that a few of those men are younger Asian men. And I was actually talking with a woman who's lived here in Fairfax County for a really long time the other day, and she was just kind of really, and she was an Asian woman, probably a middle-aged Asian woman, and she was like, wow, I'm really shocked by the composition of the jury. She just didn't feel like it was representative of the population, because that's what juries are supposed to be, right? They're supposed to be representative of the population, but that doesn't always happen. So it's an interesting composition, these jury members for Fairfax County. So that's where we stand right now. A lot of media here, international media, a lot of these people were here in the beginning. Now they're showing back up. Some of the news networks in the United States are here as well. Documentary film crews are here as well. And, you know, it's just an interesting scene. The line, you know, the line for the wristbands, nowhere near what it's been the last several weeks. I think there might have been 10 people here when I got here before 7 this morning. So a much calmer scene. The lawyers for Johnny Depp were here earlier. They came in, they left. We haven't seen Amber Heard's lawyers just yet, but I'm assuming they are nearby, just in case the jury has any questions.
I said this to Stacey Delicat earlier, that as soon as there is the announcement of a verdict, Anjanette, that scene behind you may change.
Yes.
What do we expect when we get, how does it work in terms of the announcement of a verdict, what that's going to look like? Again, because we're anticipating we could get it today, we could get it tomorrow. We're all watching.
Yeah, I mean, we're all waiting and watching. I mean, this is what we do, right? We wait for verdicts. Sometimes I feel like we're pretty good at guessing when it could come. Other times, you know, it can be a surprise. I mean, the jury sat here for 6 weeks and listened to testimony. They listened to testimony from both Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. There's a lot to consider, and they took a lot of notes. Judge Askarati said the other day, she gave this as an example, that it would be an hour's notice. And the example she gave was that should the verdict come in, say, at 10:20 in the morning, she said it would be at the top of an hour from the top of the hour. So the example she gave was 10:20 a.m. They say they have a verdict. Then move up to 11 a.m. And then the verdict would be read at noon. So it's an hour's notice from the top of the hour. So that's how she explained it.
All right, Anjanette Levy, thank you so much for this great reporting as always. And I know that if we get any update on that ground, you report back to us as soon as we can. Thank you so much, Anjanette.
Definitely.
All right, we're going to continue following some of the testimony that you might have missed in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. And we focused on some key players. We focused on Johnny Depp. We focused on Amber Heard. We focused on corroborating witnesses. But now we have to get into some of the most interesting, pivotal evidence, the audio tapes. This was a couple that would record each other, and those audio tapes told a lot about what was happening behind the scenes. So I want to go right now to one portion of an audio tape, and this is where both sides attempted to use them to their advantage. Take a look.
No, it's not to get you mad. It's not to get. It's just to get out of a bad situation while it's happening before it gets worse. In Australia, when we had the big fight where I lost the tip of my finger, at least 5 bathrooms and 2 bedrooms I went to
avoid talking to me, to avoid working it out. That's
to escape the fight.
You don't escape the fight. You escape the solution.
No.
You escape the solution.
No.
You escape figuring it out. We cannot work it out if you run away to the bathroom every time.
Listen to me. Listen to me. A boxer can't go 12 rounds without a minute break.
I'm not giving you a minute break. You do it at minute 3 at the beginning of an argument.
No. There are rounds, man. And when it gets too hairy, the ref splits them apart or whatever. But all I'm saying is, you can't have a solution if the argument just keeps mounting and mounting and mounting and mounting.
Oh my God!
Go into the bathroom and sit on the floor. Bam, bam, bam. Here you come. I come out. Fight. Crazy. Escalated. I split again. I go to another bathroom or a bedroom or something.
That's
knock,
a nightmare,
knock, knock, bang,
man.
bang, bang. You kept coming to get me.
Man, that's a nightmare, man. Oh, Jesus.
Those are different. That's different. That's different. That's one does not negate the other. That's irrelevant. It's a complete non sequitur. Just because I've thrown pots and pans does not mean that you come and knock on the door. Just because there are vases does not mean that you come and knock on the door.
Really, I should just let you throw.
I'm not saying that. You're saying that. You're putting words in my mouth and then making non sequiturs.
I'm giving you a situation.
No, you're trying to justify how you don't or do come to the door based on whether I throw pots and pans. It's irrelevant.
I'm justifying how you seem to think that there's this cowardice in me that runs away and I don't fight for you.
And you're justifying that by saying I throw pots and pans? Okay, cool. Let's talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who...
All right, let's bring in legal analyst Dr. Tracy Pearson and also attorney Sharina Enke-Kroll. Great to have you both here. Sharina, welcome to the program. We'll start with you. When you hear those audio tapes, how devastating is it for Amber Heard? Because, you know, it doesn't look like Johnny Depp's the aggressor in that case.
Absolutely. Throughout the entire trial, I thought that Amber was always looking for a partner who would basically treat her the way she was treating Johnny Depp. She wanted to scream, she wanted to yell. She has that passionate way of going about fights, I guess. But
passionate
Johnny Depp
way?
was not giving her that passionate sort of comeback. He wanted to go to another room. He wanted to go lock himself in a bathroom, which was completely the opposite of what she seems to have been looking for. She wanted that combustion. She wanted him to come back at her with some fiery words, screaming and yelling just like she was. But, you know, looking at everything, all the testimonies, all of her, all of the things that she said during the trial, it really does not look good for her because she tried to even make a distinction between throwing punches versus hitting. I don't know how well the jury is gonna, you know, look into that particular statement, but I thought that was a really big one as well. So yeah, it just remains to be seen. But for me, looking at all of this, it's not looking good for Amber Heard.
But I said that these audio tapes could be used by both sides to their advantage. And there's another audio tape that I want to play. This is a very disturbing one. This was towards the end of their relationship. This is after Heard had already filed for the TRO. They met up in a hotel room. And in this audio tape, you can hear Johnny Depp threatening to cut himself. Let's play it.
This is really pretty.
Thanks. You want to cut me somewhere?
Do I want to cut you?
Yeah, you want an arm? You want a chest? What do you want? What do you want the scar? What do you want? Cut me.
Oh, man.
Just don't cut your skin. Please do not cut your skin. Please don't.
Cut me.
Why would I do that?
It's easy.
Don't. Please do not do that. Please do not do that. Please don't. Please don't cut yourself. You don't need to cut yourself.
I need to do what I want.
I know it hurts. I feel the same.
Cut me. I want your mark.
You have it.
No, you don't.
You have it.
They're gone. No, thank you. No, thank you. There's sperm on the pillows. Cut me. If you don't, I will. Cut me. Really, Spitzer will answer for this because he's a
Don't. Please don't. Don't cut yourself. Please don't cut yourself.
Cut.
Please don't cut yourself. Please, I know it
You
hurts.
do it.
I would never cut you.
Cut me.
I would never do that to you. Please
Cut me.
don't.
Come on, pussy. Yeah, you hate me. Come on. Cut me. Till you cut.
My knife is really dull.
I have to use the sharp part.
Don't do that. Don't.
Don't you tell me.
Please don't do that. Put the knife down. Just put the f***ing knife down. Don't do that.
You literally drove this guy crazy.
Please,
to self-harm.
You're gonna hurt yourself. Please
I want
stop.
to look at you.
I know you're in pain. Wait. Stop. Please
There's a
don't.
way for the pain to go away.
No, it's not. It's not that. It doesn't make it go away. Trust me.
You don't fucking know.
It do, you know. It doesn't make it go away.
Really?
Did it make it go away?
Yeah.
It did?
She basically also admitted. She
Dr.
admitted
Pearson, what do you
here
make
actually to
of that audio? Because
self-inflict
for me, when I
herself.
listen to it, I know why his side, Amber Heard's side has brought that in. It shows him to be, violent and unstable. And also, if there's the question of did he cut his own finger in Australia in 2015, when you have an audio tape of him, seemingly cutting himself, it maybe makes that more likely. But then again, I'm not sure. What do you make away from it?
I think we need to look at context. This was after the TRO was granted. This is after his life was devastated, and he was at the lowest point of his life. So when I hear that, what I hear is somebody talking who is profoundly mentally injured at that point, and is at the lowest point and just wants to make the pain go away. I don't know that necessarily helps Amber Heard.
Sharina, how much do you think the jury is going to be listening back to these audio tapes, the videotape of him destroying the kitchen? They're going to have access to all this material. They can watch it as many times as they want. Do you think it's going to play a central role in their deliberations?
At the end of the day, the jury is consisted of people, right? They're everyday people just like us. Some things from the trial have stuck out to each of them. It's individualized. They remember certain parts of the trial that they really may have reacted to, that stuck into their psyche. So I think people have already mostly, for the most part, made up their mind, not people, the jury, but they will be going back to certain evidence that is still available for them to revisit. But if they're going to go over everything, every single little detail, I don't foresee that happening.
Okay, let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get into more evidence in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial.
Man, Dr. Tracy was spot on. Also, I love the contest, like sometimes we also forget about the context of those things, and that's exactly right. This is after all of that stuff, maybe even before the San Francisco meeting or something around that time, whatever, and it makes total sense. Literally, the guy was driven to go crazy. And also, if you noticed, there was actually a point that was very telling, where he's saying something, I guess, like, this will make, if I hurt myself, this will make the pain go away. And then she says, I seem to understand. That she says, no, it does not. Trust me. And in that moment, I think she basically just admitted to him also that she's been self-harming herself. Maybe in the past, maybe when she was younger, literally like admitting to that. And Johnny doing that, I think is just an example of how far he was down, beaten down by the abuse of this freaking woman and the manipulation, that it was relentless. And literally the guy, oh man, that's amazing. That's truly like traumatic for that guy. Literally was driven to self-harm. And again, another obvious point, it's like, if you think she was really afraid of this guy, like using a knife on himself in that moment, confronting him, and still being comfortable enough to know that this guy will never blow up on you. Because that, to me, it's also what it tells me, that moment, right? So, again, endless examples of actually JD being self-medicating, self-inflicting, reacting to the endless abuse, the barrages and dragging down of arguments. Like literally the guy leaves. Why he leaves? Because he just can't stand the continuous like harassment and arguing, and then she goes into loops. Like we've heard the audios, there's never end to it. There's no end to the argument because it's just word salad. It's just a kind of illogical, irrational rant of whatever she thinks that she's going on about. And I think the guy probably just feel bombarded. I mean, honestly, I also feel so incredibly sad for that guy. Imagine being freaking Johnny Depp. Like that level of lifestyle and everything, already having all these freaking issues. And then you get worse because you have a freaking wife that just hammers you to the ground. And oh my God. Gee. That woman would have been out of my life so quickly. You have no idea how quickly that woman would have been out of my life.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. So we're talking about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. Currently in verdict watch, the jury has continued their deliberations today. They have now been deliberating for over 4 hours in total, to a little over 2 hours today. 2 hours on Friday, and we're going through some of the key testimony that you might have missed.
Johnny's lucky that he got out of it alive. You're right.
What we're going to do is we're going to play you first when he initially took the stand and when he came back later on in the trial. Here was when he first took the stand and was explaining what these allegations have done to him.
Did you experience any consequences after the release of the op-ed?
Absolutely.
And what were those?
Oh, I believe it was, I don't think it took Disney very long, maybe a couple of days, to announce that that I had been removed from the Pirates of the Caribbean films franchise, which I learned about reading in reading one of these type of some magazine, or the article where Sean Bailey was quoted, which was very odd to me, as I have had many creative conversations with the Disney people, even to the point of where they were asking me to come back and write Pirates. Sorry.
What, to your understanding, is the status of Pirates?
Oh, Rottenall. You wish you could write a Pirate of the Caribbean. Yes. Rottenall.
I believe it's in dangle mode.
Mr. Depp, have you ever physically assaulted Miss Heard?
No.
Have you ever sexually assaulted Miss Heard?
No.
Never. Certainly not.
What have you lost as a result of Miss Heard making these allegations against you?
Nothing less than everything. Nothing less than everything.
So, Sharina, overall, Johnny Depp took the stand, told his truth, or what he was saying was his truth. Overall, how do you think he did on the stand? Because I know the jury's going to be thinking about it.
Absolutely. I have been thinking about it. In my perspective, I found him to be very credible. His demeanor from the recordings that Amber Heard put forth matched perfectly with his demeanor in court. And I think that's a big deal that we haven't really been hearing much about. But his demeanor matches up with that of the recordings. He stayed calm. He stayed focused. It almost seemed like even in the recordings, he was very focused as to what he was talking about.
Yep.
The same thing during his testimony in court, which is not the same thing as Amber Heard. She was very combative sounding. She was angry, screaming, yelling. It was a little bit different from what we saw in court, where she seemed more calm and collected. So I don't know what the jury's thinking. Obviously, we're all wondering what they're thinking. But in my perspective, from my point of view, I think he did a fantastic job, especially because we can see him being very consistent, both on and off camera.
Okay, well, let's see how he did when he came back on the stand in this rebuttal case, primarily responding to not only some of the accusations thrown out by Amber Heard during her testimony, but he also responded to the counterclaims that he and his attorney Adam Waldman orchestrated a public smear campaign against Amber Heard. So let's see how he did on rebuttal.
10 years.
What happened at the end of that week on May 27th, 2016?
May 27th, my daughter's birthday. May 27th.
Bye, Johnny, bye.
I was not in Los Angeles.
Glass
I
of
was
water,
on
wait.
Dueto on tour, and that was when Miss Heard went for the restraining order. And oh yeah, also that was the day that Alice Through the Looking Glass, a film I'd done, was opening.
Did Miss Heard know that you were out of town on May 27th?
Yes.
And how would she have known that?
Well, I told her I was going on tour. I mean, that was well established.
How long were you going to be out of town on that tour?
2 to 3 months.
And did Miss Heard know how long you'd be out of town?
I don't know if she knew exactly how long I'd be out of town, but it was a pretty extensive tour of Europe.
How did Miss Heard's actions on May 27th, 2016 affect you?
Changed everything.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Oh, it didn't change everything?
This lawsuit.
Sorry.
Mr. Heard, if you could wait till the objection, please.
Yes, I'm sorry. Tourette's.
A little colorful commentary there from Johnny Depp. But no, the truth of the matter is he comes back, Dr. Pearson, and he addresses, like I said, the counterclaims. He addresses some of the accusations from Amber Heard, and he also addresses this idea that Amber Heard purposely went for the TRO with these alleged bruises on her face while he was going to be away and couldn't fight it, right? And so the question, of course, is, was it necessary for him to come back on the stand? And how do you think he did? My personal belief is when he was questioned by Jamie Benjamin Rottenborn that second time around, he appeared to be a bit more shaky. You tell me, what did you make of it?
I thought he was exhibiting trial fatigue. You know, they've been in trial for a number of weeks. Trial lawyers even exhibited it. Everybody looked tired. The jurors were tired. And so if they were tired, I'm sure that they weren't necessarily perceiving it the way we are, where, you know, we're fresh as a daisy and you know, watching this every day from the comfort of wherever we are, except for you and Anjanette, of course. You guys were in Fairfax. But I think that it's very possible that that it wasn't that noticeable to them, but very noticeable to those of us out here.
Yeah, I don't know. My perspective when I was in the courtroom, I looked at those jurors. They didn't show any sign of fatigue, but maybe there was a day that I wasn't there and somebody observed something. They seemed to be paying much attention. But I do agree with you. This was when he was testifying towards the end of this case, and it was so much inundated, and this jury's inundated with so much. So, Sharina, I do want to ask you about something that the allegation that Amber Heard went for this TRO when he was out of town. This whole conversation about it, that she leaked the video of Johnny Depp smashing the kitchen cabinets to TMZ, that she or someone from her team alerted TMZ to her going to the court to file for this, all of this, how significant is that in this story for you?
Well, if the jurors believe it, it would go to show that she really couldn't be trusted, that she was very calculated, conniving, and she waited for Johnny Depp to be out of town, and she basically formulated the entire plan in her head even before he left out of town. So it wouldn't look good for her. And I think one of the most damning evidence against her is Kate Moss's testimony, because here she was bringing to the attention of the entire world that she thought about the Kate Moss incident, where Kate Moss was supposedly thrown down the staircase. And it's, because of that statement alone, Kate Moss was able to come virtually come into court and do a testimony, proving once and for all that she was not ever thrown down the staircase or even abused by Johnny Depp at any point. So all of these things combined, she just does not look like a very credible witness. And I'm wondering just like everybody else, if the jury is going to come back with that same decision.
All right. Well, they have a lot to consider right now. We keep talking about it. We're going through 3 hours right now just of all of the testimony and evidence that they have to consider. This is just a microcosm of the 6 weeks of testimony they have to consider. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get an update live from Fairfax County, Virginia. We'll be back.
Wow. So yesterday, like I told you, I was reading this article about, not article, like this testament. I don't know if this guy posted somewhere on Twitter or whatever. Said there was a friend of theirs, friend of the two sisters, AH and the other one, and her sister. And he was describing knowing them from when they were young. And actually the guy in this statement, or this woman in the statement, says like, actually I have to see if I can find it. Old friend, let's see. So like if I find the statement, I can read it. I don't know how accurate it is. Yeah, it's kind of difficult now to try to look, like find it like that. It's gonna be difficult. But yeah, it was just the guy, this person were just saying how much he wasn't surprised that actually that he thought or she thought that AH will probably end up killing somebody in growing up. I was reading this thing that he said that there was somebody, she had like no empathy, like she really displayed no empathy. She did stuff to amuse herself which were absolutely horrendous, like to put an hamster in a sock and then smash it on the side of the sidewalk, or like giving the dogs, her dogs or the dogs like spicy food or jalapenos without the water and see them like howl. I mean, I'm literally quoting this statement that I've read. I have no idea if it's true or not. This is what I read allegedly by this guy or girl that knows them because they went to school together or whatever, like for whatever period when they were young they knew each other. So if I find it again, I'll share it with you. Maybe some of you already read that, but to me it makes sense because that's exactly something you would expect from a sociopath, you know? Somebody that has those type of traits. If you don't feel empathy for other people, you're always gonna carry out your own agenda to get the most benefit out of the interaction between your friends, family, people you know, work, and you do everything that you can just for your own benefit, with absolute disregard for any other person's emotions or whatever. Hence the lack of empathy. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, the guy is literally lucky to be alive. Probably like could have either, you know, accidentally because of too much drinking and doing stuff because of the misery was in.
Okay,
you know?
welcome back, everybody. So I want to go right now to Stacey Delicat, our reporter on the ground in Fairfax County, Virginia, who's been covering the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial for us today. Stacey, good morning. Good to see you once again. Any updates on who is arriving to court? We keep wondering whether or not we will see an appearance by Johnny Depp or Amber Heard. What is the latest that you can tell us right now?
Hey, Jesse, good morning. I do have a little bit of an update for you. This is what we know. In just about the last 5 or 10 minutes or so, we did see a little commotion at the door, and we did see Johnny Depp's attorneys, Benjamin Chu and Camille Vasquez, going inside along with a member of his security team. We saw them walk back in the courtroom through the front door. Ann Jeanette is on her way inside right now to sort of find out what's going on. We think perhaps jurors have a question, and that's why they're going back inside. We're not exactly sure, but it's the first movement, so to speak, that we've seen probably since earlier this morning. So could be something up here. Again, Ann Jeanette on her way inside right now to find out, and as soon as we get an update, of course, we're going to bring it to you. I also want to point out, I don't know if you can see in the shot behind me, Jesse, but there's some orange and white barricades that have been set up. About a half an hour ago, sheriff's deputies pulled up. They began unloading these barricades and setting it up around the media because there really is increased media presence here today as we get ready for this verdict. Of course, Law and Crime, we've been on the ground the entire time, right? But a lot of other media outlets parachuting in, so to speak, for this final stretch of the trial for the verdict. There's German media, there's British media, all kinds of international media, still photogs, paparazzi, a lot of members of the media up there. And so the sheriff's deputies went ahead and set up some security barricades to make sure everyone sort of stays in their place and things stay safe out here on this very hot day in Fairfax. Jesse.
Any idea of who else is showing up outside that courthouse? We kept talking about the pass through, you know, this morning, that the line to get into court was insignificant. I mean, it was pretty easy to get a pass this time. There's not the level of fan response as we've seen the past few weeks, but there are some people there. Do you see an increased presence as the day is moving forward?
You know, it's hot out here, so remember that. I mean, we're in the 90s here today. Humidity is high. There are not a ton of people outside. There's a few in the shade. You know, there's an Amber Heard supporter that's been out here since early this morning. Again, yeah, it was pretty easy to get a wristband this morning, so there are a few Johnny Depp fans that we saw inside in the overflow room and so forth, but it's certainly not the scene that you guys were watching and sort of living out here for the past 6 weeks leading up to today. It's definitely far diminished in terms of the spectators who are out here. But that could change as we get word. If we get word that there is a verdict, I mean, I would imagine a lot of people may come out. They may just be inside right now at a nearby coffee shop or deli or whatever because it is so hot and people don't want to be out here in the heat. Now, as for the stars at the center of this case, well, Jesse, we've been talking about it. Johnny Depp didn't stick around here this weekend. No, he didn't go back to LA. He flew across the pond to the UK to perform with legendary rocker Jeff Beck. I think we actually have a clip, an amateur clip of him on stage at one of the 2 shows that he performed. The first one in Sheffield, England, Sunday night. He was a surprise appearance. And then last night in London's famous Albert Hall, the 2 musicians, or Beck and Depp, I should say, have collaborated together in the past. They have a remake of a song that came out in 2020 for a song called Isolation, and apparently they got a standing ovation. Depp got a standing ovation when he was on stage in the UK.
I just posted
Jeff
that short
to
clip
perform
of
another
this
show
actually
tonight at Albert Hall. Whether or not Depp will stick out there and appear with him again, we don't know, or he could have already jumped a flight back and may be on his way back here, if not already back for the verdict. We just don't know. Again, we did see a member of his security team go in with the attorneys. I asked that member of the security team earlier this morning. I said, oh, you're here. Does that mean Johnny Depp's going to be here? And he just said, oh, can't say anything. I don't know. So we're waiting to see. No sign of Amber Heard yet, but you know, many are saying she is likely in the area and will come back when a verdict is called, but no confirmation of that at this time. Jesse?
Well, the member of the security team didn't say no, so there's a possibility we might see both stars here as the day progresses and maybe as we get closer to a verdict. Stacey Delicat, thank you. Appreciate it as always.
Quite a long time.
Right,
no
Jesse,
sign of
don't forget, we're going to have our live show coming up from 12 to 2. Ann Jeanette and I will be here. We'll be taking your questions live, and of course, hopefully Ann Jeanette will be back out with an update of what's actually going on right now in court as we speak, and we'll have all of that right at noon, right here on Law and Crime.
Great, very important to report that, yes, because again, we take your questions. It's going to be a fantastic opportunity. People have a lot of questions about this case as we come to the conclusion of it. So Stacey will host that. It'll be great for everybody to tune in 2 hours, as Stacey mentioned. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to continue on. Moving on to, we played you before, the testimony of Johnny Depp when he first took the stand and when he came back in the rebuttal case. Now we're going to do the same thing. So Amber Heard took the stand. She testified, and she was talking about the quote-unquote smear campaign that was directed against her by Adam Waldman and Johnny Depp, Adam Waldman, Johnny Depp's attorney. And she talked about what this has done to her, what these allegations have done to her, why she felt the need to countersue. Take a look.
And this is an article that was in the Daily Mail on 8 April 2020. You see that? And then, Michelle, if you can move that to the next page, and perfect. It says, Adam Waldman, Depp's lawyer, said afterwards, Amber Heard and her friends in the media use fake sexual violence allegations as both a sword and a shield, depending on their needs. They have selected some of her sexual violence hoax facts as the sword, inflicting them on the public and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Is this a true or a false statement?
False.
And why is it false?
Well, you don't have to use what I've lived through and what I've survived, calling it fake, saying that I'm harming Johnny with this, I'm harming the public with this. This is what I've lived through. And to say that it's a hoax, that these aren't even real things, I mean, after everything I've lived through and survived, and also I hadn't even spoken about the sexual abuse within my marriage. I had been protective of that. I didn't want to talk about that ever. Adam Waldman was the one who put that out in the world. As remarkable as that is, I had protected that. I had to go to another country to give testimony, and thankfully they allowed me to do so with confidentiality and some protection. And then Johnny, through his lawyer, not only uses that against me, but says it's a hoax.
Sharina, those counterclaims are very significant in this case, even though Elaine Brederhoft in her closing argument said we're not looking for $100 million, but what is fair and reasonable here, it still doesn't change the fact that these are important claims for the jury to consider. How strong are those counterclaims?
Well, Amber's counsel has thrown pretty much everything they have on the wall just to see what would stick. That's my take on it. First of all, Johnny was the one that started the lawsuit, and then she came back with a counter lawsuit for double the amount that Johnny was suing her for.
Man, seriously, like psycho vibes.
She was counting on the public's sympathy and empathy on this man just taking advantage of her, being abusive of this poor woman that she is, quote unquote. And, all the things that she threw up against the wall, and she wanted to see what would stick. And in my opinion, not much has stuck, if anything at all. And they sort of just kept trying to find new ways of framing the situation so it would be damaging to Johnny and make him basically lose the lawsuit here. But another thing we need to keep in mind is that no matter what she has said and has done in the past, the jurors are going to remember how she reacted to these questions and how she answered them in the courtroom. And what was really kind of freaky to me was the fact that she kept staring at them in an almost awkward way. She was just always looking at the jury and making, in my opinion, way too much direct eye contact. In the beginning, that wasn't happening so much. But as the trial progressed, she would just be talking to them. Now, I don't know if this was something that her legal team advised her to do to seem more credible, but it could have backfired because she was making way too much eye contact to the point that it was uncomfortable to look at.
Okay, well, let's see what happened when she was on her rebuttal case. And again, she talked further about how the Waldman statements affect her today.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
in the harassment and the humiliation, the campaign against me that's echoed every single day on social media and now in front of cameras in this room. Every single day I have to relive the trauma. My hands shake. I wake up screaming. I have to live with the trauma and the damage done to me. My friends have to live with a set of unspoken rules about how to not scare me.
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, sir.
Unspoken rules.
Overruled. Go ahead.
About how to not touch me, not to surprise me. My intimate partners have rules about how they can deal with me, how they can touch me. I have rules for doctors and medical professionals I see, gynecologists I see.
We have seen the
I
pictures.
live my life with these sets of rules that I have to follow, my friends have to follow for me not to have a panic attack or a triggering event where I relive the trauma. Even if I'm training to do my movie, for instance, if I'm training for Aquaman, a combat scene and a trigger happens, I have a meltdown and have to deal with that. The crew I work with have to deal with that because of the damage I walk around with every single day from what I've lived through, from what I've survived. I'm not sitting in this courtroom snickering. I'm not sitting in this courtroom laughing, smiling, and making snide jokes. I'm not. This is horrible. This is painful. And this is humiliating for any human being to go through.
First
Perhaps
Amendment.
It's easy to forget that, but I'm
Freedom
a
of
human
speech.
being.
American. Right?
And even though Johnny promised that I deserve this and promised he'd do this, I don't deserve this. I want to move on.
Dr. Pearson, she's really highlighting the emotional distress component if the jury ultimately finds in favor of her for these counterclaims and they ultimately determine damages here. What did you make of that?
This is how much.
Well,
this
I'd
is
like
how
to know if
much
James
she has
Franco or Elon
problems
Musk
with
had any
people
rules.
touching her. Look at that.
I'd like to know how
so
she
many rules.
explains her sitting in the courtroom smiling the day before and smirking the day before. And really, at the end of the day, what we're looking at is there's no causation between what Johnny has done here and what she claims has occurred, because she negates the allegations that she made against Johnny Depp and her publicists and her conduct in relation to those domestic violence petition.
I could debate this a little bit more with you, but we do have to hit a break because there was a whole testimony about whether or not the extreme social media campaign against her, negative tweets, millions, that were actually associated or connected or referenced Adam Waldman. But we'll have to take a break. Maybe we'll address that on the other side. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
I think when she finished the statement, she literally threw in, like, I'm a human, and then, like, I'm an American. Like, as if, like, what it has to do right now with this, like, somehow I think she wanted to steer some patriotism from the jury, as if, like makes no sense, It's not that you're being judged by somebody else outside your country. I mean, in terms of legality. It's just so random. Oh, man. Relentless. But it's so relentless, the lies. I mean, she's literally being called out almost on anything. It's so funny, like, she said this and then pictures came out on those threads where she was basically partying with the crew of Aquaman and totally looking like, totally comfortable with her body and confident. Again, not really displaying any sign of somebody that has specific rules for other people how to behave around her. Not at all. So, again, so many incredible lies, man. Like, actually, like, some of those things actually, they're so obvious. They're so obvious. Oh, this is not Johnny. Is it Johnny? No, it's not Johnny anymore. No, I can see her, Johnny. Oh man, I hope I can find those pictures quickly. That'd be so much fun if I can find those pictures quickly. Such an incredible liar. Oh, here we go. This is the you see, this is the testament, that this thing that I was referring to. But I have to find yeah, there's this whole story also having a car crash somewhere with an alleged other thing involved. I'm not sure if this is a rumor or it's real, but I've read this thing also in other places. But I think I was trying to read another thing from this thing. I love it. Come on, do something. That was the beginning of today.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're covering the Johnny Depp Amber Heard defamation trial. The jury has continued their deliberations today. If we get any word on a verdict, we will bring that to you in real time. We have Stacey Delicat and Anjanette Levy live on the ground in Fairfax County, Virginia. I also want to let you know that they are going to be hosting a 2-hour live Q&A session where they will take your questions on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, Twitter. Throw them in. We'll answer them in real time. It should be definitely something that we've seen people really have a lot of response to, because people have a lot of questions about this case. And as we come towards the conclusion of this trial, let's finish up with the closing arguments from last week. This is the last attempt by both sides to convince this jury one way or another about these defamation claims. We're going to start off with the closing for Johnny Depp's side.
Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence clearly shows that the answers to those 7 questions are all yes. And if you answer yes to all of those questions, which you should, we respectfully submit, you will be asked to state the amount of damages to which Mr. Depp is entitled.
I'm going to find it now.
In the wake of the Me Too movement, movie producers know better than to cast a movie star who has been accused of domestic and sexual violence. And it is entirely within your discretion as jurors to quantify the amount of money that constitutes fair compensation for Mr. Depp's pain and humiliation inflicted by Ms. Heard's defamation. But while Mr. Depp certainly is entitled to monetary compensation, this case, at least for Mr. Depp, has never been about money. This case for Mr. Depp has never been about money, nor is it about punishing Ms. Heard. It is about Mr. Depp's reputation and freeing him from the prison in which he has lived for the last 6 years, and it's 6 years to the day.
And you actually heard something similar from Amber Heard's side, that it's not about money, it is about her setting the record straight, her actually fighting back against these false allegations. But here was J. Benjamin Rottenborn delivering part of the closing argument for Amber Heard's side.
You also heard him lie.
Oh, just, mamma mia, di non si può sentire, non si può proprio fare. Mamma mia. Troppo presto nella settimana, non ce la posso fare. Mamma mia. Almost. Nobody cares, nobody believes it. Thank you, Becky. Thank you so much. Greetings to you. We got also Argentina. Ciao. Lucia. Oh, the verdict didn't start. I mean, we are watching it right now live. Nothing is happening. We just muted Rottenberg because it's just too much. Johnny, poor Johnny, man. I understand why Johnny flew to England to have a pint, maybe a mega pint of Guinness or something. And
this, you know, we looked at the verdict form. They have multiple questions they have to answer, even before they get to the question of actual malice. There are separate questions about whether or not the statements were false, whether or not they were published. How arduous is that task to decide defamation cases like this?
Ciao, Marcia from Brazil.
It is very difficult, and it's even more difficult now because we have two very public figures. They're known throughout the world, and the criteria for finding out whether or not there was actual malice is usually a very tough one to begin with. But now we have this added pressure of Amber Heard's testimonies trying to prove herself as innocent. It's almost as if, you know, she started a fire and I guess maybe was hoping that it wasn't going to catch on. But once the fire caught, she's now saying, oh, I'm sorry, it was someone else's fault. That's really not how it works. And the jury has the difficult task of now not only determining if all of what she said was false, and on top of it, if there was malice, which in my opinion is not very hard to come to a conclusion of, especially because she was calling Johnny Depp a fat old man. She's been heard saying that in her recorded statements that they put forward. And something else that I also want to mention is lawyers come in very varying skill sets, and I think Johnny Depp's legal team did a fantastic job of putting forth Johnny Depp as a wholesome human being, whereas Amber Heard's legal team didn't really do such a great job, and they had to take her as she came, which in my opinion was pretty broken. And they had to present her as
Sharina, since we're coming, I want to just push you back on that for a second. You say a wholesome human being, but what about the audio tapes of him cursing at her? What about the audio tapes of him cutting himself? What about the drug abuse? What about, you know, a lot of what we heard during the course of this trial? He admitted, you know, he's not embarrassed about it, but it's not the best stuff. There are things that came up that don't make either side look particularly strong. I mean, Sharina, if he wins or loses in this case, do you think that Johnny Depp would be cast into the next Pirates movie or a franchise film after everything that's been seen here? You tell me.
You know, that really depends on which movie he's auditioning for. I don't even know if there is a Pirates of the Caribbean left to come out. So in that case, you know, I wouldn't know. Again, this would be guesswork. But as far as, you know, people in general looking at this case, I believe Johnny Depp has won the hearts of most people, at least on social media. If you've been keeping up with social media, you know, there's a huge fan base. So if we're just looking at that, I would say I don't think he would have any problems being cast into future movies. But then again, I don't know.
And Dr. Pearson, just to play devil's advocate here, when you mentioned before that you couldn't see a causal connection between the Waldman-Depp statements and any harm that she suffered, what about the intense backlash that she received online, millions of tweets, and many of them referencing Adam Waldman? I mean, couldn't you say that what she's going through right now is because her allegations were called a hoax and fake?
Well, again, I go back to Johnny Depp has a right to defend himself. He has a right to litigate. And so he believes that these things aren't true. She believes, so she's convinced herself these things that she has said are true. And the backlash that she has experienced, I believe, and the heightened backlash as of late is because of her own testimony in trial and her own behavior in trial. I mean, you don't go stomping off the stand when the judge instructs you twice to go back and have a seat with your attorney.
Well, Dr. Pearson, Sharina, very strong opinions in this case, but this is a case that has a lot of strong opinions any which way you stand. So I appreciate you both coming on and giving your perspective on what we have seen and what we can expect as we come into verdict stage in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. I want to let you know again, in about 5 minutes, we are starting the live Q&A session where Stacey Delicat and her guests are taking your questions on this case. So stay tuned here on Law and Crime. I am signing off. You're in great hands. Linda Kenny-Bodden is jumping in. We'll be back.
To me, the audio makes complete sense. You know, especially when you contextualize it. Makes absolute sense. There's no doubt that he was going through a difficult time of his life, and definitely using stuff and indulging into drinking, that probably was not the best way to go. But again, that, you know, they're not correlated. The fact that he did does not cause the person to become violent or to pursue such behavior. So it's just unfortunate for him as a human being that he did that and he was addicted to that and so on. But you know, like we literally noticed and also out of his own mouth, it probably got worse. And it's totally reasonable, you know, like if you deal with somebody like that, it's going to exacerbate your life to a point where you just try to find a way to mitigate, find a way just to feel better. I mean, it's so true. Some people in your life, they just can get the worst out of you, literally the worst out of you. And with the narcissist like that, it's just really obvious that was the case. You know, there's really no doubt in my mind that was the case. So yeah, you just wonder what he believed in, you know, like either like this person loved bomb him so well in the beginning that left such a great impression on him that he wanted to keep going, because I honestly just don't get it. Also, I mean, the character, maybe because he's an introvert, he tried to make it work. I don't know. Honestly, I don't have an answer for that. I think I would have, as soon as I would have noticed the pattern of that woman, I would have left right away. Either she would, you know, either I would have kicked her out of the house right away, or I would have left immediately. There is no way you allow somebody to belittle you, to make you feel insecure, to make you feel small, to question yourself, to question your reality, to question all the things that you have done in a negative way, you know? There's no way you allow that another person to do that to yourself. So I would have stopped that so far, you know, so far back. And yeah, it's a pity that this happened to him. Like really, like for anybody out there, like be aware of the red flags, you know? I know it can be really hard. I know it can be hard for some people to realize you are in the grip of a pathological liar narcissist. It can be really hard to figure out, you know? But oh man, what a mess. Truly, what a mess. All right, it seems like seems like I've read something here that says the jury's out. So let me change the battery there. So guys, seems like the jury's out.
The jury will not be sequestered.
I'm Brian Buckmeyer, along with Terry
What's going on?
Weinstein case, fellow silence breakers, and any
Election is moving along here.
I'll read the verdict, says the Jesse Weber. Thanks for joining us.
We tend to see it as raw as this. Good evening and welcome.
Hello, I'm Stacey Delicat, and welcome to For the Record on Law and Crime. I am live outside the courthouse here in Fairfax, Virginia, where it is hot and humid, and suspense is mounting as we head into hour 5 of deliberations in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation case. Of course, I'm here live, joined by Law and Crime's Ann Jeanette Levy, who has been here for literally every step of this trial since it started. For those viewers, I know so many of you have been watching all along the way. You all know so many of the details here, but for those who may be just tuning in, let's just give you a quick refresher. Depp is suing his former spouse, Amber Heard, for $50 million, claiming a Washington Post op-ed she penned in 2018 cost him not only millions of dollars, but his career. In that article, she said she was a survivor of domestic violence, though she never actually named Depp. Meanwhile, Heard countersuing Depp for $100 million, claiming that he and his attorneys orchestrated a smear campaign, calling her allegations a hoax. The trial stretched on some 6 weeks. It featured celebrities, all sorts of high-profile Hollywood figures, and deliberations began Friday. They resumed again this morning after the holiday weekend. So far, the jury has been going for almost 3 hours this morning. Now, just before our show started, I was on with Jesse. I mentioned there was a little bit of activity outside the courtroom when we saw some of Johnny Depp's attorneys, Camille Vasquez, Benjamin Shue, one of his security guards, go inside. We thought maybe something was happening. And Jeanette, of course, followed. What's the latest?
Well, first of all, it's so great to be with you here, and I think we had some vibe going on because we didn't even plan this, but we both have a little sprinkle of yellow on.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we don't really have much to report to you because I went inside, and even though the lawyers went in, nothing was happening. I went into the courtroom to see maybe if there was possibly a jury question. There was not. Apparently, they will be knocking on the door to see whether or not the jurors want to order lunch soon.
It is that time.
It is lunchtime, right? So you get here at 9 a.m., you start your work, noon, 1 o'clock, lunchtime.
Probably was a rumor. Maybe they just saw the jury out because they were going for lunch.
So we know that if they are going to deliberate later, they will not be getting dinner. So that's where we stand right now. So to our knowledge, nothing really is happening. That's about it.
So let's set the scene for our viewers who are joining us live now on YouTube and other platforms. We know there's a lot of media out here today, and compared to what you've seen, there's more media than usual, right?
Yeah, most definitely. So behind us, you'll see there's a barricade of sorts. There's also a line of cameras. And really, we haven't seen that much media here since the first week of the trial. The first week of the trial, there was quite a bit of international media here. Now we have the U.S. networks. They have not been here. You know, the big three have not been here since, I don't even think they were here week 1 that I recall, but they are back now. Some of them started showing up
last. All right,
guys,
for a moment, I just paused for a moment. So anyway, it's interesting what they're saying. So there is also the 3 main, probably TV broadcasting here now, which weren't there before, so they're basically there waiting to see what is happening. And I was reading some stuff, like, I don't know, maybe somebody read something, said that the jury was out. Maybe soon we get the verdict. Maybe just somebody saw the jury coming out. Maybe, you know, it's basically around lunchtime now, so it's reasonable to think that probably they went into a pause. So, and to what this woman is saying, seems like they're also not gonna go through the night. So 5 o'clock in the afternoon in Virginia, I guess it's finished. The day it's finished. So if we don't get a response to the end of the day, then probably we don't get nothing today. Wow. Tension is mounting, man. I mean, this was in a way, in terms of entertainment, I mean, I of course it's not so nice for them, but in terms of an event, I think this is better than series. I don't even watch, honestly, I don't even watch TV series. Not that much, very rarely. I don't like to watch series too much. I like to watch movies. But this has been a freaking incredible 6 weeks in that way. So I'm gonna put it on, but they're not saying nothing in particular, you know. They're just saying more or less the same things. We're hearing the usual thing of this woman.
Her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait.
I know I mean, this is all repetition, I know, but sometimes I literally feel like I literally feel my scrotum that it's wants to leave my body. You know what I mean? It's like, feels like it dries up. Like it's really that instantaneous. I mean, it's not good for the health of anybody. You know, the woman talks, I feel like somebody flicking you in your, you know, jewels. Not good.
We were leaving the room, and Johnny left the room before I did, and there had been
she has such a lovely accent.
And
Kate Moss.
as I left the room, I slid down the stairs, and I hurt my back.
Such a lovely
How
accent.
did you...
And
I apologize, Ms. Moss. Please
Such
continue.
a lovely, lovely accent.
And I screamed because I was because I didn't know what had happened to me, and I was in pain. And he came running back to help me and carried me to my room and got me medical attention.
Did Mr. Depp push you in any way down the stairs?
No.
During the course of your relationship, did he ever push you down any stairs?
No, he never pushed me, kicked me, or threw me down any stairs.
All right, so first you heard some of Amber Heard where she alluded to this
have
incident
good
with Kate
memories
Moss,
together,
and
that's why.
then you heard Kate Moss herself beamed into the courtroom. And Jeanette says when she popped up on the screen, a lot of people in the court were like, oh, wow, she's really testifying, right?
Yeah, right. It was interesting because we knew likely when Amber Heard said that. We all saw the fist pump from Ben Chu. Johnny Depp picked up on it first, actually. He smiled like, I can't believe she just said that, because it opened the door. Yeah. Kate Moss was not going to testify. Right. Had Amber Heard not, she literally put her hand on the door, twisted the doorknob, and flung it open to bring Kate Moss in to testify.
That's a
so we were pretty certain it was going to happen, but we didn't find out until a couple of days before. Right. And then that morning we knew she was coming, and they said Kate Moss, and everybody in the courtroom was like,
right.
Kate
Is
Moss,
she coming?
Kate Moss.
No. Beamed
Kate
in.
Moss, yes.
But interesting, for sure. Definitely a key moment. I want to...
Man, that woman, literally, I just noticed now, that woman age talked, literally that fly there died. Literally died. Is dead. Literally dead right now. That woman talked, the fly died. Unbelievable.
Linda, I want to just start quickly with you as someone who's also been watching this trial so quickly. I mean, what do you think was the impact of Kate Moss's testimony? Obviously, she disproved any rumors that Johnny Depp pushed her down the stairs, but what does that difference really does that make in this defamation case, right? The case isn't about Johnny Depp and Kate Moss.
Well, good morning, Anjanette and Stacey. Nice to see you there in the heat. Well, I'm here in New York in the cool weather, but I won't rub that in. Okay, so let's talk about this in reality. This was a real pivotal moment because Amber Heard, when she was first on the stand, said with the sister Whitney, all I can remember was the Kate Moss being pushed down the stairs.
Just a second,
Later
guys.
on, she came back in the rebuttal and or I guess would call it rebuttal, and said it was a vague rumor trying to walk back on her steps. But this allowed both Ben Chu and Camille Vasquez in their closings, and I'm sure it was sanctioned by the judge because I'm sure there were argument on it behind the scenes, to say that there are no other victims here, right? right? And you know, we all did an when Kate Moss appeared, and when she spoke, and how she spoke the word room and all. But there are no other victims here. They didn't come out of the woodwork. There's only a me. There's no me too. And I think that was important, that they could then say that Johnny Depp has never been accused of assaulting, abusing, or somehow destroying by defamation any other woman. And that's the portion of the Kate Moss testimony that became important for the closing theme of Johnny Depp.
All right, Linda, thanks for putting that in context for us. Now it's time to go to some of our live viewer questions, and we thank you all for tuning in and submitting these great questions. The first one comes from the user HYFMF from YouTube. The question is, if the jury finds in favor of Amber Heard, can Johnny Depp appeal? How does it work in defamation cases? How does it work in civil cases? Dina Dahl, let me go to you with this one. What's your take?
Yes. She could definitely appeal, and I think that if either one of them loses and is asked to pay damages, they will certainly appeal their case. That really, when you appeal your case, you're asking the Court of Appeals to say that there was a mistake in the law. They're not really looking at the facts so much. Again, that, you know, the jury's already decided the facts, but maybe the judge made a ruling about what evidence should come in or what should come out, or the jury instructions were worded in a way that maybe there's some case law to rebut it. So they asked the Court of Appeals to review those kind of legal issues that may have, in their perspective, gone, you know, not according to case law, and that's why the case should be looked at again.
Okay, Marie, do you agree whoever loses here could appeal?
Absolutely. Appellate review is always a right that a person has, and Dina put it really right on point. There could have been things, rulings, objections that weren't honored that they can come back and complain about, and definitely, I think if either side loses, there will be an appeal.
All right, well, we'll stay tuned for that. Before we even get to that part, though, Sean Kelly on YouTube has the $1 million question, the $50 million question, the $100 million question. Everyone wants to know, do you think we will be getting a verdict today? I mean, Anjanette, having been on it from the beginning, everyone says it's like reading a crystal ball. What's your take?
Well, you know, I think that's right. It is like reading a crystal ball, but I think you have to keep in mind this was a 6-week trial. Okay, they heard testimony, they heard audio recordings, they saw text messages, copious text messages. So there's a lot for them to consider, and there's a lot in these jury instructions for them to consider. They have to go through these and read them. You know, there is a such thing as jury nullification, where they just, O.J. Simpson, right? Not guilty after 2 hours, after a 9-month trial. But but that's totally different. We could talk for an hour about why that happened, but this is totally different. And for the most part, jurors, I think, take their duty very seriously, and they like to go through everything, and they want to get it right, and they want to be fair. And I think that's probably what's going to happen here. So today would seem quick for a 6-week trial. Maybe tomorrow, who knows? Maybe we could be here all week. We just don't know.
Linda, let me get your quick prediction, just because you watch so many trials alongside with all of us and our viewers. As Anjanette said, this is so different from so many trials we cover here. If you had to guess, when do you think there'd be a verdict?
Okay, so having tried 2 defamation cases, it's a little more complicated than your normal jury verdict. Most civil cases come back in a day. I think this afternoon, or at the latest, maybe tomorrow morning, because of the amount of questions that have to be answered in the verdict form.
Okay, well, we'll see who's right. We should really start placing bets. I'm sure there are some people who are placing bets. All right, one more question before we take a quick break. This one's from Twitch, the user SceneStole, and the question is, why wasn't Jennifer Howell a bigger part of this case? She was a best friend of Whitney, Amber's sister, who directly contradicts what she said about the staircase incident, but she barely got a mention in the closing statements. Anjanette, got to give that one to you because it's so in the weeds there.
Yeah,
well, so important,
so Jennifer Howell, for our viewers who may not be aware, she was somebody who Whitney Enriquez, formerly Whitney Heard, Amber's sister, described as her chosen sister. She testified to that on the stand. And she lived with Jennifer Howell for a time after the staircase incident. And after the staircase incident, she moved out of the penthouses. According to Jennifer Howell's declaration, Whitney did that because she was afraid of Amber and didn't want to live near Amber anymore. And she had told Jennifer Howell, according to this declaration, that she was afraid that Amber Heard was going to kill Johnny Depp, that they were on the stairs that night, Jennifer Howe totally contradicted Whitney Enriquez's and Amber Heard's testimony. So I don't know if it's because it would be considered hearsay. Maybe Judge Escarati was like, you know what, we just can't go down this road. It's hearsay, even though she has this declaration. Jennifer Howe has also been kind of vocal on Instagram. She hasn't addressed this directly, but she has put out some stuff on Instagram talking about how you want to be on the side of the truth and injustice, speaking against injustice and things of that nature. It's our understanding too that she's been treated very poorly because of her willingness to support the Depp team, and that some things have happened. She's been reported to the IRS, it's my understanding, to investigate her nonprofit. Some other things have also happened. So she would have been I think she's a crucial witness, a crucial part of this story, but it may have just been considered to be hearsay, and the judge wasn't going to let her say everything that she had said in the declaration.
Interesting. And it's interesting what you said. The IRS has been contacted. She's facing all kind of backlash. I'm reading and hearing that so many witnesses who testified on the Heard team are seeing all kinds of backlash and threats now, which is really sort of disappointing. But anyway, we have so much more to discuss. We're going to take a quick break. More questions and clips right on the other side. This is Long Crime.
Wow. I mean, if we don't get something, I'll get really upset, man. If we don't get the right result, I get really upset, honestly. It's really ridiculous. Whew. And also, Jennifer Orwell should have played a bigger part. I totally agree. It's a pity that was hearsay, but then again, when you contextualize stuff, how credible that is, that literally she let the sister live in her house. So, creating a bond or connection. And let's also contextualize that it's speculated that probably the reason why she left the house, she was kicked out, was either because she argued with the H, also because, I don't know, the incident of the pictures that Johnny is referring to into the audio, where he's accusing basically the sister of selling the pictures to People magazine. So most likely that's something that really happened, and probably I can totally understand that JD gets pissed off. Another example of betraying somebody that it's taking care of you to an extent, in whatever shape or form, like whether that being like, you go eat for free and you live in the house for free, you pay no utilities and all this type of stuff. And then you stab them in the back, you stab Johnny in the back by providing pictures to a magazine of their wedding or something like that. I would be totally furious, and but I do not know if that's the event that caused her to leave his house or not, but it's definitely plausible also that Jennifer is totally telling the truth because of the relationship she had with the sister. So it's actually absolutely quite believable, honestly. In my mind, there's very little doubt that that's actually the way it went for real. Wow. If you're willing to play the lying card, there's really no place you can't go, It really opens up all type of possibilities for stories and stuff. So if somebody's really capable to do that to that extent, gee.
Welcome back to For the Record on Long Crime. time. I'm Stacey Delicat here with Anjanette Levy. We're live outside the Fairfax County Courthouse here in Virginia on a sweltering, steamy day as the jurors go into hour 5 of deliberations in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation case. I almost did like a combo of their names, you know, Johnny Depp. So we're waiting for some word. There have been no updates this morning. We've seen attorneys come and go a few times. Not much is going on as far as we can tell, just that deliberations continue. But one question that everyone is asking is, where are Johnny Depp and Amber Heard? And will Johnny Depp be here when the verdict is read? Well, for those people that thought, oh, he stayed around his hotel here in Fairfax this weekend over the long weekend or even flew out to LA, no, he actually flew across the pond for a surprise performance on stage. Take a look at this video we have. He showed up first on Sunday night alongside famous rock musician Jeff Beck at the Royal Albert Theatre. Oh, no, sorry, that was on Monday night. First, he appeared elsewhere in the UK, and then last night he was in London for a second show on stage. The two musicians have collaborated in the past. In fact, they came out with a song in 2020 called Isolation, a remake of a John Legend song. 2 performances. Apparently, Johnny Depp got a standing ovation at both. And a lot of people are wondering, did he fly back or is he sticking around overseas in the UK? What are you hearing? Were you able to get any answers from Depp's team?
You know, I wasn't. And, you know, it's unfortunate. Apparently, the last I heard, it was unclear if he would be here for the verdict. He had these concerts apparently previously scheduled with Jeff Beck. They're apparently, they've described themselves, or at least Jeff Beck has on his website, as they call themselves musical soulmates. Yeah. So they're very close. So they had these planned. Obviously, he went over there. He had testified during the trial. You know, some people have given him some heat for this, that music is really his first love, not really acting. Really, it's music, and that was something he found some solace in and some comfort in growing up in an abusive household. So he had these things planned. You know, I'm sure getting on stage and just playing some music with a friend feels really good. And also, I must say, I think I heard a clip of them also playing, I could be wrong, correct me if I'm wrong on this, people, What's Going On by Marvin Gaye.
Right,
too.
they played some Marvin Gaye. They did a bunch of covers.
Yeah, I just had to throw that in because I'm a big music fan.
Yeah.
So I heard it and I was like, oh, that sounds really good. So anyway, we don't know. And Amber Heard, I had seen mixed reporting over the weekend that she may be here for the verdict. I was seeing a lot of reports that she would be, but I have not gotten an answer on that just as of yet.
Right. So we know Jeff Beck is supposed to play again at the Royal Albert Hall tonight.
So
might he stick around? I mean, it is 6 hours. It's only 6:30, you know, in London. But we'll see.
Can we just ask the viewers, if you see Johnny Depp at the Royal Albert Hall tonight, please submit your videos to us and give us permission to use them.
Tag us so we can use that audio and so forth. This morning I did see one of Johnny Depp's security guards, as did you, going in and out. I said to him, hey, you're here. Does this mean Mr. Depp's going to be back today? He just sort of shrugged. He said, can't say anything. So it wasn't a no. There's a chance he will be here. And it's possible both of them are in the area. And if a verdict's reached, again, everyone has an hour's notice to get here. It's possible that they will head this way. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, we want to go back to some more key moments in the trial. Obviously, Depp and Heard both took the stand on multiple occasions in this trial. We now want to play some testimony from Amber Heard during the rebuttal case when she talked about what all of this has cost her.
Amber, how did Mr. Depp's statements and threats to you that you were discussing, how do those continue to manifest themselves today?
Nobody gives a definitive fart about lies, about this charade. And I can answer the question for you because we witness all of the trial. You have missed nothing of your business. If anything, you got even more famous because of the trial. Oh my God, or infamous. But for a narcissist, doesn't really make any difference, right? As long as this is probably the most attention she will ever receive, ever. That's it. So in that way, her ego can absorb this energy of attention because it won't last long. Because nobody will troll her afterwards, because people don't really care, because people don't hate her. People just want the truth. They're just amused and enraged about all of this. And once this is over, we're going to listen to the birds, look at the sunrise, enjoy the sunset, the beautiful summer, the winter if you live on the other side, because there is all these beautiful things happening on this planet. People will touch the snow for the first time on the other hemisphere whenever there are mountains. And on the other hemisphere, people will touch the sea that it's warming up. And definitely I'm gonna have papaya smoothies, because that's what I love and like. And maybe some days I'm gonna even put some ice in my coffee, because why not? Ah. You know what? Actually, I'm pretty sure, like, I don't know if this already happened, but I think that how should I say that some of this is gonna make it into an episodes of the Simpsons. Even though the Simpsons usually they're good at kind of predicting the future. Why, guys, there is a new audio of the argument in Australia. Like, I know the audio also from Incredibly Average. That's where I heard the audio from the first time, the whole Australia audio. I think he posted on his channel the audio there. That's what I found it. Camille, I can hear Camille. Camille, I can definitely hear.
For Mr. Depp?
Everybody who was around in the 90s and the early aughts knew that rumor. I had heard that rumor from multiple people. Of course, that's what flashed through my head when my violent husband not only swung for me, but all of a sudden swung for my sister.
She gets so angry.
I did not expect her to show up or not expect her to show up. It didn't matter. It doesn't change what I believed at the time when we were on the stairs and I thought he was going to kill my sister by pushing her down the stairs.
You told this jury under oath that Mr. Depp was aggressive and trashed a trailer in Hicksville. You didn't expect the manager of the Hicksville property, Morgan Knight, to come forward and testify that that wasn't true, did you?
Incorrect. I've already been through trials with this man. I know how many people will come out in support of him.
When you told this jury under oath that you had no idea that the paparazzi would be at the courthouse on May 27th, 2016, you didn't expect a TMZ employee to show up to testify that TMZ had been alerted that you would be at the courthouse and knew exactly which side of your face to take a picture of, did you?
I know how many people will come out and say whatever for him. That's his power. That's why I wrote the op-ed. I was speaking to that phenomenon. How many people will come out in support of him and will fall to his power? He is a very powerful man, and people love currying favor with powerful men.
Currying
and I know
favor
that
and
firsthand.
risking jail time for committing perjury?
Excuse me? I didn't hear your question.
You didn't hear my question?
Ms. Vasquez, if you do mind, please just repeat the question. I didn't hear you.
Curry favor and commit perjury in this courtroom?
I have seen people do this.
Man?
I have seen people do this time and time again.
All right, so again, some really key testimony there from Amber Heard during the rebuttal phase of this trial. And I want to bring in our panel of guests now. And first start by asking, because, I mean, Amber Heard's breaking down on the stand there. She's getting very emotional, describing all of the trauma she has experienced, the impact on her life. Let me start, Dina Dahl, with you, law and crime legal analyst. Do you think the jury will sympathize with that? I mean, you know, taken completely out of context, you hear that piece of testimony and, wow, you really feel for this woman. But how do you think the jury took it?
You know, I think that there were points in there that I'm sure they did sympathize with when she talks about the death threats on her and her child. I mean, that's pretty awful. But then she goes into that the reason why this is all still happening is because Johnny Depp promised he was going to kind of ruin her life. And, you know, this wouldn't be happening if 2 years after the TRO, she hadn't published the op-ed. I mean, essentially, they were kind of done with the TRO. She said so herself. They'd signed the statement. They did the divorce paper. And really, that's the part that kind of bothered me the most in her explanation there was she kind of opened up the can of worms by publishing that paper. And somebody has a right to sue if they think that they're being maligned. So that was the only part that didn't quite, you know, for me, kind of resonate.
Yeah, Marie, let me ask you, because I know a lot of viewers watching, when they heard Amber say, that's why I wrote this op-ed, saw it as sort of like, oh, here's a key moment. She's admitting here she wrote the op-ed about him, even if he isn't named. I mean, do you think that jurors are really considering that statement?
They're absolutely considering it. And I agree with Dina that on that stand, during that cross-examination, she opened up a can of worms. So that's why you wrote the op-ed. The same op-ed you said wasn't even about him. It was about your life after him.
Exactly.
It just shows you're disingenuous. You're manipulating the jury. And the jurors don't like that. They already have a tremendously hard job to do. And all these lies by omission, embellishing, diminishing on both sides, not just hers. Because it's really hard when everyone's lying to figure out who's telling the truth. What the jurors are going to have to do is find some sort of corroboration, not through witnesses, not through Amber Heard or Johnny Depp's word. And it's making it very hard for them, I'm sure. They want to get out of that room, but I don't think they're going to get out by tomorrow, Linda. I don't think so.
All right, interesting. That's what everyone's wondering. We're watching our watch here. We're at the 5.5-hour mark. We have a lot of great questions coming in from our viewers, but first we're going to take a very quick break. We'll be back with those questions right here live on Mom Crime.
Awesome. Oh man, there's no breaks. Oh my god. It's 6:30. I don't know if I can do this. Jesus, can you imagine? I mean, honestly, that part was great because she literally admitted to it. And it's true, the juries, I guess, is not dumb. They don't see through that. I mean, let's not forget, this is the whole point of this whole thing, eh? Whether or not that statement in the op-ed, or those 3 statements in the op-ed were defamatory towards JD. For his suit, for his claim, basically. So that's the most important part of this whole thing. And you claim time and time again that wasn't the case, that was your life after his whatever, and that was not about him. He was the only one thinking that was about him. She actually said that on the road, on the stand. And all of a sudden, under pressure, she literally says, like, I know people will come out the woodwork for currying favors to him because he's a powerful man. That's why I wrote the op-ed, because it's basically him. It's about him. And I'm like, oh my god. Well, thank you, because that's what we already knew that. Now also the jury is secure 100% about it. So to me the jury actually has to be in favor of JD. If it's not, they drank the Kool-Aid and they better like move. I don't know, just move somewhere else, okay? Greenland has some places for you, because that's the only place you can go. Maybe not even Greenland wants you, huh? She literally defamed him, like really for real. Like there is no escape. There is no escape to that. That what those statements did to him, to his life, and even worse than the old stories, embellished stories, fabricated stories of fake abuse, fake bruises, and all that narrative that came out that got worse and worse and worse and worse. And the more it goes forward, the more stories, you know? I don't think there was published any story about Australia and the bottle incident and all of that before that, you know? All of a sudden they came out now, in the last year or so, like when they went into UK in 2020, like literally like 40 years after, you know? I mean, come on, literally creating the script, the story. I mean, such a shameful thing. What an incredibly vile attempt just to destroy somebody else's life to get away with your lies. That really shows no empathy. That really shows no concern for people's life, for somebody you claimed you loved, and also for his family and extended family. I mean, scary, man, really scary. I hope I can celebrate. I'm gonna
Welcome back.
I'm gonna have a drink.
Here with
I don't drink.
On Law and Crime. I've got Anjanette Levy with me.
We got the positive result,
the Fairfax, Virginia
I have
courthouse,
to drink
where
a little
deliberations
bit.
are underway in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. And
for
little
you
update
guys,
for you, the deliberation clock has stopped, at least for a few minutes, while the jurors have lunch. It is 12:36 on the.
Okay, so we know that the jury is having lunch. That's good. Guys, I want to ask you a little favor, like hit the like if you want for the live to go up, or also if I don't know if you're already subscribed or if you're not. I know not that a lot of you cares about subscribing to YouTube channels, but there is a lot of my channels as well, including music and covers, maybe a music that you like, and I will continue to go in this direction of covering some important news, talking about events. We'll see a little bit where we go. But definitely, you know, if you want to consider subscribing, I would be really grateful. The more the better, right? And also we can, I just hope, please, we have to celebrate all together. We do a live again, we celebrate. We got to celebrate. This has to be a good summer. Please. There are already too many problems. Please. Okay, let's leave. This lady usually says good things. Let's see what she says.
Our drug laws are more about possession of a drug. We don't have laws saying that for prior, like, ingestion at that point. There's nothing about them distributing or selling it. So I would say no, there's no sort of like criminal admission they made just by the fact that they maybe have taken the drug themselves.
Okay, glad we set the record straight for that. Here's another question.
Wow, guys,
from
we
a
jumped
viewer
almost
on
100
Twitch.
subscribers in 10
Tanisha
seconds.
Wallace
That's awesome.
X. This is a question that has come up a lot.
Keep it going like
and
that.
The question
Thank you.
is,
Wow.
can both Depp and Heard be found guilty? So can the jurors find that they both defamed each other, essentially, and with malice? Linda Kenny-Bodden in the studio for us. Is this a possibility?
Let's see.
The problem you have is that once they find, let's say they find for Johnny Depp, okay, and that one of the three headlines, and I'll start with the first one, I spoke up against sexual violence, not domestic abuse, sexual violence, and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Once they find for that was not true, that what Amber Heard had alleged, it becomes very difficult to find that Johnny Depp actually defamed her or his lawyer defamed her, which is really the allegation. Could there be some exceptions? Sure, juries come through with inconsistent verdicts all the time, but in this case, probably unlikely, and don't make me eat my words, jury.
Is it possible that they find you know, neither of them defamed the other one, right? That
Yes.
everyone gets off scot-free.
Yeah. That is what most people are saying is the most likely verdict here. Of course, you know, there are two types of juries. Juries that have an opinion when they go into that room and they want to like say, okay, let's look at the law in relation to the opinion that I have as to who should win. And then there are other juries that want to find all the facts and all what happened for themselves. That's when you have the long deliberations, by the way, not the shorter deliberations. So yes, could they say, okay, there's just too much here, we can't decipher it, I can't find behind clear and convincing evidence or beyond clear and convincing evidence that anything happened here on either side. I have suspicions, but I can't comply with the law on finding a verdict.
Okay. Let's go to a question about the ACLU, because as many people may know, when Amber wrote that op-ed, she did it in conjunction with the ACLU. In fact, the ACLU sort of wrote it for her, although she had input and her team had input, and she had asked them to take out sort of specific things that alluded to her marriage to Johnny Depp. The question from Sue and Justice on Facebook is, can the ACLU put a lawsuit on Amber if they prove that she lied? Marie, can the ACLU do that?
I don't see that the ACLU would do that. Anyone has access to our court systems. I don't think they would sue Amber to say, girl, you made us write this op-ed and you told all these lies, so therefore you made us look dumb. We're suing you. I don't think so. I think what they're going to try to do is to try to get her to keep her end of the bargain and get off some of that money. So they're not going to want to piss Amber off. They're going to play nice with her and try to get the money. That's what I think the ACLU is going to be focused on.
Oh man, I don't think they're ever going to get those money.
Jeanette, talk to us a little bit more about ACLU. I mean, what do you think of that? And also, there's this story out this morning that the ACLU is actually billing Johnny Depp because they're claiming his legal team made them do all of these redactions or unredactions from a document. They're billing him some $86,000 or something.
So, okay, so first of all, I want to say we love that Marie Pereira never holds back.
Thank you, Marie.
Thank you, Marie. We love you. Never change. Second of all, okay, so yes, I just want to say, let me start out by saying, Terrence Doherty, the gentleman who testified, the general counsel for the ACLU, I was under the impression he was not involved in any of this, okay? So let's just say that. Let's put that out there. He seemed like a lovely man, Columbia Law School graduate. He sat for a deposition for hours. If you watched the videotape deposition, it went on probably for 8 or 9 hours. I'm sure they took breaks. But yes, the ACLU, there was this Romero guy that was involved with Amber. I think he met with her, and then the Elon Musk part of this, like Elon reached out to the ACLU to get Amber involved and all this jazz. So the ACLU has filed something in the courts in New York saying we want Johnny Depp to pay us $86,000 and change because of the money we had, or the time we had to spend compiling documents for the case.
Right.
So that's what they are asking for, and some stuff is going on with that in June in the courts. So there were some documents filed in April about that. People kind of threw them out there over the weekend again. I kind of like remembered this happening or heard about it a little bit, but then I saw some stuff for the weekend. I retweeted it, and then I looked at it a little more closely. Apparently, yeah, they can do this. They can say we want our money. So we had to pay this much for office staff to do this, so give us our money.
I mean, that's a lot of money for preparing documents. Yeah, $86,000.
How much are these people making that were pulling documents? Like, I don't know.
That's what I was saying. Like, that's a major salary.
Like
all right, we will see how that all shakes out as well. We're going to take one more question from a user on Twitch, LatinLove22. How come the jury has to include emotional, psychological abuse in their final decisions when the only abuse that was mentioned in the op-ed was the sexual and physical abuse? Linda, do you want to take this one?
Sure. And there was a distinction. This is a great question because it was a distinction that Camille Vasquez made, and also Ben Chu, but mostly Camille Vasquez, in her rebuttal closing, that the article talked about sexual violence. That was the headline, and that was the implication. So she argued to the jury, you do not have to talk about anything else that you may consider abuse. So that becomes the issue in a jury. They can accept that, or they can accept Mr. Rottenborn's argument that if you find that there was any abuse at all, no matter what type of abuse, you then don't have to find for Johnny Depp. You can find for his client Amber Heard. But it's going to be a question that will be answered by the jury.
All right, and many questions they do have to answer. We're going to take another quick break here in Fairfax. We'll be right back after this. This is Long Crime.
Man, if those people don't come out and just say like, Johnny win, bye, see you next time, bye, it's done.
We're good.
Pretty good.
Hey, they almost didn't cut the lady out properly. There is no freaking way, man. There is no freaking way this guy has to lose. No way. Just can't lose. There's already a t-shirt like that. That's a very nice shirt, man. That's Hearsay Brewing.com. Home to the mega pint. Isn't happy hour anytime? I mean, of course. Like pubs, they're just gonna go nuts on this. I'm not advertising getting heavy, lifting your elbow, you know? Every time Johnny Depp tells the truth, hey yo, you don't do that, I'm going to bust. I'll bust out in tears. Nobody wants, they don't want the truth. We want the truth. Oh man. What? Come on, but that's not fair to do this type of news. Come on, that's silly. What a dumb freaking thread, that's true. What a stupid article. Really, really stupid article. Apparently they probably made a mistake with Dr. Spiegel. They are the wrong one. So there's a Dr. Spiegel that has like 500 plus publication. Maybe they hired the wrong Dr. Spiegel, which makes sense. Gee. One thing I've never understood, actually I have to look into it. It's like, how much money did JD lost? Because I remember that I think he, when he sued his accountant, that he claimed that they robbed him. Then they,
Welcome back to Long Crime. I'm Stacey Delicat here with Anjanette Levy. We're outside the Fairfax County Courthouse where jury deliberations actually on a brief pause. It is
where they agreed in court for like 25 million or something like that. But I wonder how much of this 650 million he lost. I mean, like he lost some money, but he was accused of spending. And also, again, now the spending makes absolute sense. All the spending on wine every month, like, you know, in that period, I remember he was accused, Johnny Depp is reckless, he's spending $30,000 a month of wine. And then again, it was exactly in the period where this guy had all these leeches living off of him, including his ex-wife. You know, I'm like, wow. But something that's never been clear to me, whether or not he lost this 650 million or he lost some like 25 millions in that period where these two brothers accounted were managing his fortune, basically.
I said, oh my God, I thought the first time.
Amber, I lost a finger, man. Come on.
Yeah, exactly, man.
I had a mineral can of mineral spirits thrown at my nose.
You can please tell people that it was a fair fight and see what the jury and judge think. Tell the world, Johnny. Tell them, Johnny Depp. I Johnny Depp, man, I'm a victim too of domestic violence, and
Yes.
it's a fair fight. And see how many people believe or side with you.
It doesn't matter if it's for fair fight. My
Exactly, because you're.
All right, some very compelling audio there. Angela, just put this in context again for the viewers of when this recording was taken and what was going on here.
So the TRO was filed May 27th of 2016, and this was sometime after that, but before the July 2016 San Francisco hotel room meeting where Amber had asked to meet with Johnny Depp. He was there performing with the Hollywood Vampires. So apparently there was this conversation between them. Johnny Depp recorded it, had her on speakerphone, it sounds like. And so apparently there was this phone conversation, and she's challenging him to tell the world and see if they believe you. So it happened before the San Francisco meeting, after the TRO. So he probably wasn't even supposed to be really talking to her because of the TRO, but apparently she had told Christian Carino, their former, I guess they may still be, agent, former friend, whatever, that she said something about the San Francisco thing, like, I won't call a violation on the TRO if he meets with me. And she apparently wanted to reconcile with him, so it's kind of wild.
Dina Dahl, law and crime legal analyst, how do you think this plays with the jury?
That I thought was one of the worst videos for Amber Heard, and there's a reason why Johnny Depp team played that at the very end of his direct, because it was so impactful. You know, there's so much recordings that they both did of each other, and we never hear Amber Heard talk about Johnny Depp hitting her on one of the recordings. We never hear her say, when you hit me, X, or why stop hitting me, or anything like that. So the one time we hear actually anything about hitting, it's usually her talking about hitting him, and then hear her talking about him being a victim. So while it's not dispositive of the case, it certainly helps Johnny Depp, this recording.
Marie, do you agree?
I agree to an extent, but let me play devil's advocate. In that audio, I think when she said, tell the world you're a male DV victim, you, the guy, she should have said, you, the guy who assaulted me with the bottle, and I didn't even tell about it when I went to get the TRO because I was trying to protect you. And he said, listen, I lost a finger. He didn't say, you cut off my finger. I think there were missing pieces in that conversation that would have been a natural progression of the conversation on both sides. And it shows, again, they're both lying, because that would have been the perfect time for him to say, I know you did not just say this after what you did to me. And lost a finger doesn't mean, girl, you chopped my finger with that bottle. Nothing was ever said. So in that sense, I agree with Dina, but I think it could hurt both of them, the missing pieces.
Yeah, listen, that's a good point. I think the jurors are, may very well be hung up on, did Amber Heard cost Johnny Depp the tip of his finger? What was the story with that injury? We heard testimony, obviously, on both sides. Let's move on to a question, actually, that has to do with the recordings, because we've heard so many recordings throughout the trial. And MZG from Twitter asked, was it ever addressed why there were so many recordings of their fights and talks? If you are the one recording and baiting the other person during it, shouldn't that recording be discounted by the jury? I know that I'd have a negative view of the one who did the job recording. Linda, set this in context for us. I mean, first of all, these recordings, were they all legal? Obviously, if they're allowed to be admitted into court, but also, has it ever been addressed why they were recording each other at various times?
Well, I explained that many times.
From Amber Heard, that's the issue, and whether or not she turned them over in discovery or whether or not they were found on her phone, we don't know the answer to that. We just know that she recorded them. And Johnny Depp recorded the last one, and clearly the jury understands that he thought he was being...
And let's not forget that Johnny requested forensic extractor to go through her phone, and they didn't manage. So actually, she didn't bring in a lot of evidence. Not at all. So, only this much, basically. So, I'm pretty sure there's way more. I think there are probably tons of recording that she did, which probably they're also worse for her. But yeah, already the ones that are outside. I mean, I've said this so many times. She probably was doing it with the excuse of doing therapy. Maybe that's that. But I'm pretty sure that for a certain point, before he became aware of those audios, and I'm speculating, probably she just took them without him even knowing, you know? And there is also proof of that. But there are many other audios where he knows it's being recorded, and probably it's because he thinks that they're doing couple therapy by recording an audio that they can go back and check the argument. You know, it's not unusual, actually. But yeah, probably there's way more.
Improve their communication with one another. So
guys, wait a second. I'm going to
we're
prepare some
consensual,
food.
some
A
we're
second.
not.
All right, great input here. I want to thank Marie Pereira, criminal defense attorney, former prosecutor, for being with us and for always telling it like it is. Your opinions and have been invaluable as always. So thanks so much for being with us this hour. We are going to take a quick break. When we come back, much more live from the courthouse here in Fairfax, along with many more of your questions and some replays of some of the other pivotal moments in this trial. Stay with us.
Guys, I'm right here. I'm just preparing some food because my body needs nourishment after all this BS that I heard. After all this BS that I heard, I need some vitamin and fiber and water too. Yes, I need to eat. Yes, I need to eat. Literally making a salad as we talk because fibers and vegetables are very important.
Welcome back to For the Record on Long Crime. I'm Stacey Delicat, live in Fairfax, Virginia, outside the courthouse where deliberations are underway in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial. I am joined by Long Crime's Anjanette Levy, who has been here every step of the way. And we are in a little bit of a holding pattern right now because the jury has taken a short lunch break. We expect them to resume deliberations in just a little while, but so far they have deliberated for just over 5 hours since first getting the case on Friday. We know they have an extensive list of jury instructions they have to go through, an extensive list of questions they need to answer and debate, and so we're not sure when we could hear something from them. So far, we haven't had any jury questions. We've seen some of the attorneys coming and going. We've seen some of Johnny Depp's security come and go. And we've seen a lot of media outside waiting. Everyone is just waiting right now for word. And so while we wait for more developments here on the ground, and before we take some more of the great viewer questions that have been coming in here, we want to replay some of Johnny Depp on the stand. Earlier during this show, we played some of Amber Heard testifying, but now we're going to hear a little bit from Johnny Depp, both under direct and cross-examination. Depp talked about how important it is to get his truth out, that's the point of this trial, that after 6 years, he's been waiting to get the truth out. Let's listen to some of that now.
No human being is perfect, certainly not. None of us. But I have never in my life committed sexual battery, physical abuse, all these outlandish, outrageous stories of me committing these things and living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to bring the truth out. So this is not easy for any of us. I know that. But no matter what happens, I did get here, and I did tell the truth, and I have spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back reluctantly for 6 years.
You testified, and I wrote it down before lunch. You said, when Ms. Myers asked you something about, how does it feel to make you, or how does it feel to be here? You said, I've been living with it for 6 years and waiting to be able to get the truth out. Remember saying that?
Yes.
You also said, I've spoken up for what I've been carrying on my back. Something to that effect. You remember saying that?
Yes.
And you've claimed several times in this proceeding, Mr. Depp, that this trial is your first chance to tell your story, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
But that's just not true, is it, Mr. Depp? That's not true.
No, for me it is true.
Okay, well, here's the thing. The fact is, Mr. Depp, when Dan Wooten wrote an article that was published in The Sun calling you a wife beater, you brought a lawsuit against The Sun in June of 2018, correct?
Yes, I brought
And that was 6 months before Ms. Heard ever wrote her op-ed, correct?
I don't know.
And in the summer of 2020, there was a several-week trial in London against The Sun, correct?
Ms. Heard was not a party to that trial.
Not my question, Mr. Depp. In the article that The Sun wrote that you sued over, you sued for Mr. Wooten calling you a wife beater, correct?
Objection asked and answered. Sustained. Next question.
And in the trial that you subsequently brought, you called a lot of witnesses, right?
I don't know what a lot is. I don't know.
Many people testified on both sides of the trial, correct?
Yes, many people.
And many exhibits were introduced, correct?
Like a trial, yes.
And you, just like in this trial, you were on the stand for several days in that trial, correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
And that trial involved the same factual issues that you are litigating here, which is whether you committed domestic abuse against Amber Heard.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
You brought that case against the Sun because you were angry at the Sun for calling you a wife beater, correct?
Yeah, that's probably a pretty good reason.
And you went through that trial in London, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
Mr. Depp, you've already had a chance to tell your story, haven't you?
No, there were great limitations in the UK trial.
All right, so that was one of Amber Heard's attorneys, Ben Rottenberg, questioning Johnny Depp on the stand, and he brought up that case in the UK when Johnny Depp sued a publication, the Daily Mail, wasn't it? Or for,
no, it's the Sun.
The Sun, thank you. So interchangeable, for saying that he was a wife beater in one of their headlines, and he lost that case. So joining us this hour, by the way, we still have our very own Linda Kenny-Bodden with us, live from our studio in New York. We have law and crime legal analyst Dina Dahl, and we have Dave Ehrenberg, a state attorney, joining us right now. So Dave, let me bring you into this. And do you think Rottenberg scored some points there by bringing up that case that Depp lost in the UK?
Good to be with you today. I don't think he won any points because none of the jurors ever saw Depp testify. You know why? Because it wasn't televised, and that's the big difference. So when they say that you already had your chance to tell your story to the world, that's really not true because the world never saw him on the stand. They only read about it in publications. And if you're in the United States, they didn't follow that trial as much as they did in Great Britain. So no, I think the jurors are probably looking at the lawyer saying, I don't remember him getting a chance to tell his story, because he didn't. He didn't until now.
Can I add to that just briefly?
Please.
So also, we need to keep in mind that these are two different justice or legal systems, I should say. The way that the trial, and I know this because I interviewed Nick Wallace, a UK reporter who's here, and he covered the UK trial, and he told me it was much different the way that this went down. Apparently, the Sun's lawyer, Sasha Wass, I think was the name, started every witness, and it's almost like you start with cross-examination. There is no direct examination. So it's with this, the Sun's attorney basically, going into cross to almost defend themselves. And so there was a lot of stuff that didn't come into the UK trial. Plus, it was a judge over there. And you're talking about suing a publication who had a source. Right. And the source was Amber Heard, not suing the source of the information. And if you're talking about press protections, it's going to be much different. Also, it wasn't televised. And Judge Askarati, I believe, in one of her rulings, said the UK trial, she didn't think it was a fair trial.
Interesting. Well, that's great to add for context. So thank you, Anjanette. We're going to switch gears now and go to some of the viewer questions because so many have been coming in on our various platforms. And I'm going to start by one from Northern Farm Girl from YouTube, who said, what in this case should the jury not pay too much attention to? For example, the alleged fecal matter funk on the bed. Linda, let me go to you. Is that something the jury should really be paying much attention to at this point of the game?
Well, let me just start off with saying hello, Dave Ehrenberg. Nice to see you, state's attorney in Palm Beach. You were here in the studio. Boy, you get around, sir. You're great. And Stacey, going back to your regular question, yes, he was just my little vector in the studio last week. He was absolutely great then, as he is now, as he is always. But that's an important consideration. It's not just a little matter because, again, I look at this as juries would do for their own personal experience. Now, I can't remember a time, Michael, maybe you can correct me. Did you ever leave fecal material in my bed on my pillow? No, of course he didn't. And so the jury doesn't like that. They look at their own experience, all right? So it is an important thing. And then she later admitted to it. She said it was a joke. But given their relationship, it doesn't sound like much of a joke. So the jury will look at everything, but they'll pay more attention to what they have in their own personal experience. Plus, they'll say, was she lying about it? And that's how they will put the evidence into a funnel and come out with the verdict at the end.
But it's not just that she said it was a joke. Then she came back in the trial and she said, no, it was the dog. So it's been a little bit back and forth and changing the story. But let me go to another part of this question. Is there anything that the jury doesn't need to pay that much attention to that came up in this trial? I mean, Dina, can you think of anything?
No, I mean, essentially all the evidence that came in at trial was already determined to be relevant. Any evidence that, I bet both parties, before trial, they do these pre-trial motions and they decide what evidence comes in. The judge makes the determining factor. And we know there was a lot more evidence that just didn't come in because because it wasn't relevant enough or it was too prejudicial. So the idea is that the evidence that came in only came in because it did speak to this essential issue of whether or not the statements defame them. So the jury cannot, decide to not pay attention really to any of the facts that came in because they're all supposed to be important in the issue.
Okay, let's go to another question. This one's from Melanie Rose from Facebook, and she said, could Amber be found with perjury, I guess guilty of perjury, if she's found guilty for lying, or could she face any perjury charges perhaps? Dave Ehrenberg, do you want to take that one?
Hey guys.
Yes, because that's something we prosecute. We prosecute perjury. It is a crime.
Trying to get a little pause cooking and eating and then coming back.
Extremely unlikely.
But this is
for
going to stay
anyone
live.
to be prosecuted after the fact in this case, because we're talking about a civil matter, and to prove perjury, you have to prove that they knowingly lied and it was material. And prosecutors have so much more bigger fish to fry. They've got other cases to deal with. They've got gun crimes, and I don't think they're going to waste their time prosecuting Amber Heard for fibbing on the stand. Plus, it's not clear that if she made some misleading comments, that it was an intentional lie. So these cases of perjury are very tough to prosecute, and it would be a waste of prosecutors' time. I think the justice in this case will be when the jury of 7 individuals reach their verdict pretty soon.
Okay. Melanie had another good question, and she said, if all of this started with the Waldman statements, why isn't Amber suing him alongside with Johnny? Remember, Adam Waldman is Johnny Depp's attorney, who Amber alleges was acting as his agent on his behalf when she says he orchestrated a smear campaign against her by calling her allegations a giant hoax. Linda, why isn't Waldman named in this suit alongside Johnny Depp?
Well, there's a number of reasons. One, she doesn't want another attorney there. 2, she wants to focus it only on Johnny Depp. 3, we don't know if there was a confidential settlement of any sort with his malpractice policy. I send a letter, we get a settlement, we get an agreement, and it's settled quietly, just as a nuisance suit. So we don't know any of the background. But the last thing she wanted was another attorney. She wanted to make sure, as a strategic decision, it was only Johnny Depp that jury looked at.
Okay. Well, we are going to take another quick break, but we're going to be back in just a minute with much more and many more of your questions live here from Fairfax, Virginia. This is Long Crime. back to For the Record on Law and Crime. I'm Stacey Delicat here with Anjanette Levy outside the Fairfax County Courthouse, where we are waiting for jury deliberations to resume after a quick lunch break in the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation case. Already just over 5 hours of deliberation since Friday. Things got back underway after the holiday weekend at 9 this morning, and we're waiting for some kind of word, some kind of action. So far, we haven't had anything yet. And so while we wait, along with all of the other media who's lined up here behind us, there are international outlets, Germany, UK, ton of photographers and press out here. While we all wait out here in this sweltering heat and humidity in Fairfax, Virginia, we're looking at some of the pivotal moments of the trial. And one witness who has come up in a lot of discussion is an employee of TMZ. We want to talk about Morgan Tremaine and his testimony, because there was TMZ video that surfaced of Depp basically having a meltdown. This was in the couple's kitchen. This is video that was, of course, played during the trial. So Depp's team called a former TMZ staffer to testify about this. And we also hear from Amber Heard herself when questioned by Depp's attorney. Let's go ahead and listen to that now.
How much time had passed from the time you received the kitchen cabinet video to the time it was posted on TMZ?
About 15 minutes.
Did any other tabloids other than TMZ post this video?
Objection
No,
leading and calls for hearsay.
Did any other tabloids?
Overrule.
Mr. Tremaine, go ahead.
No, they did not.
And why not?
Because it was a TMZ exclusive.
And what does that mean?
It means the TMZ owns the copyright to it. So it can't be distributed by any other media source without backlinking to TMZ, and they wouldn't be able to upload that media without getting a copyright strike.
Have you seen the kitchen cabinet video that was played in this trial?
I have, yes.
How does that video that was played in this trial compare to the one you received on August 12, 2016?
When I had clicked the direct link that we received and watched the video in its entirety, it was much shorter than the video we had received, than the video that's been played in this trial. There was a bit at the beginning that was played here in which Ms. Heard is seemingly sort of setting up the camera and getting into position. And then there's a bit at the end where she's seemingly sniggering and looks at the camera. That part was not present in what we received.
Did TMZ edit the video?
No, not even a little. When we receive something and it's edited, there's a clear indicator, because there's sort of a journalistic practice that uses when there's an edit, you do what's called like a white flash transition, which covers the entire screen with white to very clearly indicate to everybody there was an edit here for time or whatever, just to make it a little more compelling. But in this case, it was not edited, as I was staring at the machine that edited it and present for the entirety of receipt to publishing.
Now, the video of Mr. Depp beating up some kitchen cabinets, you admit that you took that video, correct?
Yes, I did.
Right. And you acknowledge that the video was released online the day before you were deposed in connection with your divorce from Mr. Depp in August of 2016, right?
I believe it was, yes.
But you testified that you had absolutely nothing to do with the video's release, right?
Absolutely not.
And you testified that you learned about it when you landed after flying into LA. Do you remember that testimony?
Upon touchdown is when I was alerted to the video's existence.
You heard Mr.
Online.
Tremaine testify about this video as well yesterday, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ received the cabinet video the same day you landed at LAX, yes?
I don't know if I don't know if that's what his testimony was. I'm sorry.
You heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the cabinet video was posted 15 minutes after TMZ received it, yes?
That's what I heard him say.
And that this could only have been possible if the video was received directly from the source, yes?
I heard him say that. I don't know if that's true or if that's possible, because it didn't come from me. I was flying.
Tremaine
so
testify.
I know that's incorrect, is what I mean to say.
Another liar on the stand?
I just know that that's incorrect.
Right. And you heard Mr. Tremaine testify that TMZ owns the copyright to the cabinet video, right?
That's news to me.
The cabinet video you filmed of your then husband, yes?
The copyright ownership of that is news to me. I learned that yesterday.
It's the cabinet video that you captured of your then husband, yes?
That is correct. I did capture that video, and yes, that was my husband.
The same cabinet video that was released the night before you were deposed in your divorce, yes?
That's correct.
Okay. You must have also heard Mr. Tremaine testify that the version of the cabinet video that TMZ received was incomplete compared to the video the jury saw in this trial. Did you hear that?
The video that that you have seen is complete.
Right. But the one TMZ got the day before your deposition in the divorce was incomplete.
I don't know. I haven't seen it.
He testified that at the beginning portion of the video where you set up the camera, that wasn't included in the video that TMZ received.
I don't know what video TMZ
I'm talking
received.
about Mr. Tremaine's testimony, Ms. Hurd. Let's just
So you're
focus on
asking me to
Mr.
repeat
Tremaine.
his testimony?
No, I'm asking you if you recall hearing him say those words to this jury.
Yes, I heard his testimony. We all did.
And he testified that the end of the video where you can be seen smirking. I know you testified earlier that you haven't been smirking in this trial, but you sure were caught on camera smirking in that video.
I disagree with that.
Was also not included in the TMZ video.
Everyone can watch that video and you can determine whether you think it's funny to me or not.
That's because the video came from you, right, Ms. Hurd?
No, it did not.
You edited
that video
out
did
the
not
portions.
come to me. I mean, come from me.
Ms. Hurd, you edited out the portions that made you look bad before sending it to TMZ.
You're very wrong about that.
So that
if I
only
wanted to
Mr.
leak
Depp
information, I
looked
could have
bad.
done it in a more effective way, a lot sooner and a lot more.
Because you
I
knew
was
exactly
living
how
with
to
a
do that,
mountain
right?
of this evidence. If I wanted to leak it, I could have done a lot more with it.
All right, so there's Amber Heard being questioned about that video that she filmed, admitted to filming on her phone of Johnny Depp having kind of a meltdown in the kitchen and slamming the cabinets, though she says she did not give it to TMZ. Let me go to our guests. Dina Dahl, legal analyst. Why do you think, or do you think, do you believe her that she had nothing to do with submitting the video? And how much do you think this is going to, how much weight is this going to carry with the jury? Whether or not she handed over these videos to an outlet like TMZ.
I don't believe her. The fact that they got the copyright within 15 minutes, the fact that the parts that made her look bad were edited out, I think she was clearly lying about this. And it really made me question why her team put her back on the stand that morning, because the day before we'd heard TMZ employee, we'd heard the trailer, somebody from the trailer park testify. We heard a lot of witnesses speak about her prior testimony. And so they knew this was coming. And her only defense was, oh, this person had to be lying because of Johnny Depp. I think that was a really bad response on her part. And, this was at the end of the trial, and this is what the jury is left with. She's caught in a lie, and she doesn't even have some good explanation or anything. I thought that was very damaging.
Anjanette, let me bring you in because there's this TMZ clip. There's TMZ, Morgan Tremaine, saying that they were tipped off to photograph her outside the courthouse when she first filed her restraining order, and the photographer was told she was going to stop for the camera, et cetera. TMZ has played a bit of a big part in this case, and there's another TMZ clip that was brought to your attention, especially this weekend. Tell the viewers about it.
So over the weekend, I'm here in Fairfax hanging out, and I get all of these DMs, and I'm getting tagged in this clip from TMZ from August of 2016, and it's TMZ Live. It's their television show, and Harvey Levin and I think two other employees are discussing this video. So I think we should play that, and people should listen very carefully to what is said by one of the TMZ employees.
Okay, TMZ Live 2016.
The first thing I notice in this video is that Amber Heard, it's in this, I think she thinks helps her case, that this has happened enough to her that she puts this camera down on the table and starts filming because she knows the way this argument's going to go and wants to get whatever he says or does on tape. If you notice, halfway through the video, she moves the camera so that it gets the angle of Johnny Depp so that he's on camera. Now, the other thing that I have to say Amber thinks by leaking this video is going to go a long way for her is that she's been alleging a lot of bad things about Johnny Depp, about domestic violence, about hitting her, breaking bottles, and overall acting a certain way and being intoxicated. She thinks this video proves that. The video to her proves, number one, you can tell Johnny Depp's intoxicated. Number two, he breaks a glass and a bottle on tape. And three, at the end of it, he grabs the camera in a menacing enough way where you think maybe something happens after that. We are told this video was taken months before the alleged assault took place. Amber's, I think, hope, and she hasn't said she didn't put this tape out, but come on. You know, she taped it and she's the only one with the video.
And by the way, and her side, we should say, her side says there was no domestic violence here. This is, and we know that they are also saying that this was heavily edited, they say, and that's their position, but it is.
Okay, so I think that was what was interesting about this is that they basically say she leaked it. You know, they didn't explicitly say, like, well, Amber sent that to us, but they know, okay? They know.
Right. I mean, this is how Hollywood works.
Of course they know.
So I thought that was interesting.
Of course they know.
They talked about it, and they were saying that this was months before. I thought they said months before they got it. So that would have been possibly, and I still don't know if we're clear on when that was shot, but it would have been around maybe the time where he was learning about his financial situation and possibly his mother dying.
Right.
But we don't know that. I'm not going to act like I know that for sure, but if it is indeed months before, as they stated, it would have been in that time frame.
All right, so let's go to some of the fan questions now, or some of the viewer questions. And one viewer on Twitch, Nabia Ziz, asked, going to Morgan Tremaine's testimony, the TMZ employee that we played a clip from, how damaging do you think it was to Amber Heard, and what impact, if any, did it have on the jury? Again, this is all tied in together. Who leaked the tape, who tipped them off to her appearance at the court when she filed the restraining order. Linda, what do you think? Is Morgan Tremaine's testimony going to be something that really comes up a lot in deliberations?
Well, it's going to be one of the high points of cross-examination and examination that's ever been played, right? You know, in terms of your 15 minutes of fame. But having said that, juries don't like liars. They don't like liars in the courtroom to them. They may not mind it if you lie. You know, if Anjanette, for instance, lied to you, Stacey, okay? Or, you know, that they don't care about. But they're in the courtroom to determine the truth. They're setting their lives aside. They're not going to like somebody leaking the video for advantage, who's manipulative, who lies about it, and they didn't even see the TMZ, and the only one that could have leaked it would be her, or possibly somebody she gave it to, giving her phone on her team to do it. So I don't think the jury will like that, because again, it shows that she's manipulative, and if she's manipulating TMZ and the public, she's manipulating them.
Okay, good point. Dina, let me ask you this. Another question from Twitch B and Z. She's denying tipping off TMZ, yet she used the main exit rather than the side celebrity exit when she filed her TRO. Any ideas why Depp's team did not use that info during closing arguments? Again, this goes to Morgan Tremaine testifying that TMZ was tipped off. She's going to come out of the court. She's going to turn one way and pause so that
that's why
photographers can get a shot of the bruise on her face.
Seems so obvious. I mean,
why
come on.
do you think that this wasn't brought up or emphasized more by Depp's team during closing arguments?
I thought I did hear in closing arguments them talk about the TMZ employee and the fact that they knew exactly where to photograph. I think it was one of the many things that was brought up, and that maybe it got a little bit lost in the conversation because they were really trying to point out many of her inconsistencies. But I do think that those witnesses we heard at the very end of Johnny Depp's rebuttal may end up being the most important ones, because this TMZ employee, because of the Trailer Palace person, because of Barbara, the person who stopped that altercation at the airport. I really considered them to be completely disinterested witnesses. They were not friends. They were not employees. They were not hired expert witnesses. They were truly people who had information about the case. And again, at the very end, when Amber Heard was on the stand, she was confronted with all of this, and she was really asking the jury, believe nobody but me. And again, I completely agree with Linda. They really don't like getting lied to. And their instructions say, if you think somebody has lied, you're allowed to throw out their testimony. And I think that's what we've come down to. Has she lied enough? Because I think she has lied at least some. The jury is going to see that.
Good afternoon. Oh, let me get you copies. We have a question. Copy who says? I only have 2 copies, so that's what we go. Let me just read into the record the question. It's basically in regards to number C, items 1 and 3, and number C is a jury instruction on the finding instruction for the online article title. The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Does that seem appropriate to everybody?
Which they've phrased as headline as opposed to title. But
Right, because the headline is the alleged defamatory statement. So I can say the statement is the headline, and not the entire op-ed. Is that what you want me to say? All right.
Thank you.
The statement is the headline, not the entire op-ed. All right. I will send that back to them.
And just so we're clear,
As
Your Honor,
well.
the wording would be what again?
I can give you the copy of this one. Okay, it says the statement is the headline, not the entire op-ed. Everybody's.
You know, just give me a second.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting for that, Mr. Chu, I did get your motion. I'm not ignoring you, but I am kind of ignoring you because since the jury has the case now and it's out of my hands, I appreciate your motion, but I'm not going to entertain it at this time, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Just, can I have one moment, Your Honor? Just want to.
All right, are we satisfied with that answer? Yes. Okay, I will, we'll make copies of this first, and then I'll get it back to the jury, and I'll get it back to you, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Recess. Thank you.
All right.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. We're live outside the Fairfax, Virginia courthouse where we just had our first little bit of action today. The jurors actually had a question in the case. They began deliberations, resumed their deliberations, I should say, around 9 o'clock this morning after deliberating for 2 hours on Friday. They took a break for lunch. Things were pretty quiet. Not too much was going on here. And then just about 5 or 10 minutes ago, everyone was called back in. The jury had a question. And apparently this question had to do with one of the jury instructions. Does the statement about the headline, right, the headline of Amber Heard's op-ed, Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, that has to change. Does the question in the jury instructions rather apply to the headline or the content of everything in the op-ed? This is something we've been talking about frequently on our broadcast. Linda Kenny-Bodden is in our studio in New York. What do you make of this question, Linda?
Yeah, it was interesting because the judge said something about question number 3 in the jury instructions, and maybe it mirrors question number 1 on the verdict form. But basically, the question from the jury is, do you look at the statement, the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, that has to change. Is that the defamatory statement, or do you look at it in terms of the whole op-ed piece? And the judge answered, it is the statement that is defamatory, just like the motion for summary judgment that survived with the chief judge. It's the statement that's defamatory. And our viewers picked up on this, Stacey, early on when they asked the question about the closings, right? Why did Ben Rottenborn say it could be any act of violence, any act of domestic abuse, and therefore she's not guilty? The jurors are basically asking that question in reverse, right? Isn't this the statement that we have to look at?
Dave Ehrenberg, state attorney from Palm Beach, is also with us. Dave, what do you read into this as we look at the tea leaves? What does this mean that they've had this question? Is it the headline or is it the entirety of the op-ed?
You know, Linda brings up a good point. If they're focusing on the sexual violence, then that's probably good for Johnny Depp, because even though Rottenborn said that all Amber Depp has to show that she was a victim of one act of violence, they tried to broaden it to say verbal abuse, sexual violence. But no, the thing is, unless Amber Heard can show that Johnny Depp committed some act of physical violence, not verbal abuse or sexual violence, then she's going to lose. And so I think if they're focusing on the title of the op-ed, that's probably good for Johnny Depp, because that title was the most inflammatory part of the op-ed. And her defense could be, well, I didn't write the title, that's done by editors. But she owns the title because later on she tweeted out the article. She didn't try to walk back the title, so she owned it. And I think if you had to judge, and it's always tough to judge jury questions because juries are notoriously unpredictable, but I think it's probably a good question if you are on Johnny Depp's side.
All right. Well, much more to come on what's happening in the jury deliberations. We'll see if we'll get any other questions. I also want to mention that the judge said to Johnny Depp's team, she received the motion. They filed. The case is now in the jury's hands. She was denying the motion. We don't know what was in that motion. I know Anjanette is working on it to talk to her sources. We're going to try to find out a little bit more of what the motion may have been that was filed by the Depp team this morning. But as we've told you, we did see Camille Vasquez. We did see several of the attorneys coming and going this morning, and so perhaps they had filed a motion there, as the judge suggested. We're going to find out more about that. Let's switch gears now and go to some of our viewer questions. Really great questions continue to come in. Here's one from Twitch from Pixelmaker, and this is for Anjanette. Anjanette, what do you think about the level of disdain we're seeing toward Amber Heard? As a woman and a trial observer, do you think it's fair, and do you think it's possible for a fair trial with this type of media coverage?
So I do think it's possible to have a fair trial with a lot of media coverage. In some respects, I think it makes it more fair because you can't claim then that you're getting it through a filter of the media. You have access to this trial. You can log onto our feed and watch it. There are other feeds as well where you can watch it uninterrupted. So I think that that is kind of a hallmark of what, you know, one of our founding principles. You know, there were trials that were secret, you know, in Europe and things like that. We come over and we found this country, and I know I'm on my soapbox, but, you know, trials are public for a reason. The public has a right to know. The level of disdain toward Amber Heard, look, Johnny Depp is a more well-known person than she is, and his supporters are very passionate, and they believe that she is lying. Now, do I think people should be threatening her life? I absolutely do not think that. I think it's wrong, and I think that should stop. I think it's ridiculous. Quit it. Quit it. If you're threatening violence against anyone, stop it. Knock it off. Things come full circle in life very often. My mom always says, whenever I get upset about anything, don't worry about it. It all comes out in the wash. So I think people just need to let the process unfold and temper their passions. Things have a way of coming full circle and working themselves out. And the jury is tasked with determining the truth in this case. They are the triers of fact. So let's let them do their work.
Yeah, I mean, I absolutely agree with you on the violence that, and the threats that she's faced and her family's faced, and not just her, but all the witnesses that have testified for her team. I mean, a psychiatrist I heard was getting all of these bad reviews online, after she testified on behalf of her, and that's not really right. But let's get back to the matter at hand, to what's going on now. And we have another question from a viewer about the question that was just asked by jurors in court. Remember, that question was about, does question 3, the statement, apply to the headline of the op-ed or to the entirety of the op-ed? Shannon, or Judy Powell Shannon from Facebook, asks, according to the question the jury just asked, how far along do they seem to be with regards to their questions they must answer in rendering a verdict? Linda, can we really tell how far along they are? Because, I mean, there is a little bit of splitting hairs here. They're talking about question number 3. We've got the special verdict form on which it might be question 1. Can you make any determination of how far along they might be at this point?
Why don't we go to question 3? The question 3 is, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Now, let's do a little bit of a I'm going to pivot here on this question. Does the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse, is somebody really asking then, do we look at that in terms of, number 1, the headline, that it has to be with I spoke up with sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or do we look at it independently? So if they're really looking at question number 3 and asking if it relates to question number 1, we know that they're probably at question number 3, but the caveat is they could just be going through the questions and seeing what problems they have before they actually answer the question. So that's a roundabout way of saying it could be any of the above.
We don't know. We just don't know. All we can do is stand by here and wait for news, as they say. We're going to take another quick break. We'll be right back after this.
Oh, I want to know who had food. That's what I want to know. Or let's go around here. Let's check a little bit if we have some news. Who is David Kilaki? David Kilaki, who is this guy? 2019, Amber Laura Heard. So what is this? I am over the age of 18 and now not a part of this action. I have finished personal knowledge of the facts set forth below. I'm a mechanic by trade. Refined to company performance truck repair. At the request of Mr. Depp, I helped facilitate an agreement with the network to restore and customize his wife Amber Heard 1968 Mustang. Okay, this is for the overhauling. Oh, this is interesting. So okay, let's go on. On one occasion, I had the most unusual and unsettling experience. Oh, okay, this is testified. Is it true? I've heard this message. I saw just a snippet of this message. I didn't know it was a deposition in the Circuit Court of Fairfax County, Civil Action Number CL 2019-002911. But it is true. Is it true, or is it like a mock document? That's like 3 years ago. I don't know if it's CL 2019 or it's just a number. I don't know. Well, I read this. Basically, this is this mechanic guy that alleges that
Welcome back to Law and Crime. We are live here in Fairfax, Virginia. It is a hot and humid day outside the Fairfax.
All right, let's concentrate here. So basically, this is a story of this mechanic that worked on the TV show and received apparently a request from AH to go by the system and show her how the car worked, the audio system. And then here, like when he went to her house, when I arrived precisely at the appointment, what did I miss? I was listening the whole time. I had the volume up. I didn't. What did I miss? I heard everything. I heard that the jury at the question came out and asked about the content of the title or the op-ed. I heard all of that. I was right here. I had the volume up. I was listening to it. Somebody's accusing me, you stink at reading the chat. Well, I wasn't reading the chat for a while, so if you want to bring it to my attention, then, I was having a little bit of food. I apologize if that annoyed you, but I just wanted to have a little bit of food. Alright guys, no big deal. It's all good. I thought I missed something important. So, alright, here nothing is happening. Let's see, because now I muted the thing here. Nothing is happening.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm like totally shocked, because I think that this is a lot. And if you're working to get it right and you're doing your due diligence as a juror, you're probably going to have some questions.
I'm not surprised at all they had a question, just that it's been, this long till they did. Let's go to a viewer question from YouTube now. Crystal Hoveter asks, if they don't believe that statement of the headline, that leads me to believe that they think she is a liar. If that's so, can they then throw out her entire testimony? Dave, do you want to take that one?
Yes, as Linda correctly said, that when a juror believes that someone has lied at any point in the trial, the jury instructions will tell them they can disregard their entire testimony. And that's why Amber really, I think, hurt herself when she seemed to split hairs and obfuscate on some issues that weren't really that important to the ultimate question at trial, like the question of whether she gave the $7 million to charity. Remember that? She sort of obfuscated and pushed back. She didn't have to. Just accept what they're saying, just acknowledge it, and move on. But instead, she made bigger issues when she didn't need to. And so, yes, all the times that she looked like she was misleading on the stand, that will come back to haunt her. And yes, some of the jurors, if not all, could reject her entire testimony because of it.
So another question from AmRiptal79 on YouTube says, if Amber Heard loses this case and loses worker money as a result, can she bring a defamation case against Johnny Depp for the things he said in court? Well, she's already brought this countersuit. I guess the question is, does she have any recourse if she loses ultimately? Linda?
Not for what he said in court. Anything you say inside the courtroom in a lawsuit is completely protected by something called immunity. He has complete and absolute immunity for anything said inside that courtroom. So she cannot bring a lawsuit against that. Can she bring a lawsuit against the ACLU for writing that headline and claim she didn't really authorize it? That's be an interesting question to see in the future.
Yeah, for sure. Well, as we're getting ready to wrap up our live coverage outside the courthouse, just Anjanette, why don't you give a final wrap of sort of set the scene how you feel the vibe is here today? I mean, we see crews everywhere, crews filming us here, media all lined up there. I mean, how does this day, compare to everything else? She knows everyone. Set the scene for our viewers before we throw it back to the studio.
So a lot more media here today. As we had been mentioning, we've gotten to know each other over the last several weeks. We've become a little bit of a media family, I think, but we've got some new members that we don't know as well coming in today. So it's interesting, and I'm very interested in this question that the jury asked. I think it's an important question, and going through the finding instructions, we have finding instructions plus the special verdict form. I think it's a lot, and I think it was interesting.
So, of course, we're watching the deliberations. We're watching for any more questions. We're watching for anything else might happen. We're also watching for who's coming and going. Will Johnny Depp be here if the verdict's read? Is he still in the UK where he was this weekend performing with his band? There's a lot of stuff that we're watching here on the ground. So be sure to stay with Law and Crime, because we're going to obviously have live updates throughout the day from here at the courthouse. Anjanette's going to be going back inside soon. We'll have plenty for you. I want to thank our guests for being with us, Dave Ehrenberg, Karen Felicia Nance, sticking around. Of course, the coverage does not end here. Linda Kenny Bowden is going to pick it up for you live from our studio. So much more to break down, so many pivotal points, so many key witnesses to talk about in this case. Thanks for joining us for this lunch hour, and stay with Law and Crime for more live updates from Fairfax. I'm Stacey Delicat with Anjanette Levy.
All right, guys, let's just gonna put the volume low. Well, now I can leave the volume up. So we have 4 minutes to go through this. Please, guys, I don't know what is. This is a link. This is a YouTube channel's lawyers, which they covered this very well. Anyway, I thought it was a link to something else. Please, if you haven't pressed the like, I would really appreciate if you hit the like for the chat. And again, I was talking about this document. It looks like it's real, but yeah, cannot be sure. But it's the story of this mechanic that basically goes to the Eastern Columbia building to show how the radio and stuff works in the new car that they've built. And when he goes there, precisely at the appointment, at the penthouse in the parking garage, after she came down, we found the Mustang. She got into the driver's seat, and I the front passenger seat. She seemed to be in a very good mood. We spent a moment exchanging greetings. She then said something weird. Oh, here we are alone, together in a parked car in a dark parking garage. We could do anything in here, nobody would see us. She added to that statement. However, I'm certain today what exactly she added. I was speechless and did not make any reply to that, nor did I make eye contact. She was wearing a white t-shirt and a denim jeans and dark shoes. My only response was to say, okay, let me show you how the sound system works. I continued to instruct her on the system, and then she picked up on the procedure quickly. She asked me to show her how to get her contact list into the touchscreen or the sound system. I did just that, and I noticed her phone was already set to a person in her contact list. And it displayed onto the car screen. It had the name and phone number of Dr. David Kipper. Alright, that's interesting. So that's the second part of that. Happens to be a client of mine, I said. Oh, do you know Dr. Keeper too? Amber's response was completely unexpected. She turned to me shockingly icy and said, how the do you know Keeper? I quickly apologized for asking and said it was none of my business and told Keeper was a client of mine. The tension in the air was extreme at that point. While she gave me the silent treatment, then she quickly exited the car while saying, it's none of your fucking... She walked to the penthouse elevator and I never saw her again. I sat in the car for a moment, got out, walked downstairs, and when home I reported this entire interaction to Johnny's property manager, Mr. Murphy, and later to Johnny's sister, Christy. Later, Mr. Depp spearheaded, however, I continued to work both for Mr. Depp on his automobiles and also for Amber on her Mustang. After receiving the vehicle, Amber instructed me to implement several changes. In addition to what the network had done to the car, I followed her instruction precisely. Approximately June 2016, I received direction for Cammy Murphy to separate the billing on work related to the Mustang. I was told to continue billing Johnny for work performed on his vehicles and to invoice Amber directly for performed on her Mustang. I immediately informed the reply I received can only be described as an extremely hostile response from AH. I did my best to convey to her that I did not wish to get into the middle of a dispute between her and Depp. She did not receive any information very well. Her first reaction was to verbally abuse me with explicative threats and a continued rant over what she claimed was an unfortunate financial downturn of her personal finances caused to Depp. At one point she said, you're screwing me. Amber stated that there was a legal agreement.
Pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Does that seem appropriate to everybody?
And there you have it, Judge Penny Escarate telling the lawyers and us, the public, Law and Crime Network, all of you, the viewers, that the jury had a question. And the question is something I want to discuss with Karen Felicia Nance, trial attorney, who is here with me. I'm Linda Kenny Bodden, as you know, on the Law and Crime Network. But Karen Felicia Nance is here with me. And let's talk about it, Karen. Okay, so the special instructions that the jury has to make findings on also are mimicked in the special verdict form. They're basically equal, right? They're basically the same thing. So here the jury had a question on that when they have to vote for their findings, and they wanted to know, does special instruction 3 relating to would be corresponding to jury question number 1, does the I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, that has to change, relate to just that statement? Was that statement defamatory, or do you look at the statement and the content together? Tell our viewers why it matters that the jury asked this question.
Thank you, Linda. It's a huge question in terms of clarity for the jury, because the article is pretty lengthy in terms of having to go line by line to figure out each and every sentence in that article. Is this defamatory? Is this defamatory? It really narrows the scope of what they have to focus on and makes that particular question much easier for them to address. And we have plenty of testimony that they've heard throughout the trial. We listened to the audio tapes for them to make that determination. I think it makes it much easier for them, and it shows that they're, one, being very specific, going through each and every, not only instruction, but also findings page. So I think that it just makes it a lot easier, a lot cleaner and crisper, and they can focus on this one sentence, basically. So I think it's a good start.
Yeah, and they have to know what they're finding and what they're deliberating about before they can vote. So it's one step closer. Anyhow, we're going to leave the jury to deliberate for a second and take you back to some of the major clips in the trial. And, you know, there were many articles, much discussion, and there was much focus in the courtroom. Did Amber Heard have bruises from Johnny Depp, and did she cover them up? So let's listen to her talk about the makeup routine she said she used to conceal what she said was the violence by her then husband, Johnny Depp.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about as a color correction kit. This is not obviously the exact one I used to carry, but I used to carry it with me all the time. Sometimes this pink is sometimes a little bit more purple of a hue, and sometimes the kits are 3 colors. You can get them in 3 or 4 colors. Sometimes they have even more. But the idea is that you want to counteract whatever color you're working with on the bruise. So the first day of bruising, well, the immediate is red. Red is what shows up right away, so you want to go with the opposite on the color wheel by dabbing on a bit of the green or something to counteract the red. After a day or 2, you get more purple in a bruise, so you'd obviously have to go with more of the red tones, the orange tones here. Day 2 for me was always the trickiest because day 2 just, I feel like, well, day 1 and day 2 are hardest for me because that's when you get the most blues and purples and you have to deal with the sensitivity. Bruises don't like to be touched. That's the whole point. So
my God,
that's the
can you
trickiest
imagine?
part, but after a few days, that becomes more of a...
Can you imagine, like, just lying? This is all a freaking lie?
Brown, yellowish browns, like a 5-7 days in, becomes
Just
more of a yellow-green.
continuously lying.
And then fades into a brown and then into your skin. And whatever color you're working with in the bruise, you want to go opposite color on the color wheel. The opposite, in the first couple of days when you have more of the typical bruise color, the blues and the purples, you want to go more of the orange on the color wheel as opposed to the greens that you start with. And then it progresses from there. I also noticed that bruising on your face tends to heal a lot faster than, at least for me, it was faster healing than bruises on my body, or at least it seemed like that to me. And a nose is pretty much...
Well, actually, it's my understanding that now the jury went out and asked for whether, they have to concentrate on the title or also the whole content of the article. And if it's just the title, honestly, I think... I don't know if it's supposed to be good, actually. I don't think so. Would have been better to focus on the entirety of the article, I think. Because I think it is defamatory. But then again, also the article is defamatory anyway. But yeah, maybe it's a little bit more vague. Well, that's one of the 3 questions. So, yeah, that's a little tricky.
Really garnered some attention. Karen Felicia Nance is still with me, and joining me here in the studio is Gabriel. I said to Gabriel before, I have friends who are Gabriel Sepulveda Sanchez. You normally see him not in the studio, so here he is, right in New York City. So Gabriel, let me ask you this. You're a man. There are 5 men on that jury. It's a 5-2 split on that jury, to men to women. When she's talking about this makeup routine, did it make sense to you, or did you say, huh?
You know what? As a man, from personal experience, it doesn't make that much sense. It doesn't make sense to me. I didn't have any sisters growing up. I didn't watch my mom put on makeup too much growing up, so I'm not really sure how credible that is how you apply your makeup. So, from a male perspective, I wouldn't know how to answer that one. But I think it's interesting that in the jury selection phase, I'm sure these kind of topics are brought up. You're going to want to explore different things like this, especially this testimony is key to her defense of a truth. If what she said and made these statements, let's assume the defamatory statements, if she can establish that these statements were true, then this knocks out Johnny Depp's case. So I think this is just really going to establish whether or not her allegations her statements she made about Johnny Depp, assuming the jury thinks they're defamatory, if those statements were true by Amber Heard, then this is going to knock his case out. So I think it's key testimony to hear, and the jury's going to really want to kind of evaluate whether she's being credible there. I have a hard time finding if she was credible with those statements as far as how she puts her makeup on. But yeah, it's interesting to hear this.
So Karen Felicia Nance, I have had people text to me that if you look at Amber Heard in the courtroom, her makeup, I mean, I'll just turn my head, right? You really can't see. My makeup's not professionally done. But I don't have that look of that blush up there. That perhaps that almost looked like a bruise, and if she could do that in the courtroom where it looks so much like a bruise, how do we know that she didn't put on the bruise if she's such a makeup artist or expert herself? Do you find that kind of comment credible?
I do. And I think the other thing that disturbs me about Amber's testimony, the clip we just saw, she indicates that she wears makeup all the time because she's not going to walk around downtown or around LA with no makeup on when she has a bruise. Well, does she have a bruise every single day? I mean, so either you wear makeup all the time or you only put on makeup when you have these bruises that you're trying to cover. And when she was discussing the color wheel, it was like a class. It wasn't from a space of I've been abused and I have these bruises I have to cover, and so I'm having an emotional tie to this because it was very painful for me. It seemed so matter of fact. So that to me went directly to her credibility, and it came off as just a walk in the park. This is just something I do. It didn't emote any sense of pain of all the supposed experiences that she's had as a result of trying to cover up these bruises. So that struck out to me with this clip we just saw.
This is one of the most pivotal points of this whole thing. There is no way in the entire universe where you get few shiners, like Johnny says, few good ones, and a headbutt, and you don't have a considerable amount of swelling that will last for days, not hours, for days, and then it will turn into purple and other colors, and then the whole time it takes for a bruise to reabsorb. So I mean, it's just ludicrous, those affirmations, especially when there is literally proof of less than 24 hours after of participating to events. There is no way makeup eyes or whatever cream that will fix your face to look like perfect like that. And I also read an article that, and of course this is speculation, but I heard that, which it's kind of strange, maybe she did it for, I don't know if it's true, some of you maybe have read something, where they seem that they've helped the makeup artist you see here actually get either the green card or a visa to stay in the US. So they helped her out probably with work permits to probably continue work in the US. And to me, honestly, that seems like a very good reason to be willing to lie if you were helped to that extent. Again, this is something that I read in a thread. I don't know if it's true, but this is something I read in a thread. Can be absolute speculation. But either way, even without that, I know that this woman is lying. She's lying. It's just not true. There's just no way you can cover with makeup bruises of that magnitude, and most importantly swelling, especially if you have been hit very well. It's just no way. So we know that that's a fact. Whether they read the motives, they're not even important. We know that she lied. So that's a literal fact. So that was interesting that we were reading this article. So she was hostile. I didn't know that then Johnny basically cut the ties financially, and she was supposed to pay for her own work on the Mustang, and she got really upset here. So wow. The verbal abuse continue, including the words "fucker," "some motherfucker," because he declined to send the bills to Johnny Depp because she didn't want to provide the proof of this agreement where it stated that Johnny Depp was supposed still to pay the bills for her. This shows you how much entitled this woman is, and also not abused at all. She's just angry. She's pissed off. She's just trying to get shit out of the husband, you know, like ex-husband. It's actually quite crazy. My God, how bad can you be, for crying out loud? And we also know that we have learned also that through the accountant on Johnny, basically Johnny had to pay still a lot of stuff. Johnny had to pay still a lot of stuff after they divorced. They were all like basically what it seems to be like credit cards open, you know, because you can only get charged after 30 days or so on credit cards and other expenses, other like expenses open, and basically Johnny Depp honored all of those expenses, which they amount to another exorbitant amount of money. So not only she got the 7 million, you have to think, but also all the money that they spent in that period, which she was also responsible for, you know, to pay those obligations, that was charged to JD. So that freaking guy really like was, wow, was hammered heavily, man. Guys, it really doesn't matter if what, you know, those pictures, there is no real method, there is no real data, there is no original files of those pictures. They could have been taken anytime, those pictures she presented. Literally, if you break one of your nails and you scratch a little bit under your eyes like this yourself, you cause yourself a little injuries, a little redness that you can show as a scratch. Like those injuries that she showed are so tiny that you can literally replicate them yourself by just like, you know, scratching right here under the eye, and then you get a mark for a moment and you make a picture. But those pictures show no swelling, that it's consistent by being hit. You know, it's just like colored stuff. The face is the same, doesn't change, you know. And also with the lips, that's, you know, you just put something here. And I've seen so many pictures also that she tends to have dry lips. So you can just peel it off a little bit, some of the dry lip, and you get a little bit of blood stain. I mean, none of the things that you've seen, it's actually like in line with the stories that she presented, you know? None of it. So there is really there's no doubt. I mean, if the jury were to decide on that, there would be basically no doubt that, you know, there is nothing there. It's actually quite nuts. Oh, interesting. This is the transcript of all the incidents. Oh, but those are just snippets. Alright, maybe I go through this on another video, but yeah, now we just need to know the end of this.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting for that, Mr. Chu, I did get your motion. I'm not ignoring you, but I am kind of ignoring you because since the jury has the case now and it's out of my hands, I appreciate your motion, but I'm not going to entertain it at this time, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Just, can I have one moment, Your Honor? Just want to...
So this is just about the motion that was dismissed for Ben Chu. We don't know what that was, but this has happened now. The judge is done. There's nobody near. It's so strange, actually. all of a sudden to see this inside of the place there. There's no JD, there is no tension, there is no public. There is not that kind of like allure of the JD energy, you know, despite everything. Just a random courthouse somewhere where nobody knew before 6 weeks ago that this interior looked like this way. So strange. So alright, so the YouTuber Emily D. Baker said on Twitter, I suppose, jury had a question about finding instruction, C, which goes to the headline and asking if that statement includes the whole op-ed or just the headline statement. Does this mean they are discussing each statement to render verdict? I think so. This is the strongest count for Depp. Alright, this is a very good news then. Very good. Thank you, Emily D. Baker, for being always on point with everything and quick. We really appreciate that.
The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Does that seem appropriate to everybody?
And that is Judge Escarati in court just a little while ago telling us that the jury had the first question, which was, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. Do they look at that statement by itself, or do they look at it in the context of the content of the op-ed? And she answered it. They look at that statement to see if that statement by itself is defamatory. So let me bring Gabriel Sepulveda Sanchez into this. Gabriel, I want to get your thoughts about this, because it seems to me that perhaps maybe the jury instructions were not that clear if the jury up to this point didn't realize that they're only looking at that statement alone and not anything else.
Yeah, it's very true. That the jury instructions might not have been that clear. Speaking as someone that's done jury trials and has been involved with creating jury instructions or special jury instructions, sometimes the forms that the state gives you to submit aren't really clear, and if you have to create your own special verdict form or special jury instructions to help aid the jury, sometimes they get confused a little bit. But I think the good thing to note is that the fact that they're taking their time with this and asking questions is really important, and I think whenever that's a good sign. Whenever you're waiting for that verdict, as an attorney, you're always looking at what kind of questions they're asking you. From my experience, though, you can't really predict which way it's going to go by the questions they're asking, but it still shows me that there's a good leader in there that really wants to get this done right and make sure they're following the law. So I think it was a good question to ask, whether the title, whether they're going to be referencing the title or the content in general. And I think you have to ask yourself, if they are, the judge said that they're taking the title as the defamatory statement, is that title, is it clear to the public that that is referencing Johnny Depp, though? And I really kind of, if they're looking at the whole of the article, it might weigh more in favor of Johnny Depp. But if you're just looking at the statement itself, is that statement itself, how do we know they're not talking about a previous relationship or something, some sort of other? It just doesn't seem as clear just from that title itself that they're referencing Johnny Depp. I mean, we all know that.
Let me just say, I think that was answered kind of in court, though, by her when she said that, Gabriel. So but you make a good point. Of course, we don't know whether or not it's just one juror in there saying we have to look at the whole op-ed and they want clarification for that one juror. But you know what? Let's both of you stay with me, because now I want to look at some of what happened at the trial. And this was one very important piece, because as you know, related to that statement, Gabriel, was the fact that it involves sexual violence. And Amber Heard did allege that Johnny Depp had committed sexual assault on her a number of times. One of them has been in the Bahamas in 2015, and she was cross-examined on it. So why don't we listen to this portion of the trial?
Man, I swear to the universe.
You testified that you and Mr. Depp got into a fight while on the island in December of 2015, correct?
That's correct.
And this all started because you perceived Mr. Depp as nodding off during the trip, right?
I thought he was passing out again in a similar fashion to what he had done.
Man, I cannot honestly, like Rottenborn, I'm almost starting to be, I can't listen to this woman anymore, honestly. And I swear, I usually don't swear, but I really believe that this person basically is taking random, you know, when probably had sex for real, right? So she's taking totally stories, maybe when they had sex or whatever other sex, maybe sometimes a little bit more wild sex, whatever, but still consensual, like sex when they had sex. And she's literally taking some of those stories and basically embellish them, because that's what you do. You build up on top of something that you remember or whatever, you embellish it and you make this absolutely crazy story out of it, you know?
Manager on the island.
Yes, that's correct.
You heard her testify that she witnessed an argument between you and Mr. Depp on the island in December of 2015, right?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And you heard her testify that Mr. Depp was trying to escape you, right?
I don't know if she characterized it like that, but that was the gist of it. She kind of misrepresented it to seem like that, yes.
She misrepresented it. How convenient.
That's correct.
Okay, and
My God, jury, please, jury, do the right thing. Otherwise, I'm gonna be so freaking mad about all this nonsense. Oh my God, can you imagine?
Working on this thing, not doing this sort of thing, trying to change.
Ah, built to last. I like it.
Hence, screaming when I spilled wine accidentally on you for falling asleep, and screaming in front of my kids and freaking Jack out. And that's trying.
We do appreciate it. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Tommy.
That him up, you know.
I'm sorry.
Oh, we gotta watch
It
this.
weirded him out. He'd never.
I'm so sorry. I fucked kids up.
You didn't my kids up, but it was pretty. It was pretty weird for him, you know.
Because I jumped up and screamed because I had one.
Oh, I gotta pull this on the side, guys, for later. I gotta put this on the side for later. This seems like a big deal. I don't know if it's true. We're gonna watch it later.
I don't need your clever comebacks. No, you think you're controlling yourself. You think you're controlling yourself.
Your character has become so clear, especially when you use them. It's embarrassing for you. I'm gonna walk away now because you're actually making me see you even worse. And believing me, I'm not going to be calling you at 3 o'clock in the morning after I have an Ambien and think, oh, I'm going to just forgive and move on. Trust me, it is gross how you're using the kids. I've done nothing but be there for them in a good way. And if you take that for granted, fine. You're right. Meet a woman who would not jump up and scream if she'd been spilled on 3 times in a row. And I hope you're happy with whoever that is, because that would be a special kind of person. No doubt.
Wow.
it's you and Mr. Depp in that recording, right?
That's correct.
And you're discussing what happened in the Bahamas in December of 2015, right?
What a piece of
No, that's not correct.
pile
We're
of
discussing
manure.
a part of it.
You're discussing when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children, correct?
No, we were talking about
My
a part
God.
of that argument.
Including when you screamed at Mr. Depp in front of his children.
That's not a fair characterization of what happened.
Mr. Depp says you screamed at him when he accidentally spilled wine on you, correct?
I realize that's what Johnny said.
Yeah, and Mr. Depp tells you that this freaked out his son, Jack.
Johnny often used other people to back him up in our arguments.
Wow.
You don't seem too concerned about that, do you?
I had a lot of concerns.
You don't mention Mr. Depp sexually assaulting you in this recording, do you?
That was not the point of that conversation. If I had gotten into the details of what happened to me with him, it would have been another fight.
You just accused Mr. Depp of, quote, using his kids, right? In that
He
recording.
would often use other people, yes.
Oh, jury, please.
And you challenge him to
send
find a
this woman to
will
work.
Not, quote, jump
please.
up and scream if she has been
Oh
spilled on
my
3
God.
times in a row.
That is correct.
Send this woman
Not a
to
woman who
work.
would put up with sexual abuse, right?
I was pointing out the ridiculous nature of him expecting me not to react to something that basic.
Karen Felicia Nance, the cross-examination, did it do any
Are you
damage in
kidding
the
me?
way that Amber Heard answered the questions, never admitting to what's on the tape or not seeming to care about Johnny Depp's kid? Was it was it the cross-examination
like the
itself,
freaking
or was it
jury
the
needs
answers,
even-
or did Amber Heard do well?
I mean, Jesus, man, I forget because we heard so much stuff, we have gone through so much evidence and things, you also forget details. But then actually when you play back some of those things and you go like, did she really just say that like this? Did she, I heard one thing, she says something else. Oh no, I didn't bring up the fact that I was abused in that conversation because otherwise would have created another fight. You were fighting about this guy like already you were aggressive to him, that he's just asking question. Why did you shout when, I dropped accidentally wine on your dress, you freaked out and you scared my kid? And then she's making a fuss out of it. Like we are hearing completely something different. A person that is angry, that it's already gaslighting her abused husband. And then she wants us to believe, no, I didn't say that because I knew otherwise we will start another fight. I was gonna curse. I'm gonna refrain from doing so. Okay, I'm gonna refrain from doing so. Wow. Oh, wow. Osmogold here has found some... Is it? This I know already. This is the security about Elon Musk wanting to offer security for her when she filed for divorce. Elon Musk being totally like a beta male right there. Elon Musk immediately being a beta male. Do you want security 24/7? Doesn't matter if we don't see each other anymore. The offer still stands. Something like that. Elon, that was so freaking beta male. Come on, man. Such a simp. Don't simp like that with the wrong person. You're allowed to simp sometimes in life, but you can't simp like that. All right? That's truly disappointing. Like just displaying beta male behavior in full display like that. Do you want security 24/7? Because I can afford it? Security from what? From her kicking the security? from somebody else? Like security protecting somebody else from her? Maybe? Oh my God. Jeez. Totally strange machines. Totally simping. Totally disappointing in Elon. Oh man. Jesus. So we know Elon was simping on her. That's just such a freaking simp move. Such a beta male move. Oh man. It's like you get basically you got rejected. You stop the relationship and you're still simping after her. I would have sent security. I would have sent that offer, but to JD. That was a real Sigma male move. You see? You can have all the millions and billions in the world, and you can still be a beta male. You see? Unbelievable. I have to say though, like in defense of Musk, I have to say that this woman, she's really canny, and considering the level of pathological liar and narcissistic behavior she has, probably in the very beginning she managed to bewitch, Elon Musk as well, in the very beginning. And most likely he was lucky that the relationship didn't continue. Otherwise he would have gotten very badly, for sure. Probably that was the objective anyway. I see a lot of, I guess it's basically also the older audience. I apologize if I say that, but older audience, also people on my age, 40 and above. Maybe you're not familiar with the term simp. I don't know exactly who was the first person to create this simp term. I've heard it from expressed through many YouTubers, including also a very famous YouTuber called PewDiePie. I don't know who started this trend, but basically it's the behavior of a male that it becomes a simpleton, like giving compliments to women, especially when women receive so many ton of compliments and basically they don't give a damn about you, and you still simping after them and like distributing basically too many compliments for nothing, with the hope of getting a response which you will never get, because the majority of this type of women usually, they absorb all the attention they can get, but they honestly don't give a damn about you simping. So basically you fall for the trap of simping. And I'm not saying like that sometimes become a simpleton. It's not allowed. It can be, you can display rarely symptoms of simping after somebody you find attractive or whatever. But it's always a better manner not to simp, huh? Oh, by the way, let's see. Everything is going here. The volume is up. Okay, the volume is up. I was just concerned for a second. I gotta see what the heck that is. I gotta see what this is. I gotta
As if things already weren't looking bad.
I cannot.
Welcome back to the Long Crime Network. This is For the Record. I'm Linda Kenny Bod. Well, as you know, we're still covering the trial of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. Or as we have learned from the jury special instructions, John C. Depp II is the plaintiff. Well, John C. Depp II was on the stand, and he was discussing the train ride he took with Amber Heard, and he said that she punched him on the Orient Express. He also had cross-examined her about the same train ride, but he got cross-examined when he got back on rebuttal the other day, and to rebut her case. Why don't we listen and let's talk about it after this to see whether you think that he was tripped up in cross-examination by, as he would say, J. Benjamin Rottenborn. You've got that right. Let's go.
Mr. Depp, in these pictures that were taken before you got on the train ride for your honeymoon, where you claim that Miss Heard hit you and gave you a black eye, you have the exact same shadow or sunburn or mark under your left eye. The exact same mark, don't you?
That's the...
Oh, that's very interesting. Oh, sorry, guys. I don't care about this. This is the DUI guy, and if I'm not mistaken, he's also a lawyer, and he's been in there following the whole trial from the inside. That's really good. And he says, based on the new information, that we have received from the juror question, here is where I am at. They have already decided that all 7 are Team Johnny, at least. They want to make sure they apply the law correctly, and next come the damages. Oh, wow. If that's the case, I'm getting excited. I'm getting excited also down below. If that's the case, the excitement is traveling places, mostly in the midsection of my body. And if that's the truth and it continues in that direction, that excitement might cause changes in my physiology. All right? My physiology can be changed.
Mr. Depp, this is
the case.
Same picture, or the exact same scene displayed in PX 162 that you looked at this morning, correct?
That looks like my face has been, the eyes have been photoshopped.
Oh, okay. So this post from the Eastern and Oriental Express's Facebook page, you're saying that that's photoshopped?
Is that from their page? I would, sure, why wouldn't they?
Let's pull them up side by side, please. Your Honor, I move for the admission of this exhibit. We can just have the pictures. We don't need the...
Any objection to the picture?
Objection, lack of...
I remember this. That was so dumb of Rottenberg. Like, to question Johnny Depp, that is basically an actor that is on set for 40 years almost, and he knows exactly how lighting work. I know how lighting works, and that picture definitely on the side there, it's been manipulated. That's not the color of this train inside, and I have checked even on the website of this train the pictures, and they look like much more tungsten like on the other side. There is no way the interior of the lighting is like that. That means it's been changed, and they're liar. I can tell you that. I'm a photographer myself. I'm an amateur photographer, videographer, so I definitely know this stuff absolutely well. I mean, I honestly didn't need an expert to see all those pictures were fiddled with. But yeah, you need, of course, to try to get some actual data, which you couldn't have because she didn't provide the actual phone from which those pictures were taken. So it's a copy of a copy, a screenshot of a screen, you know, all the kind of screen grab, whatever. So, oh man. Man, let's be good. Please be good. Oh man, I'm getting like already fiddling. I'm getting all the feeling like... Oh, nice. That'd be so great at the end of the day here. Whoo! Bam. Oh, I know I'm not gonna sleep. We got the news. He wins. I'm gonna be excited all night. I don't think I'll be able to go to sleep. I'm gonna be live until 5 o'clock in the morning or something. Oh man. No, we were reading just the DUI guy, you know, like that he expressed this opinion here, you know, like based on the new information that we have received from the juror query, here's where I'm at. This is his opinion. They have already decided that all 7 are Team Johnny at least, sorry. They want to make sure that they apply the law correctly, and next come the damages. So probably they're just going over the damages, yes or no. So that means if he's correct, that means that probably all the juror already Johnny team. Oh man, DUI guy, I hope so, man. I really hope so badly. That would be so just and fair, like we are steering humanity in the right direction. We heal one part of something and then we start to focus on other things, slowly healing. I know I'm getting hyper spiritual. I'll shut up. But yeah, would be nice. Would be nice to get a nice positive response.
I mean, the quality of the photo is not great. The quality of the other photo that he showed us has been prettied up.
Mr. Depp, did you ever physically abuse Ms. Heard during your relationship?
Never.
Karen Felicia Nance, or as I'm going to call you my juror right now. You're the jury. You heard that redirect. You see that picture, which the bruise looks does kind of like a black eye from a shiner when I'm looking at it. How do you vote on whether or not Johnny Depp successfully was rehabilitated by his team?
Linda, I think that he was rehabilitated. I mean, it's clear, and not only with this photo, we saw the photo that Amber took that had been lightened, and or it looked like had been lightened, a picture of her bruises, and it was clear that every hair was the same in both photos. And I think that this is an example of the same thing. It's clear when you look at it, there is some damage to his nose from this picture, and I think that he's correct. I mean, I think that you can make that conclusion that this is the actual photo and the other one was altered in some type of way. So I think he was rehabilitated.
Okay. Well, we're going to have to take a quick break here at the Law and Crime Network, but I know you want to come back, because when we come back, we're going to watch Amber Heard being confronted by Johnny Depp's attorney on the other side of this break. You must stay with us. We're the Law and Crime Network. I'll see you on the other side.
Man. Whew, so let's maybe it's damages. So DUI guy, I really hope you're right. Oh man, I hope you're right so bad. So that would be like maybe that means also that shouldn't take too long. Maybe they're just assessing whether or not somebody gets the damage, Johnny gets damage. Guys, again, if you're not, just a little favor, if you're not subscribed and you want to, I would really appreciate that, you know. I know a lot of you already subscribed, and I thank you for that. I really I'm so grateful. We are like 4,500 people in chat. That's awesome. That's super awesome. Super nice to see that we're going through this, which is fairly also quite a boring day, because we're just listening. You know, we cannot see inside the jury in the courtroom. There's not much going on. We don't have a lot of information. We're just doing a lot of reruns, but the reruns are nice in the context that really reinforces even further the truth, you know. Like, you listen to some of this stuff again and you really go like, oh wow. There is no doubt that that guy is innocent. And it's been so incredibly abused for so many years. I like this. The rare monster footage, the most gentle monster I've ever seen. That's a scene from Avengers Endgame. This is when they travel back to New York in time, and basically Professor Hulk is pretending to be like violent. That was a good one. Very good one. Is Camille just painting the nails of Tremaine? That's pretty cool. You need also a little bit of eyeliner, and then the job is complete. Shut your... Exactly. That's what I would have done it too.
So it's now 2:47 East Coast time. Why do I mention that? Because the jury has now been deliberating about 7 hours, a little over. They've actually had 7 weeks of testimony, you know, a little bit plus on the hours. And, you know, maybe it's a 777 because Amber Heard also had a little over $7 million in her divorce settlement. So maybe that's an omen. We'll get a verdict. But I don't know. But you have to stay with us to watch. But what we're going to do right now, we're actually going to look at some of Amber Heard's attorney, Amber Heard, getting cross-examined about what? Well, her sexual abuse allegations and whether or not she ever provided the photos to the court or to the lawyers in this courtroom. Let's listen.
You also testified that Mr. Depp, again, whacked you in the face after the Met Gala in May of 2014, right?
That is correct.
You testified that you thought he hit you so hard he broke your nose.
Wow.
That's correct.
You said your nose was, quote, swollen, discolored, red.
That is correct. I took a picture of that.
You testified you took a picture of your face after this.
I did.
But you didn't show that picture to the jury, did you?
I would like to.
But you didn't show it, did you?
That's not up to me.
You understand you were under an obligation to produce all photographs after any alleged incidents of violence, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
You didn't produce any photographs after the Met Gala.
I produced everything.
Oh my God. Look how she's...
You also
Look at the...
understand that
Oh
you're
my God,
under
look
an
at those
obligation to
eyes.
produce all medical records reflecting any
Oh
injuries
my
you
God,
allegedly
that's
sustained
freaking
from Mr. Depp,
psycho
correct?
eyes, man.
And that's correct.
And you haven't produced any pictures or any medical records reflecting a broken nose after the Met Gala in May of 2014, have you?
I have given everything to my lawyers, everything. I've turned over literally everything that I have.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Heard, that you sought medical treatment after Mr. Depp allegedly broke your nose after the Met Gala?
Not after the Met Gala. I did not seek medical attention, no.
You also attended an event after the Met Gala in May of 2014, didn't you?
That is correct.
And you went to the all-star comedy tribute to Don Rickles.
That is correct.
Rest in peace, Don Rickles.
Next night after the Met Gala.
That is correct.
And there were pictures of you taken
Mr.
at this
Warmth.
event.
Yes.
Oh man, it's
Your nose doesn't appear to
infuriating,
be injured in
man.
any of these pictures, does it, Ms.
Listening
Heard?
to this.
I'm wearing makeup.
Your nose doesn't appear to be injured in any of these pictures, does it, Ms. Heard?
Look at this.
That's why I'm wearing makeup.
Oh my God.
And makeup covers up swelling, right?
Makeup will not cover up swelling. Ice will, though.
Ice will cover up swelling?
Ice reduces swelling. Normally, the swelling after that kind of injury is not as bad as you might imagine, and for me, it wasn't that bad. I have a picture of it underneath the makeup. That's how I know how to reference it.
A picture you haven't produced or shown
I
to
did.
this jury, right, Ms. Heard?
I produced everything.
But you haven't shown it to this jury.
I would very much like to. It's not my job.
Well, then you know what?
It's not my job. I mean,
Then after the trial is
the
finished,
blaming of her
just
attorneys
publish them.
go to
Like you did the other
theme that
pictures
the
in
Depp
People
team
magazine.
was trying to produce that
Leak
everyone
them as
else
well.
is to blame,
Give them to the newspaper
because
so
her
that we
attorneys
can
get
see
in
them
trouble
too,
if they didn't produce
right?
documents that she said
Oh,
she provided,
man.
right?
Absolutely, Linda. I think that
What a joke.
Amber throwing her team under the bus is not a good move on her part. And it just leaves the jury to wonder, well, if you did have these pictures, why weren't they produced? And you're indicating, Amber, that it's your attorney's fault or your attorney team's fault. So I don't think that bodes well for her at all.
And Gabriel, let me ask you this. I mean, I think that one of
It's
the
almost
problems
3 o'clock.
in her
It's
getting
quarter
money
to
against
10 to
Johnny
3,
Depp is,
8 to 3.
and basically, it's a defamation
They're going to go on
case.
until
But
5,
that,
so there's another
you
2
allege
hours
a
to
broken
go.
nose, and if any of you have ever had a broken nose, I mean, you know it, and you're bruised, and you have bruises all over, and there's blood. I mean, it's horrible.
Dina,
for the most
yes.
part, we see it on the basketball courts. She allegedly raped with
I was
the
almost
bottle, the Maker's
cursing in
Mark
Italian.
bottle, and never went. And
It's
she said
actually
there was blood
Napolitan.
coming out of her vagina. She never went to a medical professional for any lookup. Do you think the lack of these medical records are going to be important for this jury, or do you think the jury is going to say, hey, women tend to hide domestic abuse, and I understand it.
I think it's, medical records and what substantiate her testimony. She doesn't have that. I don't think she's very credible. And the fact that there isn't any medical records or any sort of documentary evidence of this sexual abuse or her the broken nose is not strengthening her testimony at all. Normally someone's testimony that they were hurt or assaulted, that's enough, but you always want to support that with, that could be enough, but you always want to support that with medical records or documentation. The fact that she threw her attorneys under the bus, not a good look at all. If that is true, then that is severe. That is serious malpractice. Usually when the clients do that, there could be a little mental health issue. But if she was given the medical records, if she gave the medical records to her attorneys and the photographs, that should have been in the evidence a long time ago. This should have been produced to plaintiff's counsel and discovery. And that's something that you just wouldn't do in a big case like this. That just doesn't make sense at all. Unless you gave it to them the last minute before trial or the day of trial where it's too late to produce to the other party. This is something that a basic attorney, minimal competence knows better to get those records that you're going to need in evidence, to get them a long time before the trial, submit them, and then see how each party can evaluate their case. I don't believe her at one bit on this point.
And Karen Felicia Nance, let me ask you to read the tea leaves. Over 7 hours. Will the jury be back this week, today, tomorrow, the next day on some verdict?
Linda, I'm guessing tomorrow at the latest. That's what I read.
Okay. And Gabriel, I'm going to let you read the tea leaves for your final thought there.
I think, it's going to be, I think maybe later today, maybe today or tomorrow, but defamation cases they're not as simple as everyone thinks, and I think there's a lot of issues there's some issues on both sides here. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a loss for Johnny Depp and a loss for Amber Heard. I really wouldn't. This was a circus trial, and it's, if I had a way, I would say in favor of Johnny Depp, but it's a tough one.
And it's an important case. I want to thank Karen Felicia Nance. I want to thank Gabriel Sepulveda Sanchez. It is an important case here, an important case for the whole United States.
Thank you so much.
Issues of domestic abuse, domestic violence, male domestic violence, female domestic violence, also involved issues of the First Amendment, free speech, when it can be limited, and what you can say about people. So it is, despite the fact that some people have called this, a trial of the century, I think it's not a circus. It's a very important case, and it shows that everybody has an access to the courtroom. Michael Bryant, my partner in crime, is
guys. I read the chat, but sometimes there's so many messages following. Sometimes it goes faster, sometimes it goes slower. It's like it's a little difficult to keep up with all the messages, if that's what you're asking. I put also on a slow chat so that I can manage. Hey, what happened here? I stopped.
Over this anchor.
Oh man, yeah, please give us a good news. Give us a good news today. Give us a very good news so that we can go just be happy. I don't know where they took this picture of Kate Moss, but it's actually pretty cool. I mean, this woman with all the abuse. Wasn't she also with this English punk musician, which also had a lot of problem with addiction? I think the band was called the Libertines or something like that. I forgot. So I don't remember. I think it was her, the relationship with that guy. Pete Doherty, yeah, exactly. So it was that guy. Is the guy doing alright now? It's like the guy was, I remember he was pretty messed up also, poor guy. So Pete Doherty was not with her? Am I confusing? He was not with Kate Moss? I don't know why I have this recollection that I remember, you know, there was a period where there was often, you know, news about that guy and his like abuse in terms of stuff that he used, you know. So maybe they had a little turmoil. Yeah, he was like, yeah, exactly. He was on air. Wow, poor guy, man. So now Kate Moss, she's married with somebody else and she has kids. That's nice. That's very nice. That's lovely. Hey, let's give some love for the Visa Destroyer, Mr. Wayne Dennison, also known as John Wayne. Wayne Dennison named Best Lawyers 2022 Lawyers of the Year for Litigation, Real Estate, Boston. Is this true? Well, deserves an upvote then, because John Wayne was a master in destroying litigation. Pretty badass. He had one job and he actually did it. I just love this thing. This is the day when this is all started. I just love this meme. Do something. Give us some news. You know that I don't remember Beetlejuice? I don't remember that movie. I don't know. I actually don't remember if I saw it or not. I gotta figure out. I gotta go check it out.
Session. I'm Michael Bryant, and as you may have heard, we are in the verdict watch portion of our programming here as we wait for the jury to figure out what they're going to do in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case, Amber Heard Johnny Depp case. They've been at it roughly about 7 hours, I think. I believe I heard my partner in crime, Linda Kinney Bawden, with some sort of weird legal numerology suggesting 7 hours, 7 jury members, $7 million from Amber Heard. It's all very complex. So we will continue
777.
Everything going on in that
the
courtroom.
number of the victory
Earlier today had to do with one of the alleged defamatory statements. The jury was given as much information as the court would allow and then sent back to do their thing. Questions always very good, always very helpful in getting the attorneys some sort of feedback on what exactly is going on in that jury room. So started at 3 o'clock Friday. We were here for that. Took a couple of hours and then came back first thing this morning at 9 o'clock. So we're also covering in Florida the retrial that reached a verdict on Friday night. Yeah, they weren't going to waste the whole Memorial weekend there. This is the Catherine Magbanua case. She was found guilty of first-degree murder for aiding in the murder for hire shooting and death of law professor Dan Markell. She is likely to spend the rest of her life in prison.
Jesus.
Okay, so you can check that out. Some of the
she killed
amazing
somebody.
testimony
Oh my
from
God.
her on our YouTube channel. But let's get back to Fairfax, Virginia now. It appears to me that Anjanette Levy, my favorite Anjanette, is outside the courthouse. And we're going to get an update on exactly what's going on. What's the inside story? The jury had a question. What's happening now? Are they back at it?
Well, Michael, they are, and I'm so glad to hear I'm your favorite Anjanette. What an honor. So anyway, but yes, the jury did have a question, and it was about the whole sexual violence headline in the op-ed. That was the headline of the op-ed. Amber Heard said she didn't write it. However, she did retweet it with a comment, which could be construed as publishing. I think I've talked about this on the air before, that
she
you
definitely
know, as a media
published
person,
it.
we
Come
are
on.
always advised when it
Let's
comes
not
to
be silly.
Twitter. we can be held responsible basically for anything we say. Twitter, a tweet, a Facebook post, that's all a form of publishing, okay? So maybe not tweeting the article, maybe that's not an endorsement, but a comment may be considered or construed as a form of publishing and an endorsement of sorts by the jury. So it'll be up to the jury. But they were asking whether or not that sexual violence headline should be taken individually as a statement or as part of the larger context or a larger part of the whole op-ed. So that was the question. Judge Ascarati sent the answer back saying basically, yes, that's a statement and you must consider that. There are a ton of instructions that go along with this case. You know, we had to kind of shuffle through all of the paper to figure out which page we were looking at that went with what question and this, that, and the other. So during the commercial break, I know we were all out here shuffling through the paper trying to make sure we had our facts straight here and we were looking at the right stuff. So that's the latest we've heard from the jury. A lot of media here, lots of international media behind me. You know, we've been out here in our what Michael Bryant calls the Law and Crime Network Broadcast Center. I call it the tent by the parking lot. We've been out here for weeks. So we are just kind of in our little spot, and everybody else is back there awaiting any news from the courthouse.
Yeah, always a lot of latecomers, Anjanette. You know, those who just kind of glom on. You know, we've been there every minute, every day, but hey, it's time for a verdict.
Yeah.
Let's go cover that thing. So, if you had to look in your crystal ball there, knowing what you know about this case, knowing about the 37 pages of instructions, the 4+ pages verdict form, I think it's 4 times 2, one for each case. And the question that came in today, are they making progress, do you think? I mean, yeah, would you be surprised if there's a verdict today?
You know, part of me kind of would be and part of me would not be. It's a lot, okay? And it's a big case, and I'm sure the jurors realize that this is a big deal and that they want to get it right and that they want to go through the instructions and make sure they're following them to a T. So they could be maybe close or maybe they're not. Maybe they're just trying to line everything up properly and say, okay, this page goes with this part of the verdict form or what have you. So it's really hard to tell. I mean, I think today would be kind of quick, maybe tomorrow, but it's just hard to say. We really just don't know what's going on in that jury room. I know we all wish we did know, but we don't.
I know, it's always it's the question you can't answer, but that's the kind of question I like to ask, is the ones you can't answer.
Right.
So, of course.
Exactly.
So, thank you, Anjanette. We obviously will be checking in with you later in the show. Get back in there and start snooping around, and we'll talk to you soon.
All righty.
So, I think this is always very interesting when we have a verdict with so many verdict form with so many parts. We have instructions, so much to read through.
All right,
also leads to the possibility somebody kind of fouls it up and the verdict doesn't hold up on appeal. But nonetheless, hey, producer Natalie, should we take a break or we chat now? What's your call here? Oh, okay, let's do that. Friday morning, we're closing arguments. And obviously the jury had that to leave with for the weekend after a little bit of deliberations. Let's look back at some of that. We saw, of course, both attorneys for Johnny Depp, Ms. Camille Vasquez, and also for Mr. Benjamin Rottenborn from Amber Heard's side of the table. Let's watch some of that.
The mountain of evidence that Mr. Depp abused Ms. Heard is simply not there.
Yeah.
What we have is a mountain of unproven allegations that are wild, over the top, and implausible. And you can't pick and choose which of these wild allegations to believe and which ones to disregard. You either believe all of it or none of it. Either Mr. Depp sexually assaulted Ms. Heard with a bottle in Australia, or Ms. Heard got up on that stand in front of all of you and made up that horrific tale of abuse.
She did.
Either she's a victim of truly horrific abuse, or she is a woman who is willing to say absolutely anything.
And she did.
It is disturbing to think that Ms. Heard would make up the horrific tales of abuse that she testified to in this courtroom. But this case doesn't come down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp. This case comes down to whether you believe Ms. Heard or you believe Mr. Depp, Christy Dombrowski, Sean Bett, Malcolm Connolly, Travis McGivern, Starling Jenkins, Keenan Wyatt, Dr. Kipper, nurses Debbie Lloyd and Aaron Filati, Tara Roberts, Ben King, Kate James, Kate Moss, Dr. Colber, Morgan Knight, Morgan Tremaine, Officers Melissa Sines, Officers Tyler Haddon, Officer William Gatlin, and Beverly Leonard. What Ms. Heard testified to in this courtroom is the story of far too many women. But the overwhelming evidence and weight of that evidence shows that it's not her story. It's not Ms. Heard's story.
Yep.
It was an act of profound cruelty, not just to Mr. Depp, but to true survivors of domestic abuse. For Ms. Heard to hold herself out as a public figure representing domestic abuse. It was false, it was defamatory, and it caused irreparable harm.
You also heard him lie to you. You heard him tell you that this was his first chance to tell his story. But let's break it down, because that's not true. He could have fought the TRO that Amber filed. He could have said, I didn't abuse her, but he chose not to do that. He could have fought her in the divorce case, but he chose not to.
من جواد ما فاصل دي سوميزه من مدي جمان جاد ما فاز يوم من جا ما فاوني علي بانس no it's buffer. Sorry, it's just too much listening to this guy. Oh man, we need some news. We need some good news. All right. It's raining here, wow. It's really raining. Such a strange weather, man. I love how the way Johnny and Camille were looking at this guy. Like, is he for real? It's like, is he for real, this guy? They're just like, I can't believe this dude is just talking that way. Ben Cho is like, not even flinching. He's like, maybe later I'm gonna pass by that joint that I discovered yesterday. They seem to have very nice French fries there. Yeah, maybe that's what I'm gonna do later. He's like, you know, immune to lawyer BS, Ben Cho. So he's focusing on other things. All right, let's see if those guys have something
for
to
joining.
say.
Appreciate it. And we haven't talked about this case, so let me get just your broad brush. What's your takeaway as this jury continues into their now 8th hour of deliberation?
Well, it's great to see you. And I think in this case, I mean, you hear Team Depp, Team Heard, whatever. But I think if the jury decides the case based upon the law, they might go for Amber Heard. If they decide it based on their hearts, then they go with Johnny Depp. I thought that Benjamin Rottenberg's board, is it the way that Depp says
Oh,
the
nice.
Rottenborg? He did a really great closing.
Oh, this is
And he called
yesterday.
the arms, made it bigger than just the case, you know, the concepts, etc. But the fact that he said one act of abuse is enough, Amber wins. If the jury finds that, it could be emotional, it could be physical. But
It's funny because
all in
he's
all, I've watched
still
everything
wearing
like
the
everybody
free
else,
Johnny
the
Depp.
national
See those
obsession.
white
I really
beads
think that,
here?
that
We saw
Johnny
that
Depp
it's a
could
bracelet that
be
was
the
given by
winner. But it's tough
by a
because
fan
both
outside, a
sides
lady
are
that she made
diametrically
several
opposed.
of those beads
Somebody's
bracelets,
lying.
white
And
one,
the question is
that
who?
says Justice
Yep,
for
and
Johnny
that's a good
Depp.
point
He's
you
still
made right at
wearing
the top,
it.
which is if they follow the law, perhaps it goes one way. If they follow their hearts, it goes another. And we see that so often.
Johnny
in
really
trials
nice
that
likes
have,
to wear bracelets.
Obviously, much greater at stake here than just a couple of dollars. And again, this is just a civil case. It's only nobody's going to prison. Hey, Mark Weaver, what do you think about this idea that if they believe one litigant over the other, because I think that gets complex with a cross complaint, or in Virginia, as they call it, a counterclaim. Is that a problem for the jury? Can they sort through all of that? Is it all or nothing for one, all or nothing for the other? What are their options?
Well, there's one option we don't hear a lot of people talking about, which is finding that neither side has made their burden of proof. Essentially, a pox on both of their houses. This was I'm saying this is an option. This was a mutual combat. These people were equally annoying to one another. We can't tell which of them is telling the truth. And they both have the burden of proof when you have these counterclaims being brought. There was some good lawyering. I enjoyed watching the closing arguments. I agree that Amber Heard's lawyer, Gerottenborg, probably did the best of the closing arguments. These lawyers are experienced lawyers, but I thought he got the best of it.
Yeah, I would agree. I think that as good as Johnny Depp's attorneys were, they were a little more script-bound. And Mr. Rottenborn was a little more off the cuff, taking a point, making his statements, and making it seem a little more conversational. Always a good thing. Okay, guys, stay where you are. We are going to take a break here as the clock keeps ticking on the Verdict Watch in Depp, Heard, Depp. We will be right back.
So it's interesting to read this. Tilda B, I just want to point out that the jury was discussing the question if the statement was false, meaning they already ticked yes on Q1. Do you find that Mr. Depp has proven all elements of defamation? So let's see. All right, that's so that means that the statement was false. So they answered this question already, if they're here. I guess. Yeah, I mean, people which support all these lies, they must be absolutely insane, honestly. They really didn't follow anything and they're like just absurdly biased. You just go waned. I love that guy. I gotta see this. There's a UK show called Britain's Got Talent. There's a similar show in other countries, including the USA. And an act on it is this woman called Amber. And she's playing Pirates of the Caribbean music and as a pirate ship. This seems like a funny coincidence to me, especially given that Johnny was in the UK and probably still is. This show is live right now also. Alright, that's kind of funny. I'll try to find the clip of that. No verdict yet.
And Verdict Watch continues here at the Law and Crime Network. 7 hours, 15 minutes or so as this jury continues to deliberate the financial fate of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. You know, 6 weeks of testimony, and we're going to go through all of it in the next hour and a half. It's amazing how we do this. But obviously, if something happens live in the courtroom, we will take you there. The jury had a question earlier today about one of the key issues in this case. The verdict form breaks out 3 separate statements, and the jury has to make some decision as to each of those statements being defamatory or not, truthful or not. So that's part of their job. It's a massive undertaking. So as they do that, let's do this. You know, let's look at some of the Johnny Depp testimony. This is a point at which, the honeymoon seems to be over, sort of. The relationship kind of starts to go downhill. Let's watch some of that testimony.
What would happen when the fights would escalate, other than going and hiding in the bathroom?
How come the battery went
What
off?
would happen? Well, if they continue to escalate, if I continue to try to present my version or my side of the story, when you're approached in a kind of when you're approached with such anger and hatred, it seemed like pure hatred for me. If I stayed to argue that, eventually I was sure that it was going to escalate into violence, and oftentimes it did. At times it did.
And when you say violence, what are you referring to specifically?
Miss Heard, in her frustration and in her rage and her anger, she would strike out. She would. It could begin with a slap. It could begin with a shove. It could begin with, throwing a TV remote at my head. It could be throwing a glass of wine in my face. But all in all, it was just it was a constant. There was a built-in list of as I said, my personal experiences, which I gave to Miss Heard, those things were. Those facts were used against me as weapons, especially when it came to my kids.
Yeah.
So yeah, I did. There was no need for it. There was no need for it. Too many lines were crossed. You couldn't see the lines anymore.
So, Johnny Depp's version of how things started to get a little rocky and maybe the bloom was off the rose. So, Ann Bremner, if I'm in the jury, the first thing I'm thinking maybe is, maybe this is not working out. And maybe you don't stick around for a number of years to see how bad it does get. They're already talking about throwing things. How do you think a jury reacts to what looks like a very codependent relationship, but somebody that just walks away in terms of leaving the room, but doesn't really walk away from the relationship?
I think that they viewed it in the context of his history as a child, that's how he relates to things like that. I mean, I don't know how else you accept that, because most people would walk away. But then again, with domestic violence cases, there's a cycle of violence, and a lot of victims just stay in and don't walk away. And we're taught that they don't need to walk away to be victims, and that's just part of the cycle if they stay.
Yeah, I mean, it's sad, and we do see it again and again. It just, for those of us, as we observe this play out in front of millions, you just start to scratch your head, like, could you see there was a problem here that you might want to extricate yourself from? Mark, one of the things I think is most interesting for this jury is the fact, number one, that it's 7 people. That's weird. We know it's 5 men, 2 women. And they have to decide unanimously. Now, in some jurisdictions, like California, or most familiar, you might have a jury of 12. You only need 9 to come to a decision, a verdict in favor of a plaintiff in a civil case. Here, they got to be unanimous either way. What's your take on that? How it might affect this outcome?
It is a little different. We do see across the country where some civil jurors have fewer members than criminal jurors, and we do see some majority rule instead of unanimous rule. It may be because Virginia is a commonwealth. It's got so many different things going on. It's one of the obviously one of the original colonies. It's a commonwealth. The fact that they're using a slightly different standard of proof here than we see in other civil cases, essentially a different name, Virginia just does things a little bit differently, and we're starting to see that played out on here. I don't know if that's going to have much of an impact. I think, as Ann was mentioning, a lot of these jurors try to put themselves in the situation that the witness is in, and then they roll their eyes and say, why did you stay there? They may say that to both of them. Why did you continue to torment one another? And that's why I think the jury might have antipathy towards both of these litigants.
Yeah, and you could actually have people thinking they deserve one another. You know, then who else would put up with these people? Okay, so we've heard the arguments, at least the discussion by Johnny Depp as to things getting a little rocky. Here's Amber Heard from that position and her side of the table.
But it didn't stop with that. It was clothing in general. And when I walked out of the house, it wasn't just like, hey, you're not allowed to wear that. It was like, oh, really? That's what you're wearing. No wonder you get cast in those roles. No wonder you that's what you are. That's what you're making it.
He never said that.
And it continued. And then
Never said that.
Then there would be a blow up. And at first it was just to throw something, smash some things.
Oh man, so many lies, man.
He loves to smash up a place, an apartment, furniture. It's what it started with. Glass. Threw glass at me, and I remember it was summer. And he just threw this glass across the kitchen, and it didn't hit me, but it shattered behind me, and I remember thinking that it very easily could have hit me. And that, calling me a whore, it didn't start with using the whore word, it was just comments until it would escalate. And then I started to notice the pattern of escalation where he'd throw glass or turn over a table. Then he would hit the wall, and then he'd hit the wall really close to my head. You know, like when I'm standing there, just hit the wall, screaming at me. But then he would disappear and get clean and sober, and he'd come back and tell me that he was done drinking, he was over it. It's done, cleaned himself up. He had done it before and he'd do it again. And then he would go back to this wonderful, almost just unreal, but real, but unbelievably.
Nobody does this.
Nice, sensitive, kind, warm, generous, interesting, funny man that I loved. And he would make me feel so loved, I would feel so distant from that thing that was so scary that I would not even recognize the two. And that was
Bencho is looking at her
our relationship kind of started to develop in that first year.
So Amber Heard and her version
Bencho
of events
is going like,
Bis really kind of signaled that something wasn't going.
Bis, please. Bis, please. Bis. Please. Enough with this BS. Oh my God. Nothing of that retelling felt nowhere authentic. None of it. Zero. Who does that? Like laughing and crying at the same time. You're recalling the bad part, and he became this magical creature again, that all of a sudden he was floating, and even the smell changed over and over everything. Oh, I was bewitched by it. I couldn't just hold in the joy that I shit on the bed. That's why I did it.
Definitely some very important performances. Ann Bremner, so what do you think in terms of this corroborative material that each side would hope to bring to this jury? Was it either side kind of woefully lacking?
Oh yeah, I think the Heard side was woefully lacking because she had such extreme acts of abuse that she discussed and described over and over and over again. It's like we know as trial lawyers, you don't take on a burden you don't need to. I mean, why was she so over the top when there wasn't commensurate evidence? There weren't tapes of any of those things. There weren't pictures of any of those things. A rape was a bottle. I mean, it's extreme abuse, it's constant abuse. And she's taping him all the time. That in and of itself, I think, really took away from her credibility. It just didn't need to be presented that way, but it was.
Yeah, and we also are left with this feeling that she photographed the weirdest things and her injuries, alleged injuries. How do you miss out on some of what seemed like great photo ops of things that she says happened to her? So again, jury gets to wrestle with that, and it will come down really to their determining whether she's credible or not with her allegations, both on her defense of the original complaint and her counterclaim against Johnny Depp. Let's take a break here. Good stuff, guys. When we come back, we will jump back outside the courthouse there in Fairfax, Virginia. Our own Stacey Delicat is there standing by. We'll take a break and come right back. Stay where you are.
Wow, it's really going on and on and on, huh? So we checked this one already. Well, if there is not a lot of question left to answer, then we might get to a close. This can't be real. This can't be real stuff, right? Oh, this can't be real. Oh my god. What a trash. Do they print this stuff? What a waste of paper, man. Jesus. What is this? Ah, those are the two sisters. Yeah, I mean, you know, those pictures, they just whatever, but yeah, they don't say much. Well, again, as you heard before, you know that the juror, they have to vote all unanimously, either way. So that alone, to me, it's already a good indication that I find it very hard to believe that all the jurors are against JD. That's really impossible. We don't know one yet. It's not known yet what is happening. So we know that they're moving forward with the questions. So that's a good sign. But it's gonna take some time. It's gonna take still some time. Well, I can't believe we went through the whole day of this. Honestly. Let's look at JD again in the Royal Albert Hall. Well, I have to say, like, on this table, I don't see a lot of water. That's for sure. I don't see a lot of water on that table. JD, you gotta start to drink water, goddammit. Eh? You gotta start to drink a little bit more water, JD. Please. Well, there is like something here, but might be water with lemon. Oh, actually, there is some water right here.
Hey,
That's
welcome
the
back
one
to the
right
afternoon
there.
session. Continuing to recap Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard and the inverse there. I had a friend who used to work at HGTV and said that they used to do those shows down in the South, and they would sell these houses, beach houses, $300,000. The reason it was so popular, people loved wanting to go there or think they could get a home, you can't feel humidity when you're watching TV. That's the secret. Why do I mention that? Because it's kind of hot in the Northeast today. It's kind of hot in Fairfax, Virginia. And so when you see our correspondents looking ravishing and radiant there, you know, they're pulling off something in some tough conditions. Stacey Delicat, I'm not sure what kind of lead up that was to bringing you into the mix here, but I understand being out in the heat, it can be challenging. So I appreciate your efforts there. How's it going? What's the latest?
Thanks, Michael. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I knew you were going somewhere with that. I was feeling it because I'm actually feeling it. You know, here's the secret. You just got to keep dabbing away the sweat with a napkin out here. It says it's about, I don't know, like 95 or 96 degrees on the phone. Real field temps definitely probably above 100 and very humid. And I think that's why the scene we're seeing outside the courtroom now, it's a little sleepy. We got a lot of media, but everyone is kind of clustered under trees and in shade where they can find it because it's so hot under the sun. We've hardly seen any fans outside today, a couple here and there, but I think the consensus for most of them is if they want to be here for the verdict, they're going to stay somewhere close by, whether in a Starbucks or a deli, or if they live nearby. And when we get word of a verdict, that's when they'll hightail it over here because it's just so hot outside here today. Yeah, we now are past the 7-hour mark in deliberations between Friday and today, and so far all we've heard from the jury is the one question they had earlier a couple of hours ago, and that had to do with a statement.
We still have an hour and a half.
Essentially was, when considering whether a statement is false, did they consider just the headline of the op-ed, which is, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change," or are they supposed to consider the entirety of the op-ed? The judge said it was that line on that particular question of the jury instructions. Obviously, we've been talking about this throughout the day. I know some of our experts and some of our guests had said that bodes well for Johnny Depp if they are specifically considering that line about sexual violence, because perhaps Heard's team really didn't do as good a job on proving that point. But all we know right now is they've had that one question and deliberations continue, and they have a thick packet of jury instructions, and the verdict form is several pages long, and so we know they have all of that to go through, Michael. And so we're just standing by, waiting to see what's going to happen today. On Friday, the deliberations wrapped up, you know, after 5 o'clock or so. We know that the judge in this case has said, look, she doesn't order dinner, so when the jurors feel like they've had it and they want to call it a night and go home and have dinner, well, that's it for the day. So we're waiting to see what's going to happen.
It's kind of an interesting way to kind of determine when the end of the day is. How loud are the stomachs grumbling in the jury room? If they haven't come to a determination, hey, you might as well head home. Here's what I think is interesting, and tell me what insight, if any, you can lend to this. There's going to be a 1-hour kind of gathering period. Do we have any clue whether either litigant plans to be there?
Yeah, well, we've been talking about this all day. I mean, we've seen some of the attorneys. We saw Johnny Depp's attorneys come in and out earlier today. We now know they were in to file a motion that we haven't heard the details of what that motion was, but we know that the judge declined the motion. But as for Johnny Depp himself, well, we've been talking about it all day. He popped up, surprise appearance in the UK over the weekend, playing 2 concerts with rock legend Jeff Beck, one in Sheffield, England on Sunday night, and the other at the famous Royal Albert Hall in London last night. Now, Jeff Beck is supposed to play another concert there tonight. No word if Johnny Depp is going to pop up on stage then again, or whether he is going to fly back or has already flown back this way. We just don't know. So, you know, again, we know we're going to get that 1-hour warning when a verdict is reached. At that point, there will be time for all the players to get here, for those who are around. And as for Amber, we've heard musing she's likely in the area, but her team has neither confirmed nor denied that, as they say.
Okay, well, we will continue to check in with you, find more shade. I know you're in the Long Crime Trial Network Broadcast Center right there, which is lavishly appointed and air conditioned and all. So try to stay cool and calm and comfortable, and we will check with you again, Stacey. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Michael.
You bet. Okay, so we got you covered down there at the courthouse. So when things happen, we, of course, will bring that to you. In the meantime, we're going through some of the amazing testimony from the last 6 weeks. Let's go back I mean, it seems like so long ago. Let's go back to the very first witness to take the stand. It was Johnny Depp's sister, Christy Dombrowski. She covered a multiple number of topics.
Man, can you imagine? This is the type of extremist feminist, like extreme activist with an extreme agenda, which, oh my god, like these people, they really think they're that smart? They're calling the judge as a carte misogynistic female judge has done an incredible damage to survival of sexual assault and domestic violence because she allowed the cameras in the courtroom. Oh my god, Katie, total silliness. You need to grow up. You need to grow the up. Oh my god, can you imagine those people going around? Oh, I hope to the universe you're never in a position to make any important decision for other people that involved a lot of other people. Oh my god, can you imagine this type of people are roaming around on this freaking planet? My freaking god. That's frightening.
Really early on, as a young child, none of what was happening in our home felt good. And so as I got older, you know, both Johnny and I actually, we decided that once we had our own home, that we were never going to repeat ever anything similar in any way to our childhood. We were gonna do it different.
So Johnny felt the same way?
Absolutely.
So as I'm watching Johnny Depp's sister, the first thing I'm thinking is, man, she seems normal. Because she's not quite as not as Johnny Depp. So Ann Bremner, good way to start this presentation of the Depp case. What do you think?
I think it was really brilliant. I mean, that's where the sympathy came for Johnny Depp in this case. I mean, he's an icon. People love him. You know, he's invincible, like you see on TikTok and everything else. And he's just been a genius in his films. But we saw that kind of humble, vulnerable, childlike side of him that was really part of this case. It explained why he stayed, why he hid, and why he was coming forward now. So I thought it was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it's kind of eased us into the whole process and really did lay an important foundation. Hey, Mark, hold on just a second here. I'm going to cover some more Johnny Depp testimony, and then we'll talk right after we watch this. Here we go, more Johnny Depp at trial.
Mr. Depp, what have you learned from your experience in your childhood and observing your father in your childhood?
I learned that I was wrong about my first impressions of his exit from the family. Very wrong. And I'll tell you one thing that I learned that was one of the best lessons I believe I've ever learned in my life, ever could learn in my life, was based on my experiences as a child and what I'd seen and experienced. I knew exactly how to raise children when my girl Vanessa got pregnant. I knew exactly how to raise children, which was to do the opposite of what they did, of what Betty Sue did. Never raise your voice in front of the children, never. Screaming out the word no to them. I never wanted to tell my kids no. I wanted to tell them that I wanted to show them that there were options. You don't have to stick the coat hanger in the electrical socket. You know, saying no is an abrupt thing. but to talk to them and say, if you understand the repercussions of something, then you won't go there. So maybe think about this as opposed to this. Give this some thought, you know. But that
Man, this guy
that could kill you.
is such a nice guy,
Johnny
man.
Depp, giving us a sense of his background and what he dealt with and maybe helped him with his own kids. Mark Weaver, how do you think this plays with the jury? Does it give him a little warmer, fuzzier feel? Yet they don't know yet what's to come, but what do you think?
Probably. Well, my first point would be if I were the judge, I would have likely sustained an objection based on relevance to some of that. This is a defamation trial, but that's okay. They didn't make it. Judges typically will not sustain objections unless they're made. But I think it does certainly humanizes him to the jury. That's fine. What was interesting is Amber Heard's lawyers in their closing tried to use Johnny Depp's definition of abuse, which he talked about what happened in his life with his mother, and tried to use that definition for what happened with him and Amber. There was a bit of sleight of hand there. Domestic violence is a crime, and we have a definition for it in state laws, but emotional abuse, mental abuse, nearly every married couple
they try to play the
complain that
cards
they have
because
had
they don't have
emotional
much
abuse
to
if
go
there was an
by.
argument.
Those
So there was a
pieces
bit
of
sleight of hand
pile
with
of
the Amber Heard's lawyer suggesting that all they were showing was that there was abuse in the marriage, when the op-ed was really about domestic violence, which is a cognizable, recognizable crime.
Yeah, what's very interesting is when we look at the special verdict form, we can tear into this in greater detail. But of the three statements, one is that headline that specifically references violence. The other two, not so much. The other two, you might be able to make an argument that it was some other form of abuse short of violence. And that could mean bad things for Johnny Depp. So let's take a quick break here, guys. Stay where you are. We'll come back with more as the Depp-Heard jury continues to deliberate, pushing into the 7th hour now. We'll be right back.
Man, actually, when you hear Johnny talking like that about his children, he comes across so believable. Also, like that's exactly what he did. And that's why he had exactly a wonderful, it seemed, connection with the other woman, Vanessa, for 14 years plus. And that's why she came forward to his defense, telling that she knows him absolutely in a different way. So, man, this relationship with this blonde sucking blood narcissist, psychopath, sociopath, liar, was just a misfortune of this man. You know, this man has had such a great fortune in his life, at least in his adult life, because he was abused as a child. And then he became a star very young, and he enjoyed the quirks of being a young celebrity in his 20s. He has had a wealthy life. He's an handsome man, which, you know, like, ticks all the boxes. You know, so you get so much luck. And all the privilege that come with it of exploring your talent and enjoying that exploration and pursuing it at great length and with great success. And despite his personal abuse, you know, which to an extent, of course, are a problem. You can make it a morality issue as well. But as long as you keep it under control and doesn't affect your life or other people around you to the level where you damage them physically or in other deeper way, it's also nobody's business in the end, you know? But I do not advocate for that for sure. But anyway, you know, many people that have managed to go through life like that, if you see the Rolling Stones, I mean, probably they're cleaner, but I think they had a good run, right? Or like Lemmy from Motorhead. I don't know if you were familiar with this rocker. Lemmy was notoriously a wild character when it came to all the stuff rock and roll. But anyway, like, this guy had such a great fortune, and despite his personal intoxication, then he meets this freaking woman, and I think he literally, this guy from 2012 to 2016, it just destroyed part of his character, made him worse, to the point where he got even worse in his addiction, and then he got destroyed, he got cancelled, he got abused, he got defamed, and it's carrying this from like 2016 to this day. So for another like 6 years.
So if you want to synchronize your watches,
so it's
the jury deliberations just hit 8 hours. And of course, anything new in that room or in that courthouse, we will
10 years,
take you
not
in
too
there
great,
to see
in
what
that
they're
level,
up to. A question
human
earlier
level.
today reflected on the verdict form. Might be some foreshadowing of issues they're dealing with. So you also know that there is a counterclaim in this case. Amber Heard brought that against Johnny Depp. And the core facts in that relate to statements made or attributed to Johnny Depp that called her a hoaxer, basically. That she's written this article and
Thank
that
you,
has got him excited because those things didn't happen.
Mosh, I would love to sign the book for you.
Her a hoaxer, or his people called her a hoaxer, that caused her damage. That's the parameter for that. Let's listen to some of her testimony as she talks about the aftermath of the Adam Waldman, that's the Depp attorney, some of those statements. Let's watch.
What, in fact, did you do that night?
I cleaned up. I protected Johnny. I refused to cooperate with the police.
Please.
Like so many other people do.
Oh my God.
I tried really hard to keep it private even after that, even when I was committed to filing for a divorce. I tried to protect Johnny. I tried to protect the history of what we had. I tried to protect him.
I'm puking in my mouth already. Oh my
and
God.
I didn't even have a lawyer. I didn't call my publicist. I called my contract attorney to get me another lawyer who could give me advice on how to protect Johnny.
Oh my God, lady, I still...
Every bit of this was to protect Johnny and to protect the secret that I had fought really hard to keep for nearly 5 years, which was that behind closed doors, things were not what it looked like.
Amber, I'm going to ask you to describe to this jury the emotional.
So how do you go in and out of emotion like that? Like deadpan? Like an android that it's listening to orders or something, you know, to directions. And then she goes, oh, okay, crying is coming. I have to make strange faces. I have to frown. I have to cry at the same time. It might be strange, but I have to try. Never done it before. Crying.
And re-energize.
Objection, Your Honor. This is not responsive.
Exactly.
Lack of foundation.
My freaking mind is not responding anymore.
Well, her emotional, the question was your emotional impact of these statements.
Okay. The impact it has on me is every time I look at it, which is every day. I am set back. I have to relive it. I have to have the worst, most painful things I've ever gone through, painful memories I've ever had, the things I've narrowly survived at times.
Nearly survived.
Intimate details that I never wanted to be known.
Please
never wanted
stop.
to be public ever, and to have them use every single day to call me a liar. I have to relive this every single day that I have to address those claims. Over and over again, the most intimate, embarrassing, deeply humiliating and personal things that I've survived are used against me every day.
Every day.
Over and over again. It's torture. I'm in so much pain emotionally. I just wanted him to leave me alone. I wanted to move on with my life. And he won't let me. By making statements like this, he won't let me.
Mama.
I have to be here today. I have to be reliving it every single time. He, with these statements, with these leaks, these comments, once again, makes me have to speak to the most horrifying things I have lived through. It's torture.
It's torturous. I want you to have to do that. I want to move on with my life. I have a baby. I want to move on. I want to move on. I want Johnny to move on too. Mom, leave me alone.
So that was really the most powerful testimony that Amber Heard left this jury with. Ann Bremner, she's an attorney in Seattle, a trial attorney. She's seen witnesses come and go. How would you rank this witness and her performance?
Well, I mean, in her second go-around, I'd rate her really high, probably an 8 to a 10. I mean, she was believable in the angst she's going through. I mean, think of this is like something like so far out there that you're a victim, you're an alleged victim in a sexual assault case or abuse case, you know, whether it's your family or a stranger, and you become vilified all over the world. Memes about you. Everyone thinks you're a liar. Everyone like says horrible things to you. I mean, think about her life. You really heard that right there. I mean, she really stepped up in that last piece, I think, and told the jury, you know, what's really happening to her. One other thing, Michael, I thought it was a mistake for her team to go into all the
lady, I don't know what you watched.
Rankings and numbers
but that's not what I watched, lady.
Whatever else. Because then the jury knew that everyone hates her on the internet. But then, you know, cat's out of the bag so that she can come in the second piece in her testimony and reiterate, you know, how terrible it's been. But had they not put that in, I'm not sure if I would have had her go as far as she did in the second piece. But she did a good job.
Yeah, that is very interesting, and you know, as we know now, the internet and the social media factor plays a role in any case, and maybe more so in a case where defamation's involved. Mark Weaver, what's your best guess on where this jury goes based on the question we've already seen, which really, to me, could open up a can of worms with the 3 statements in the special verdict form? They came back with a question about the first one, which references specifically physical violence. Where does that take this jury? What's your best guess?
The more jury trials I prosecute, the less willing I am to guess how a jury is going to come out. As a young litigator, boy, I had lots of opinions about what jurors were going to do, but the more cases I have, the less willing I'm to do that. I will say this, and the viewers might find this interesting. There was almost certainly a strategy in this counterclaim, because if it had simply been a plaintiff's case against Amber Heard and she had to defend it, that's one case. But for her to bring another case, twice the amount, $100 million, right? For her to bring her own counterclaim raises the possibility that the jury might, in fact, say, you know what, both of you lose, go away. Yeah. So in a sense, it was a bit of an offense that was a defense by bringing that $100 million counterclaim.
Yeah, that's the oh yeah lawsuit. You know, you're suing me for $50 million. Oh yeah, I'm suing you for $100 million. It does smack of you know, just kind of a statement being made without any foundation. Hey, I'm gonna have to thank and excuse both of you. Mark Weaver, thank you so much. He's in the hood here in the boroughs. And Brenner,
I don't know
Seattle.
This lady what she was saying. I mean, I understand that you want to like this. She was totally not believable. To me, she seemed even more fake than other times. And then she played the card of the baby. I have a baby. It's like, lady, you brought this on yourself. Literally, you brought this on yourself. And now what do you want? You know? People are seeing you for what you are, for who you are. And it's scary the way people can just, you know, you have more people like that journalist, like whatever the lady was, you know, and all of a sudden they kind of inoculate in your mind a different perception of what you just saw. To me, that wasn't authentic at all. This was just another attempt at trying to sway the jury, or, you know, looking like pitiful or whatever. I just don't buy it, because honestly, you know, somebody that has those type of issues and it's been proven to lie over and over and over again, you know, like, I don't know this lady what is watching, but once you've seen somebody lying almost basically on every instance that she's brought up in this trial, then you really have no confidence in believing that what she does it's honest. It's just what it is, you know. Like, literally on every instance, every time this woman says something, all of a sudden surfaces something to prove otherwise. Like, like the last thing of, you know, her having to tell co-workers and lovers and friends how to move around her, how she needs to be touched, otherwise the post-traumatic stress disorder can flare up. And literally the second after, you see on the internet pictures flying around of her like partying with the crew of Aquaman, you know, just looking like absolutely fine, like, you know, literally surfing on people and hugging and doing all that kind of stuff that looks like super like confident, and absolutely with no need of direction, you know, to give to other people, and now they have to interact with you, so you know that it's absolutely fake. So false on every account. So how do you believe somebody like that? How do you trust somebody like that, that it's willing to lie so many times on everything, you know? I mean, don't forget, that's a Jack Sparrow ring right there. I used to wear much more rings, but I don't do it anymore. Here, this is a Sumerian sign on the sun, if I'm not mistaken. This here. It's a Sumerian sign. Represent the sun, if I remember correctly. This is I think this is a Celtic cross. This is a type of ancient cross. I forgot exactly which one that is. Like looks like a dragon. That's pretty cool. This is the tattoo he has on the arm, which is Jack, and also the name of his son, I think. Pretty cool. This one, I don't know, this symbol. Like, I want to say something, but yeah, I don't know. I have to look into it. It makes me so mad that's, you know, like the lady, you know, tries to depict like this thing as if, like many medias, as if we are vilifying this woman because we have nothing better to do. Like our intention just by default is to troll this woman. I'm like, lady, are you watching what we're watching? Are you listening what we're listening? Did you hear the audio? Have you seen the corroboration, like between the story told and the picture presented and all the stuff that it's surfacing? I mean, are you seeing the same stuff or what? Like, even like, you know, even the most skeptical person is gonna go like, whoa, this woman has nothing.
The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Is that seem appropriate to everybody?
So is that enlightening? Is it more confusing? Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session. I'm Michael Bryant. That's all we've heard from the jury so far today in the Johnny Depp Amber Heard deliberations into the 8th hour now. And that is actually question 1 in the jury verdict form, the special verdict form relating to Mr. Depp's case. We're going to get into questions 2 and 3 because it seems to me if they can't get a grip on question 1, 2 and 3 ain't going to be much easier. They all relate to other statements in the article that is the subject of the alleged defamation. So very fascinating. It is so interesting the way the mind of the jury members continues to work. So we have more insight into what's happening on the ground in Fairfax, Virginia. Stacey Delicat is there. She joins us live. Stacey, let's see, it's 4 o'clock East Coast time. Should be about as hot as it's ever going to get there today.
You know what? I was just going to say it's 4 o'clock. I think the sun went behind the clouds. I'm starting to feel we're getting into late afternoon. Maybe we're going to get a little cool down soon. I don't know. It's still sweltering out here. We're still sitting here in suspense waiting to hear what's going to happen. To your point about that question, yeah, I tend to agree with you. You know, that's the question on the first page of the special verdict form for Depp's case. And then there are 2 more statements that they have to go through to determine not just has Depp proven the elements of defamation, but was there, you know, actual malice behind the statements. So we'll see whether anything's going to happen today. I mean, the jury was back at 9 a.m. this morning. At this point, in total, we're stretching to almost 8 hours of deliberations. They had a short lunch break. By the way, a little bit of a news flash from our own Anjanette Levy. Apparently, for those who are wondering, the judge is not ordering lunch for the jurors. They are responsible for their own lunches. Some have brought lunch. Some have ordered box lunches. So in case you were wondering, and I bring it up because the judge has said last Friday, look, I don't order dinner. So when the jurors feel like it's time to wrap it up for the day and head home for dinner, that's when we're going to call it for the day. And that was almost at 5:30 on Friday. So perhaps it'll be around the same time today if they don't come to any kind of resolution. I also want to clarify one other point, Michael, which is that I've been saying, you know, we're going to get an hour's notice when the verdict comes in, and that will give time for not just all of the legal teams, but potentially the defendants themselves, whether they're here or not, to get here. Certainly any fans or looky-loos, as they say. But actually, our executive producer extraordinaire, Kathy Russin, clarified that the judge has said when the jury reaches a verdict, she will then have it read at the top of the next hour. So in other words, let's say a verdict comes in at 4:30. According to those rules, well, it would be read at 6. Or if it came in at 4:45, at 6. If it comes in earlier in the hour, I suppose she's going to wait till the top of the next hour as well. And that's, again, to give everyone who needs to be here time to get to the courthouse.
Well, that's perfectly unclear, and it was definitely not the impression given when we were first told what the rules were going to be. So that's a whole different animal. You could have 10 minutes notice then by that bizarre thinking. And I have to say, I'm outraged that there's no lunch paid for. I mean, come on. Anybody's going to try and get out of jury duty here, you can't even get a free lunch?
Right, exactly. If that's not a reason to wrap things up, what is? But a little surprising, but in all seriousness, you know, the jurors do still probably have a lot to go through. And so it remains anyone's guess, you know, but based on the fact that earlier today they were on question 1 still, we'll wait and see whether we get anything today before they call it for dinner.
Okay, boy, the jury brown bagging it. That is outrageous. Okay, thank you, Stacey. Appreciate it. And obviously, if something's going on down there, you got your finger on the pulse, and you will reach out to us, and we will throw you on immediately. Okay, thanks again. Appreciate it. So, you know, this special verdict form is so important.
Man, we have like 1 hour left for today, so I don't think we're gonna get more than that. And I see floating around, I see video floating around of other YouTubers, pictures regarding like that could, I don't know exactly if it would take place now. I don't think so, but like the fact that AH lied under oath about a lot of things, and most importantly, there might be an issue with the fact that they presented modified pictures to the court. That seemed to be something that could potentially lead to persecution on another kind, maybe in another instances, maybe in another lawsuit or something. I don't know exactly how those things they work, but I've been seeing around like videos and comments and stuff like that. I would try to look into it. I don't know exactly the law, how it works in the US, but definitely if it's also, you know, seems like more and more obvious that she lied about, you know, also her team lied about a lot of stuff, right? So presenting the same pictures, I think some stuff is so obvious that they don't even need a specialist. Like that picture that she said that was taken, one with the light off, one with the light on, and it's literally the same picture. Literally, you can look at the picture and you go like, wow, this is exactly the same pictures with everything in exactly the same position. It's impossible to take 2 shots of that, you know, like while you take, you know, the lights on or whatever. So I think that alone, it's probably already enough. And that my implicate something. They might implicate something, yeah? I mean, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to falsify as evidence, I suppose. Too pity we don't have a Monica Lewinsky. Why is it Monica Lewinsky all of a sudden? Vanity Fair. May 31. Monica Lewinsky verdict on the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. We are all guilty. Why is this woman even talking, actually? Unless you're a troglodyte. So already accusing people of being troglodyte. Maybe someone is not interested in the trial. So why would you call somebody that knows nothing about this trial troglodyte? You're starting wrong. Oh man, I honestly don't even care what this woman had to say. Honestly, I don't even know why Vanity Fair is... Oh Jesus, maybe another time. Maybe another time. So, can you just... Oh my freaking God. Why do I have sign in with... Why do I have to sign up? Can I just see the thing? Well, that was not a very interesting thing anyway. Oh, yes. What's happening here?
Which says, in relating to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change. That's the headline. That's the statement in the first page of the special verdict form. Okay, keep in mind, sexual violence. I spoke up against sexual violence. The second question relates to this statement. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse and felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. Domestic abuse. So we go from violence to more generic abuse. And then the third one is, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Again, not physical or violence attached to that. It's possible, let me start with you, Mitra. They could say, yes, Johnny Depp has proven defamation as to the statement about sexual violence, but then they could say no, that he hasn't proven it as to the other abuse allegations that don't involve violence. Thoughts?
Sure. And, you know, the jury form says that if they say yes to one of those, they move on to the damages portion. So it is absolutely true that it could be yes to one and no to the other two. That is still defamation.
So I think their question, on the first question as to whether or not, Jeff, it is something they need to look at, you know, as a separate statement versus in the context of the whole article, is maybe the whole ball game on the Johnny Depp side.
With regard to the first question, 100%. I think that question by the jury, you never know. You know why a jury asked. It could be one juror that wanted to know, so you don't really know what the consensus is. But yeah, definitely that question seems to favor Mr. Depp, because it seems like the jury's asking, do we have to prove that the whole thing is false, the whole article, or just that isolated statement about physical abuse? But like you said, the second question is still the general abuse allegation. with regard to whether that is true or false.
Man, 50
that could
minutes.
Be, and you just showed verbal abuse. I mean, that is clearly
49
verbal abuse.
minutes to go.
So I don't think he's out of the woods on any of this, but certainly
For
not on the
today.
second one, which is general abuse, not sexual violence.
Yeah, I think I agree, and I think that it's the first one or it's none of them, really. I think there's that kind of evidence of some level of abuse, maybe going both ways. Okay, so let's listen to some of Depp's cross-examination from Mr. Rottenborn, and this relates to those really bad texts that were out there. Let's watch.
And when it says Steve here, Mr. Depp, that's what Ms. Heard referred to you as, correct?
Yes.
And you referred to her as Slim, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you text her rears, tears, beers, shears, sapphires, leers.
Oh my God, just mommy all the cross-examination of Rottenhole, like I just can't stand it anymore. My God, Johnny, I have no freaking idea why you chose to be with this freaking woman. Totally, you could have been with basically whoever you wanted to be with. So unfortunate. So unfortunate. Guys, please subscribe if you're not, or at least consider it. I would really appreciate that. We have 47 minutes to go for today to end. So if we don't get any sign in the next 47 minutes or before that, they're not gonna stay longer. So yeah, then it will probably be moved to tomorrow. And from the look of it, I start to feel that it might be the case, honestly. From the look of it, I think that we might not see anything happening. So yeah, in the meanwhile, like I said, if you want to subscribe, would be great. I would really truly appreciate that. And we just need to have our finger crossed. I hope this woman has kept some money, because probably she needs it afterwards. When she loses, you know, if she still has like 4 or 5 million, that's plenty of money to have a very wealthy life. That if you're smart, you can invest, you can make more money. I can tell you right now, Amber, buy a few Bitcoin now that they're going lower. Keep them, putting on the side, you know. If you have still like 4 or 5 million, buy like 10 Bitcoins, you know. Spend like 250, 300,000 in Bitcoins, put them on the side. And the next bull run, probably Bitcoin is going to go over 150, 250. So you're going to make another, you know, you're going to make a nice bunch of money. Then you sell high. I'm not giving financial advice, just saying, you know. It's like if you're smart and you have that kind of money, you can make way more money. You can, like, if you have left 4 or 5 million, you can thrive like crazy if you know what to do. And you don't even have to be that smart, honestly. You know? So, she will have a good life, you know what I mean? Probably not going to be much of an actress anymore. But, you know. And nobody's going to hate you because frankly, we don't really care. We just don't want to see this type of human manure walking around destroying other people and pretending that they're better than everybody. That's what it's not sitting well with the whole people watching this. They're not misandrist or misogynist or like this is a right-wing propaganda BS. No. I know that extremists always like to call out the opposite, but that's not what it's happening here. What it's happening here is really obvious lies that they are preposterous and nobody's being fooled by those. And you see that somebody has real issues and she's trying to gaslight a freaking entire half a country here in the US and rest of the world. They're trying to gaslight like 100 million people in believing that we are crazy. And not today, not on our watch. Those are lies. We want the truth. We want the truth to prevail. And then we don't care anymore. Everybody goes on with their lives. We wish you well. We don't care. Luckily, nobody got killed. You know, this is not a criminal case. So we all go back to mind our business. Oh, sounds like some. No, that's a pause. I'm always refreshing here to see always if they post new stuff, but yeah. It's all fun and games until someone shits in the bed. Oh, so many scratches in their face. Look at that. The face of somebody that's been beaten up every freaking day. Oh man, so many lies. It's actually outrageous, all those lies. This guy is such a nice guy. Yeah, things are too quiet. I don't get it. It's like we have like not much time left. We really don't have much time left, actually. Maybe I should go like on a different Reddit. Before we were like, what was the other Reddit? Hey, Johnny. By the way, guys, this is a picture of yesterday of Johnny. So this is a picture in the UK. I like Johnny, how he looks like. He takes all the leftover clothes from the closet and he puts them on. I like that. Really cool, actually. Really cool. Such a rock and roll dude at heart. Okay, this is the Reddit without Justice for Johnny. So let's see if we get some new stuff here. Sandolino piccolino, da da di da di da, da da di da da di da, da da di da da di da 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 da, do da di da di da, da di da di da 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 di da. We are just waiting for some good news. We are waiting for good news. We have seen this video before. We have seen this video before. Hot.
So we continue in verdict watch here at the Law and Crime Network. The jury now at about 8.5 hours looking into the fate of Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard and her counterclaim against Johnny Depp. We did see just a bit ago some of Johnny Depp's cross-examination, right? So let's take a look at Amber Heard. How did she do? You know, Camille Vasquez has been quite the star of the Depp team. Let's see how she started off her cross-examination of Amber Heard.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial, has he?
Not that I've noticed, no.
You've looked at him, though, many times, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
You know exactly why Mr. Depp won't look back at you, don't you?
I do.
He promised you you would never see his eyes again. Isn't that true?
I don't recall if he said that.
One of the last times you ever saw Mr. Depp was when you met him in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
That was the second to last time I saw him, yes.
And this was after you had publicly accused him of domestic violence.
I got my restraining order before that, yes.
And this is after you had obtained the domestic violence restraining order against him.
That's correct.
I don't understand. Is this what you want?
No. Oh, no, a hug will save it all. All this, everything we just...
I just wanted to touch you.
We checked this, of course, we know the whole thing now.
I just wanted to give you a hug. Yes, please stop me.
Please hug me.
Please, I just wanted to hug you and say bye. I didn't want to take it back.
We did that last night. It's fine. That was good enough. No, because I'm nothing to you, and I will always be nothing to you.
Calm. Calm.
Well, you're not my friend. No, you're in fucking heart. No, we'll never see each other again. You won't don't take my glasses off. You don't like looking at not my eyes. You will not see my eyes again.
Yep.
That's you and Mr. Depp in that recording.
That is.
And this is from when you and Mr. Depp met in San Francisco in July of 2016, right?
Yes, that's what it sounds like. That was in the hotel. We met once after that as well.
This is after you publicly accused him of domestic abuse.
Yes, and got my TRO.
Yeah. And he tells you will not see my eyes again, doesn't he?
Yes, he does in that recording.
And he kept that promise, hasn't he?
As far as I know, he cannot look at me.
He won't look at you, right, Miss Heard?
He can't.
That
Because you're a
is,
piece
we're
of
not supposed to be hearing all this stuff. You know, this is such private, dramatic stuff. And Johnny Depp, it just seems in character when he tells somebody, "You will not see my eyes again." It's just, it's creepy. It's kind of haunting. Mitra, you know, these are very private moments, private conversations. You know, we've all had some version of these, and you know, to have them paraded out there, you know, it's uncomfortable. I don't know how jury members feel about this, but now they've got to wrestle with this uncomfortable stuff and come up with a decision. How tough is that?
Yeah, I think, you know, they're probably feeling all the things that we're feeling, but they've been sitting in their seats for hours on end for 6 weeks now. So I imagine that so much of it is uncomfortable, and that much more uncomfortable being in the room with these two people who have this history, as they have to hear themselves in not their finest moments, and sort of the tension that must be in that courtroom as a result of that. So I agree, more than we ever need to hear from any couple ever. People say and do things that they don't mean and that they're not proud of. And it's really unfortunate that it's all being, you know, heard and sort of dragged through the courts and also seen by the public.
Yeah. Jeff, about 30 seconds. What do you think is the biggest issue for this jury to wrestle with? Is it really just as simple as, I believe her, I believe him?
I think the hardest part is damages, because they may find technically that there was defamation, but he doesn't deserve anything. So it wouldn't shock me if he actually wins the lawsuit and gets $1. That would not shock me. So I think the damages, what damages really are there? Because he's not a likable character here. And I don't think he has real damages. And
that may be just fine with Johnny Depp, because he has said more than once from the stand that he's there doing this to just tell his story. So, you know, I think he'd be satisfied.
I don't think the guy really cares about getting money or not. I think he still has left plenty of money.
Unfold as we are in verdict.
I think the guy is still worth like 100 million or something. So
Johnny Depp, Amber Heard.
I think money is not his concern, of course. Even if he doesn't work anymore at that level, it doesn't really matter, honestly. You know, who cares? Honestly, who cares if you don't, you know, like, you work, you don't work. I think, honestly, it's truly just to clear his name of something that it was unjust, untrue. And I totally support that, you know? I totally support that. This guy is going through all this hell for, like, the good part of 10 years, basically, you know? That's That's brutal, man. That's 10 years of your life, you know? First going through 6 years of relationship. Yeah, that didn't work. Guys, we have literally like less than 40 minutes left for today. So less than 40 minutes left, really. I mean, that woman, she already got away with so much stuff, you know? She got away with all those lies and things. No news. No news is good news, they say. But we do want a news. We do want to know that Johnny is free. I stand with Amber, man. You're losing your mind. You're probably trolling anyway. That's probably a troll. That's probably a troll. Well, you know, either way, you should
How does
never.
it start?
You should never
Okay,
take it
stand by,
on other
guys.
people. What? You don't have to scare me like that. I thought they were going to court. You can't scare me like that. Johnny Depp star. You see? That's the star of Johnny Depp. You see? Johnny Christopher Depp. Nice star. I'm probably have walked here. Wow, they make those things so shitty. It's already like cheap.
Okay, so still in verdict watch in the defamation case, Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard, and the opposite. What normally happens, you know, this time of day, and this is true in most courthouses during deliberations, there's some communication between courthouse staff, maybe even the judge, and the deliberating jury members to give them a sense of where they are in the process. And the court may ask, would you like some more time tonight? Do you think you're going to make enough progress to come to a decision? Or, you know, do we wrap it up at a reasonable time and then you come back and get back at it in the morning? I think we're getting to the point where we're about to learn about that decision-making point. But while we wait for that, let's look now. This is kind of like a best of. You know, if you looked up some of the characters, it looks like Central Casting had a pipeline to this trial. And one of the most interesting witnesses, I think we can agree, is Isaac Baruch, who testified. He lived rent-free as a buddy of Johnny Depp in one of his many penthouse apartments. And he talked about Amber Heard's appearance. Remember this date, May. It was a 2016 event in the penthouse
What the hell am I
fight
watching?
incident. Here's his testimony.
Did you have a good look at her face during that conversation?
Yes, this room, yes, yeah.
this room, it's completely lit, that it's a spot, and there's a camera taking, cameras always on, a security camera, and always, and so it's got good lighting and stuff. Because this is a spot where if you use your fob key to go into the building, well, the door takes a long time to, it's one of those things with the pressure thing that the door just doesn't close shut. It takes a while for it to close. Someone could be in the garage who's not supposed to be in the garage, run and hold the door open. And that then they get into the apartment building, and then who knows, maybe somebody gets ripped off. But so it's well lit for security reasons.
I love the New York
taking pictures.
I love the New York accent of this guy. I love it.
Wearing makeup during that discussion?
Neither of them looked like they were wearing makeup at all. Whitney had this hat on that it was a fun hat or whatever, and that no makeup. I don't even know Whitney to be a makeup person, and that Amber, no, she looked like she was just natural Amber. It's all just as always, no makeup.
Did you notice any marks on Miss Heard's face?
No.
Did you notice any swelling?
No swelling. No, there's no nothing. There's no swelling.
There's no nothing.
Bruising, no redness, no cuts, no...
Nothing.
I don't even,
I don't even know, huh?
You get the feeling if you ask Mr. Baruch what time it is, he'll tell you how to build a
I like
watch.
this guy. What are you talking about?
He's got a lot to say. Mitra Hurrian is still here with us. She is an entertainment lawyer in Beverly Hills. And, of course, Jeff Lax, our law professor in New York. Thank you both for sticking around here. This guy, he's been living rent-free. I probably called him a freeloader at some point. But he's obviously a friend of Johnny Depp. Mitra, does that
actually
color his
Baruch is the only guy that I don't feel like calling him a leech, because it's literally a longtime friend of Johnny.
He's indebted to Johnny.
And if Johnny wants to give him his house to live there,
Johnny Depp changed his life.
It's
He
literally
became what we call a patron of the arts. Took him in.
He can do whatever he wants with this money. I would do the same with my best friend. I would do exactly the same if that was the case.
But I think what redeemed him a little
And I will
bit
never
was,
call him a
the way
leech.
he described his affection for Amber.
But those other people were brought in by her, and he allowed it
had a nice
because of the love of his
and that
then
he did
wife,
love her for years, and he did come to love her. And I think that the moment that he got emotional over the fact that this is even happening between two people that he cares about and how he just wants them to move on, I think that sort of redeemed him a little bit, because although he may be indebted, it sounds like he cared about both of these people.
So, Jeff, one thing I did like about his testimony was it was really the first incident that we had a witness talk about where he could give his observations of Amber Heard being injured or wearing makeup to cover an injury. So I think that was very important foundational material. I'm not sure we knew what was to come at that point. It would be so over the top in terms of the photos and the makeup. But that to me sounded legit, and he was, making firsthand observations.
Definitely. It was, we've talked about witnesses that are not prepared well. That was clearly a witness that was very well prepared. Depp's lawyer certainly did a good job. He was very colorful in terms of why everything was so clear to him. All of this goes to the believability of Amber Heard. And by the way, I got a very angry email during the commercial break from someone who says, I can't believe you're saying that Depp might win anything. You can't believe anything she says. But the problem is, even if you don't believe anything she says, you don't need to for this case, because there's audio. There's audio of him being verbally abusive. I keep going back to that, regardless of what she covered up or didn't cover up. Maybe not physical. Again, I want to clarify, but verbal, we all hear that, and that should be disturbing, I think, to enough people, the verbal abuse. Just to me.
Yeah, and we talked about this
Oh
early
my
on.
God,
That
this
seemed to be
dude.
the dividing line. at
This
least in
guy
my
is
analysis,
just
that,
out of his mind.
Abuse, yes, emotional, verbal, but physical. Where's that evidence? And I think the jury seems to have latched onto that distinction already with their one and only question so far. So, how did Isaac Baruch do on cross-examination? Let's watch.
And for Johnny, his family has been completely wrecked by all of this stuff, and it's not fair. It's not right what she did and what happened for so many people to get affected from this. It's insane.
And Mr. Baruch,
how this happened.
And Mr. Baruch, if in fact she's telling the truth, and if in fact Mr. Depp, who has engaged in enormous rage and domestic abuse and violence of Amber over a period of time that you wouldn't know about, then maybe it's time for him to take responsibility, don't you think?
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Speculation. Lack of foundation, relevance.
Speculation.
He just went off on this rant and rave about assuming that she's...
You asked questions.
I didn't ask a question that launched that.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay,
right, next
you don't...
question.
I'll ask this.
Okay.
Mr. Baruch, you don't know whether Mr. Depp has committed domestic violence of Amber Heard, do you?
I never witnessed. I never saw or witnessed whatever type of claim that is being said, ever. Okay. I've never seen him be violent since teenagers from first meeting.
I didn't ask you that. I said you don't know whether he has committed domestic violence or abuse on Amber Heard.
Jesus
Isn't
Christ.
that correct?
That's correct. I did not witness any physical violence.
But you have seen Mr. Depp use drugs as well as drink and be drunk.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
So on that cross, probably the best answer given by Mr. Baruch is that I've never seen any physical violence, and he is a guy that has spent a lot of time with the couple. So Jeff, what do you think about that? I want your opinion too on how that,
oh my God,
that
Jeff,
back
go
and forth
home.
Played out between
Jeff, go home. Trust me.
I
know he's playing the lawyer's advocate, but come on, man.
Might have understood to happen. Obviously, no foundation for that. But I think I got kind of two questions brewing here. One is this back and forth with the attorneys that made it look like neither of them were quite sure what they were trying to get out of this witness or prevent, and then the witness's testimony in itself as it relates to what he did not see.
That's what happens when you have a witness with a personality. Sometimes they go off on a little bit of a tangent, and both sides get an answer that they were not expecting. Certainly, even Depp's team wasn't expecting that response, and certainly Heard's team was not expecting it, but that's what happens. The judge sustained the objection, which was, I think, proper. It was a little bit confusing for a moment there, but it was proper because he's there as a fact witness. He's there to answer one question. Did he see evidence of abuse? And I think in the end he clarified no.
Yeah, and I think he made it very clear he'd never seen it. So the question then, Mitra, is, you're not with them 24 hours a day, correct? You're not with them 7 days a week, right? You're not with them every day of the year. You certainly can't claim to know everything that's ever happened between this couple.
Sure, and that question can be asked of anyone that gets on the stand. These witnesses are not there to say that it didn't happen. They're there to say it didn't happen in their presence, and they don't believe that it happened. This is somebody who was around them often, that presumably if there was some damage, injury, noises, any of the results of that he, odds are he would have seen something over the years. And I think that's where sort of the strength of his testimony lies. But of course, the question is always going to be, well, you can't say for sure that it didn't happen, right? And that's where you get into sort of the speculative nature of the question.
Right, and he was in a role that if anybody might have seen or heard something, maybe he was. So I think he was a very important witness and also very entertaining, which we appreciate. Let's take a break here, guys. Stay right where you are. We're going to get back into more of the testimony
really
from the Depp, Heard Depp trial as the
guy was absolutely legit and a good friend, and probably is really like the way he reacts, you know, it's the typical reaction you see of somebody that knows the bullshit. You know, he knows she's lying. He knows that she made up all of this and it's hurting everybody, you know? And must be so hard for people which they were inside and they saw this taking place, and then they have to go public with this, you know? So I don't know the guy here what he was going on about, honestly, because I mean, like really reaching for straws. There is no way that you can extricate something out of all of this in favor of that woman. It's honestly close to impossible. Like I said, she probably took events that happened in other ways, you know, like events of their history together, maybe parties or having sex or whatever, even perhaps some altercations, and then just embellish them, make them worse, change them. So that this is usually what you do. Like you take something that already exists, then you make it worse, and it's also easier to fabricate like that than just completely fabricate something, you know. Maybe one night they had sex with a bottle of wine, you know what I mean? That's totally possible. A clean bottle of wine, no broken, round, that you can definitely probably use to massage the clitoris of your woman or something. That's not in the realm of impossibilities. There are so many things people can do, and then what you do, you use things like that to fabricate lies, you know? And I think it's awful, man. I think it's just awful. Absolutely awful. There is no escape. There is no end. This ends only if she loses. That at least, you know, she goes, kind of removes herself from, you know, so we don't have to hear about this anymore. This only ends if she loses. If there is no loss, then we have to hear about this freaking liar and also all the liars that defend her. I think we really like, honestly, when you see this type of person, then the only thing that we can do as a public is actually just start to boycott stuff. And actually that's a good thing, because that's a good behavior that actually citizens should unite more on. Because people forget the power they have in the collective, you know? It's like if we start to be a little bit more open and smarter about things, when things are not, you know, working well, we just can show our dissent by what we buy, where we buy it, when we buy it, where we go. And that's actually a very good technique we should keep in mind, you know? So, because people forget that it's always a large number of humans which they create other people wealth, you know? Elon Musk is rich because he's selling thousands of thousands of thousands, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of cars, you know, solar panels, whatever, or other services related to his thing, contracts with the government for the rockets and stuff. So, but selling in large amount to people. Same thing for Bill Gates, you know, you come up with something that becomes radical in the life of people, you become, you know, create a program. There is operating system of computers that we all use. It's the large scale of people that make somebody rich and wealthy and famous. The same thing with cinema, you know, like large millions of people watching a movie makes an actor famous, make studios money and so on and so forth. So in the future, this is a good reminder, you know? You can just boycott stuff, and then that power we direct to other things, you know? We have to be a little bit more aware of this power that people together have. I think it's very important. Otherwise, we end up like controlled by the tyranny of few companies or the government, you know? That's not good.
It's over. You know, you're done. So, what did it do to me? What effect did it have on me?
Thank you, Lily, that girl.
I'll put it to you this way. No matter the outcome of this trial, the second the allegations were made against me, the accusations, the second that more and more of these things, as I said, metastasized and turned into fodder for the media. Once that happens, or once that happened, I lost. Then I lost because that is not a thing that anyone is gonna just put on your back for a short period of time. I will live with that for the rest of my life because of the allegations and because it was such a high-profile case. So I lost then, no matter the outcome of this trial. I'll carry that for the rest of my days. And it never had to be that way. It never had to happen. And I don't quite understand why it did.
Look at those eyes.
In the way that it did.
So, nothing less than everything. What have you lost here? Let me ask Mitra Hurian, entertainment lawyer, is it just too much? Is it just too melodramatic? Is it just too big a performance? Or is it believable and that's just Johnny Depp's way of saying things?
I think this is definitely, you know, his language and the way he speaks. And the way he speaks is sort of dramatic and poetic, and he has sort of this artist in him, right? He's a musician, he's an actor, and he's, you know, the arts tend to be a bit more flowery and dramatic than the way you and I, for example, speak. And so I think that this was sort of the first taste of this moment. I think particularly that one, you know, drop the quote right there and everyone remembers it moment was the first of many moments where, you know, we see throughout the course of the trial that he uses language that's very different than the language that you and I might use. And you come to understand that, and you come to understand what he means by some of what appears to be, you know, kind of vague expressions, but you come to kind of understand his language. So I think it's just the way he is. It's his nature.
Yeah, if you're just sitting down having a cocktail with him, if he still does that, maybe you find out that it is different, but it seems like it's just him. So let's see how Benjamin Rottenborn handled the cross-examination, specifically on the issue of damages. You know, the Pirates of the Caribbean 6 issue, that was really the crux of his claim for $50 million. We know that he would make at least $50 million if he signed on to do another movie. Let's watch.
Now, you're claiming that due to Amber's allegations of abuse, you can't be in Pirates 6, correct?
I'm saying that after everything had basically hit its media targets and the hit pieces kept coming, it would be, I mean, I would be a real simpleton to not think that there was an effect on my career based on Ms. Heard's words, whether they mention my name or
and
not.
Johnny Depp is not a simpleton.
You became aware prior
He's not
to
a
the
simp.
publication of this op-ed that
It was
you
a
were
simp a
likely
little
out
bit
for
in the
Pirate
past.
6.
Not anymore.
That Disney was considering dropping or dramatically shrinking your role, correct?
No.
And you aren't aware, you said Pirate 6 in your view is dangling. You're not aware of if or when Pirate 6 will be made, correct?
No, sir. No.
And the fact is, Mr. Depp, if Disney came to you with $300 million and 1 million alpacas, nothing on this earth would get you to go back and work with Disney on a Pirates of the Caribbean film.
That is true, Mr. Rottenborn.
And you couldn't identify a single movie that you did between the divorce and the op-ed in response to Ms. Meyer's questions just now. You said there was a small tour of your band between that, but you couldn't identify a single movie that you did.
I love how she has like swollen eyes because of sleep.
Correct?
And makeup doesn't cover that. Look at that. Look how swollen those eyes are. Those eyes are more swollen than I've ever seen them.
And when I'm wrapped on that film, I've done my work and I move on to the next. So I haven't seen the majority of my films. I've seen a few only if I had to. But so it doesn't come right away to my head. Films are not the first thing that I think about.
So, damages we've talked a little bit about. We talked, last week about this whole concept of presumed damages, because defamation per se, which is really an allegation of some criminal conduct, in this case physical abuse of someone, triggers presumed damages. And there is a specific jury instruction that they got that says you don't have to see the actual damages. They're presumed. But Jeff Lax, there's a follow-up instruction that basically says here's how you calculate actual damages. Seems to me a little conflicting and maybe confusing, and I don't know, maybe reversible if they don't quite get it right.
It's very interesting. I think in that scene that you just played, that testimony with the attorney, you see that the money is very important to Amber Heard. She doesn't just want to win; she can't afford to lose, and that's why her lawyers are going after. Do you have damages? That's why it's such a big deal to their side, because even if he did. That testimony, that back and forth was, even if you win, Mr. Depp, how have you been harmed? And that goes to your question about actual
guys.
Where are your actual damages?
I suggest you subscribe. I'm just saying,
if you're falsely accused of sexual assault,
it's almost the end of the day.
Worse than that to somebody's reputation. Everyone understands why that's defamation per se, as you alluded to. However, you see that the Heard side, to them, the money matters a lot because she simply can't afford to pay even if she loses. I think that's a good job by her lawyers setting up, even if our client loses, look, there were no actual damages.
Yeah, that is very interesting, because it could be a hollow victory, but again, Mitra, maybe Johnny Depp could care less about the money.
I think that, that's sort of consistent with what he said, and what we're sort of observing is he's caring far more about the court of public opinion. He cares far more about clearing his name. Even the very first pleading.
And it's going to be expensive to pay those lawyers.
I mean, about the money. This is about him clearing his name. And, he's been using the courts as sort of his public platform to try and do that.
I've just heard through my sources that they're done for the day without reaching a verdict. So the jury has been thanked and excused for the day. They'll be back at it at 9 a.m. So we're going to call it a day ourselves here. Thanks so much. I'm going to thank and excuse Mitra Ahurian from Beverly Hills, an entertainment lawyer there, and Jeff Lax, our law professor from New York. Thank you both for being here. Appreciate it. And I know.
Wow, that's it. That's the end of the day. Incredible, man. Tomorrow at 3 o'clock we're gonna be live again. Crazy. Wow, an entire day. I don't know what to make of this, honestly. Well, maybe the good news maybe is that they're going over the damages, which it might take time, because we have seen that they were already somewhere like ahead in the questionnaire there on the case of JD. So so they might have cleared that, and now they're basically trying to assess the damages or something. So that's what I can think of. So jury going home, deliberation to continue 9 a.m. tomorrow. 3 a.m. 3 in the afternoon. I started at 2:30, like today. We're going through this together, and that's a funny Johnny Depp, I have to say. Mine is a little bit better. Oh man. Only 3 states support Amber over Johnny according to Twitter data. Seriously? Wow, I'm actually surprised anybody's on the side of this woman. My Sin 6 and login Reddit, Twitter, YouTube, and even MSN on 4 screen to get the verdict. Hello, goodbye. Yes. Oh yeah, we're still not there. So they just carried this Pirate of the Caribbean thing in front of the thing there. So alright, they're going. Hey, Camille. Camille having cappuccino. Camille, I support this practice, Camille. I have to admit though, guys, I think Camille, she's high maintenance, huh? I have to admit that. I love Camille, but I think Camille, she's high maintenance. Just kidding. Man, those people, they always fall with their feet. Of course, you purchased for $570,000 this nice house in the desert with the JD money. It's actually probably also a good investment. Seems like a big house. 570 doesn't even look like that big. Here in Amsterdam nowadays, you basically buy like a 30 square meter apartment with that money. I'm not even kidding. Jesus. For $500,000, I mean, you buy like 40 square meter in some places. His motion was granted. What is this? Motion about what? Wow, man, we have another day to go. She better gonna lose, man. She better gonna lose. Alright guys, honestly, I don't know like what else we can cover right now. I think for the day that's it. I'll try maybe to see if there are some new memes available so that I'll stop the stream. I don't know if I'll come back. By the way, tomorrow is also my birthday. So I honestly hope that tomorrow we get a verdict. That would be a great birthday present, honestly. That would be a great birthday present. if tomorrow we get a nice result from this. Wow. That would be freaking great. I'm gonna buy some stuff for tomorrow. Some champagne or something. We have to celebrate. A nice cake. I'm 46 years old. I'm 13 years younger than Johnny. Johnny's gonna be actually 59, I think, few days after me. I think Johnny is also is a Gemini. I think Johnny's birthday is like the 9, if I'm not mistaken. So soon is gonna be also Johnny's birthday. Oh, Gwen, you're also a twin. That's awesome. Well, it's tomorrow. It's not now. Well, it's like in an hour, but it's like anyway, the 1st of June. So. Thank you guys. Thank you so much already for all the birthday wishes. Anticipating the birthday wishes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, me so hungry. Tomorrow I'm definitely gonna buy some champagne, something, spumante, something. A nice cake, because tomorrow if we got it, tomorrow we got to have good news tomorrow. Tomorrow we need good news. Tomorrow we definitely need good news. It's my birthday. We have to start a good month of June. Good summer. Spring, summer. Good news. Then I can finally go in holidays. I can start to vlog a little bit, you know? I'm gonna go in Italy. I'm gonna do 1 month of vlogging from there. We change a little bit format of content. I'm gonna start to do like, you know, just go to the sea, vlog, share the vlog, show you around the beautiful coastline of Sorrento, Amalfi, Positano, a little bit of summer life. That would be great. But we need good news. We need good news. Johnny's got to win. Otherwise, I don't go in holiday. Oh, we are a lot. Thank you so much, guys, for all the birthday wishes. I appreciate so much. You're so kind. You're so kind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, really. I see a lot of Geminis. We have many Geminis. It's so funny. I like that. Some women simping for me. That's great. Thank you. Like I said, there are always instances where you can simp. But the simping has to be moderated well. You know? Thank you, guys. Really, thank you. I see so many birthday wishes. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yes, guys, I don't know. There is not much else we can do right now. But tomorrow, don't worry. Tomorrow, you know, I'm here. So 3 o'clock, I'm back. 3 o'clock, I'm back. This is something that I just said before myself. It's like I don't see a lot of water on this table. Honestly, there is some water here, and also this is probably for more people. It's not just for him. Probably it's, you know, other people like go through this as well. Yeah, but I wouldn't count it too much. Then this guy is totally sober, but yeah. Already if he contains the drinking, that's already something, you know. I feel so lucky that I haven't developed like an addictive personality to stuff, you know. I mean, apart from coffee, I don't crave stuff in general, you know. I don't crave beers, I don't crave alcohol in general, I don't crave heavy alcohol or drugs or smoking anymore, like and honestly I find it to be such a great freedom, you know. I find it to be such a great freedom. And the funny part is that the more you feel good, then when you start to do something, you do it once, oh man, you feel like shitty right away, you know. Like I had like a little glass of port like last week to celebrate Johnny, and I think I already felt it in the morning. It was like this much of port, you know. I was like, wow, that was not that. Thank you so much, Debbie Pretorius. Thank you so much, Debbie, for the birthday wishes. Man, that's really just, you know, really, you didn't have to send the super chat. I appreciate you did, but please, you know, you guys don't feel like you know, obliged to. I try to read the chat as much as possible. You know, sometimes it becomes difficult and I miss some messages. I apologize. Ehi, solo caffè sempre caffè ogni giorno per forza, proprio una cosa immancabile il caffè. Almeno quello, at least coffee. Coffee is the only thing, like, you know, I only have to be sick not to drink coffee in the morning. Like I have to need, like when you have a flu or, you know, this type of stuff that you don't feel like having a coffee. That's the only moment where I don't manage to drink coffee in the morning. Otherwise, coffee. Yeah, I'll definitely come to. I'll definitely come. I would like to go to Sorrento this summer. So spend a little bit of time. I haven't been in holidays. I haven't been in holidays since 2018. So yeah, I haven't been in holiday in what is it, 40 years? Yeah. I haven't been in holiday in 4 years. Well, I've been to Paris. I've been to Paris like for the New Year's Eve. That was the first holiday I've had. We spent a couple of days there. It was really nice. I really like Paris. Paris is another. I know I romanticize it, but Paris and New York are my favorite cities. I love Paris. Paris is such a beautiful city. I know it's messy. I know it's dirty. I know it's chaotic. I know it's like, you know, ton of tourism. I know it's expensive and all of that. But like I said, also Amsterdam is becoming so expensive, man. Like like the quality of life is it's so incredibly like this apartment cost me like 2,000 euro a month, just apartment, you know what I mean, like and that's just apartment, and it's just also a little bit outside where the prices are still like more reasonable, and I have more space, like I don't have a small apartment likely. But in the center, basically, you spend almost the same amount of money for half of the space, So things are getting crazy also here, actually. I live in Amsterdam. Well, on the outskirts of Amsterdam, on the south of Amsterdam. Yes, 1st of June, my birthday. Wow. That's very low. Dutchman 24, 450 a month. That's very low. I literally, my insurance is like 170 euro a month. Oh my god. Yeah, I know that there are certain areas. Thank you so much, Jessica, for the super chat. Oh man, it would be so great if we get the verdict tomorrow. Oh man, that would make me so happy. To have a good verdict, oh, that would be so great. That would be really so great. I don't know if there are other things happening. I don't think nothing is happening right now, honestly. That's it. There's nothing live, right? Why is it not like I cannot see the live? It's so funny because those local crime channels before, I think this channel literally had like probably 20,000, 30,000 subscribers before this high case. Literally, they almost hitting 3 million subscribers in freaking 1 month. That's insane. Hey Brenda Triplet, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it, and also for the birthday wishes. Really, thank you. I also did I thank you, Jessica Winoff? Thank you so much for the super chat. Oh man, Maria, I would love tomorrow to celebrate my birthday and celebrate Johnny's victory. That would be like freaking amazing. That would be a beautiful day. That would be the best day. after all of this, it will really make me so happy, man. Make me so incredibly happy. Jesus freaking Christ. Seriously? If this picture is real, I wish I haven't seen it, honestly. Ah, Jesus, cook your food. Cook your food! Cook your food, please. Oh my God, I feel like itching already. I shouldn't have watched that. Yeah, guys, there's not much left to do, honestly. Boom, boom, boom. At least for today, there's not much left to do. I'm just scrolling on Reddit to see whatever also other channels are talking about. There's not much happening. I think we safely call it a quit for the moment. We don't know nothing. We know probably that they're working on the damages, but I'm not sure, because we have seen that they were going through already the first part. They were ahead of it, so most likely they must have concurred on something. So if they need more time for the damages, maybe they're just taking their time to value whether or not they have to pay damages, yes or no. Maybe that's a good thing. Maybe tomorrow we don't have to wait too long. But I was already afraid that that would take much longer, you know? Oh, yeah. What a thing. I think this trial has brought also attention on the fact that so many issues are in society, probably also relatable to people having undiagnosed mental problems. And those are the very people which they have to make decisions for others, for companies. Luckily, it's probably not all of them like that, but the fact that there are other like AH walking around in places, maybe in some places are the boss of some people, you know, or like are teachers, or like, you know, who knows, working in a shop or being a lawyer or whatever, you know, like you know that there's that type of woman or man that it's like that. That's kind of scary. So guys, I think I'm gonna stop the stream for today. I mean, we have been on literally since 2:30 today non-stop, so it's a long time to be live. So don't worry, I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll start to wind down and go to sleep. Tomorrow at 2:30 I'm gonna be on again, so I want to thank you. Guys, please subscribe if you're not subscribed to the channel, or at least consider it. I would really appreciate if you subscribe or hit the like of the stream. All those things, they help the channel. I know you hear it all the time, but it really makes a huge difference, you know, because that's the algorithm, how it works. So every time you watch a video, you press like, you leave a comment, you basically give a message to YouTube that the video is worth watching, and so on and so forth, and that's how people find it. So I would really appreciate that. And again, I really want to thank each one of you, all the people which they're still up. Today we were so many from so many places. Really, really grateful for all the super chat, all the comments, all the support. So, guys, I wish you a good afternoon, a good night, a good morning if you're waking up, or if you're already up on YouTube. And I'll see you tomorrow at 2:30. 2:30, I'm going to stream again, ready to go. So yeah, just a little pause, just a nap in between, okay? All right, guys, I'm signing off. Thank you so much. I'll see you tomorrow again. All right? Thank you, guys. Ciao, ciao.